brace yourselves. Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Tuesday, July 21, 2026. And before we commence, I'll ask Board Liaison Castro to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab, select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu, and then click Meeting Minutes and Agendas. From there, you will find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum. For in-person attendees, please complete a written request comment card available at the board liaison table. Virtual participants may use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press *9 if joining by phone. Public comments will be taken first from the Sacramento meeting location, followed by each noticed teleconference location, and then from virtual participants. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder that live closed captioning is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. With that, this concludes my announcements, and I'll hand it over to Madam President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. May I ask you to please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blaze. Adrian Brown.
Present.
Lillian Corral. Amy Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente.
Present.
Tom Epstein.
Here.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Present.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jesse Melgar. Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
A quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. It is at this time that I would like to request that Board Member Villavicencio lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Villavicencio, the floor is yours.
Please rise. Hand over heart. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. At this time, we will now adjourn to closed session. We'll be away for approximately 30 minutes. All right. See you then. All right. Welcome back, everyone, from closed session. We are moving now to Section 1, our standing orders of business. Item 1.4 is my president's report. Welcome, everyone, to our July board meeting. I don't know about you, but the summer feels like it's moving at lightning speed, compounded by the busyness of life, everything going on in the world, and with technology. So I'm going to take a moment to elevate connection, community, camaraderie, and gratitude, as those will always be tried and true. They stand alone and are critical to our continued work here at the California Community Colleges. And I wrote that before I went through the welcome tunnel that welcomed us into the board meeting. So it's truly a good example of the spirit in action. So thank you to everyone in the room, virtually, everywhere in the world, from where you're watching this board meeting. Thank you for being with us during the summer as we continue to press on. There is one business item that I'd like to take care of right away. I have approved 2 new bachelor degree programs since our May board meeting: Cerro Coso College's Cybersecurity Technology program and West Valley College's Land Stewardship and Sustainability program. Congratulations to those colleges for advancing these programs that expand opportunities for our students and that meet critical workforce needs. Next, we have an exciting item after lunch on next year's budget. The final budget protects critical investments in our colleges, continues support for Vision 2030 priorities, and positions us to keep moving forward on the work that matters most: expanding access, improving student success, and strengthening workforce preparation, as well as creating greater economic mobility for Californians. On behalf of the Board of Governors, I want to express our sincere appreciation to Chancellor Christian for her tremendous leadership throughout the budget process. I also want to recognize our outstanding government relations team for their tireless work with the Governor's Office, the legislature, and our many partners. Budget advocacy is truly a year-round effort, and their expertise, persistence, and relationships make an extraordinary difference. I also want to acknowledge the collective voice of our system. College presidents and chancellors, trustees, faculty, classified professionals, students, statewide organizations, and many others all came together to advocate for California's community colleges. This budget is a reminder that when we speak with a shared purpose, we are far more effective in advancing opportunities for the more than 2.2 million students we serve. To everyone who helped move this work forward, thank you. We are grateful for your commitment and look forward to continuing the important work ahead. Next, as part of the nationwide America 250 celebration, I'm pleased to announce that the California Community Colleges will join higher education partners across the country in creating the California Community Colleges, A Gift to 2067, a time capsule that will capture the stories, experiences, and aspirations of our system. Inspired by efforts being led nationally through America 250, this project will give our students, faculty, classified professionals, administrators, trustees, and community partners an opportunity to leave a message for future generations to help tell the story of the largest and most diverse higher education system in the nation. The time capsule will be sealed in 1 year's time at the July 2027 Board of Governors meeting and reopened during the California Community College's 100th anniversary at the July 2067 Board of Governors meeting. It will serve as a gift from today's students and educators to the future, as a reflection of our shared commitment to expanding opportunity, advancing equity, strengthening communities, and helping generations of Californians pursue the American dream through education. It is exciting to imagine the students, educators, and community leaders of 2067 opening this time capsule and seeing how our system helped to shape the future. In the coming months, we'll invite colleges across the state to help shape this effort, ensuring the voices and experiences of our entire system become part of this historic legacy. And on that note, I will pass it to Chancellor Christian for her Chancellor's report.
It's always a good day to be a community college champion. All right. So I've got a long report, so kind of relax into it. It's about 15 minutes. When the board adopted Vision 2030 in 2023, we intentionally chose a 7-year horizon, long enough to think beyond the urgency of the moment, close enough to remain accountable for results. Today, we have completed 3 of those 7 years. Vision 2030 continues to guide our work every single day. It remains the framework through which we are advancing access, success, support, workforce preparation, AI fluency, climate action, and so much more. When we approved Vision 2030, actually when the Board of Governors approved Vision 2030, generative AI had just burst into public consciousness. At the time, the board made a deliberate decision that the California community colleges would not simply react to this technological moment, we would help shape it. Generative AI and the future of teaching and learning became one of the 3 strategic directions of Vision 2030. Since then, the landscape has been changing swiftly. Artificial intelligence has moved from predictive systems to generative capabilities, from generative capabilities to agentic capabilities, and now toward physical AI that can perceive, reason, and act in the world around us. Each step has arrived faster than the one before it. The half-life of expertise continues to shrink, and this was my coining phrase at the JFF summit in Washington, D.C. last week. So I'm going to repeat this. The half-life of expertise continues to shrink. The distance between breakthrough and everyday practice continues to narrow. And that raises an important question. If we wait until 2030 to begin imagining 2035, we will already be behind. So while Vision 2030 remains our execution framework, I believe it is time to begin a different conversation, one that looks beyond our current horizon. A conversation about what higher education could become in a world where machine intelligence is becoming increasingly abundant, where work is being continually reimagined, and where the threads that connect us have become stronger than the boundaries that separate us, at least in my worldview. We sometimes speak as though oceans divide us. In reality, they connect us. We share oceans. We share an economy. We share supply chains, scientific discovery, technological breakthroughs, environmental challenges, and increasingly, we share a common future. And innovation developed at one corner of the world can transform industries on another continent in a matter of days. A disruption thousands of miles away can influence California's workforce, our classrooms, and the lives of our students. The world has become deeply interconnected, and that interconnectedness continues to accelerate. In that world, the value of humans only grows. Judgment, creativity, ethics, compassion, collaboration, and global fluency. These are not simply desirable qualities. They are the capabilities that will allow us to navigate complexity, build trust across differences, and solve problems that no one institution, no one discipline, and no one nation can solve alone. They are the qualities that ensure technology serves humanity rather than the other way around. Preparing students for 2035, therefore, is about far more than helping them understand artificial intelligence or a single technology. It is about preparing them to flourish in an interconnected world, to combine technical fluency with global fluency and intelligence with wisdom. Perhaps the California community colleges, we as a collective, can call for that conversation titled Beyond 2030 Toward 2035. We look forward to beginning that journey together. And in fact, I was very pleased that our president of ASCCC had invited me to her opening orientation a few weeks ago. And when I had asked the Senate leadership if they were ready to join us in this conversation, the energy was palpable, and they're like, let's do this. So with that context, let me move into more of the practicality of today. We are, as our board president called out in the month of July, and I want to add my own detailed voice to her call for celebration for a fantastic 26-27 state budget. And every budget has a story, and this one is a good story for the California community colleges. The journey began in January with Governor Newsom's proposed budget. It was a very strong starting point that recognized the important role of the California community colleges. And as the budget moved through the legislature, it just gained momentum through the Senate and the Assembly. The Senate proposal included several significant investments to our system. Among them was the restoration of approximately $241 million that has been shifted through last year's Proposition 98 funding to fully funding of the $3.9 billion Proposition 98 settle-up obligation. And these words are actually from You know it's from Chris Ferguson, right? You're like, yeah, Sonia doesn't get to talk about, what would I just say? Settle up obligation. That's not her language, you know. So let's see. There's so much to celebrate the Student Equity and Achievement Program. And in fact, there's a $15 million, and I can see Vasquez over there smiling broadly, working with the two Lindas, Linda B and Linda V, on this funding that came through to the community college to support the creative industry in Hollywood with the Screen Actors Guild funding. I mean, it was just an incredible budget that recognizes the role that our community colleges, 116 community colleges, play in the state of California. And of course, I have to call out that the final budget included the $38.1 million in ongoing Prop 98 funding for Calbright to provide stable support as the college continues its transition from a startup institution to an established part of California's higher education landscape. This investment was actually proposed in the governor's January budget, and we were all kind of really watching it go through the process and the final budget signed by the governor. So I wanted to really recognize President Ajitha Menon and the Calbright Board of Trustees and the entire Calbright team for this remarkable achievement, and also, of course, the legislature and the governor. Budgets of this scale are never the result of one conversation or one negotiation, and you know that more than anyone else, members of the Board of Governors. These are built over months through relationship, careful analysis, persistence, and the collective voice of people across our system. And I'm so happy that President Aguinaldo made so many recognitions. I want to also thank the governor and the administrative leadership, the Senate, and the Assembly and the leaders. Add my own thanks to Chris Ferguson and the GR team, Linda, David. I want to particularly call out Imran Majid, because for the first time I got to working with Imran, and you don't get to see the amazing talent of individuals. You know, you see our leadership that work on it, and I got to really enjoy his amazing brain as he worked with Chris and Linda and David. And also wanted to recognize, this year more than ever, our deputy chancellor, with all of the vice chancellors sitting around the table, worked so closely with the GR team, and they were going to the table to make the case. And our research team kept getting emails like at 9 p.m. in the night, could we get this little factoid so that we're ready for that conversation that was happening the very next day at like 7 a.m., some ungodly hour, weekend conversations. Anyway, you get the message here. All right. So we've got an amazing presentation, as Hildy pointed out after lunch. So let me move to the federal landscape. And, David O'Brien will tell you that if we started a presentation on federal landscape, it would take a long time. So I just want to call out one issue that we've been tracking, and that is the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, released proposed revisions in late May to uniform guidance, the federal rules that govern how grants are awarded and administered across federal agencies. This is really significant for higher education and for our colleges. Those proposed regulations are moving through the public process before final decisions are made. And on behalf of the California Community Colleges, I submitted a letter expressing our concerns. Paige and our comms team has posted this on my website for the public to see. A huge thank you to Kristen Lindgren from OGC and David O'Brien for helping me frame this letter. And my message was straightforward. I think it ended up being like a 5 or 6 page communication, but just to give you an essence, it was just really straightforward. Our colleges clearly need stable, transparent, and predictable rules, period. Whether a college is applying for a workforce grant, purchasing equipment, hiring staff, or building long-term partnerships with employers and community organizations, those decisions require confidence that the rules will remain consistent over the life of the grant. several of the proposed changes move in the opposite direction. They expand federal discretion over grant administration and make funding decisions more dependent on changing federal priorities. That creates uncertainty for colleges that are trying to make responsible long-term investments on behalf of our students and the communities they serve. These changes are unnecessary. The current federal grant process is already built on competitive, objective, peer-reviewed practices that have served the country well for many years. It provides accountability while also giving institutions the stability they need to deliver results. You see, the partnership between the federal government and higher education has long been one of the nation's greatest success stories. Together, we have expanded educational opportunities. Together, we have strengthened the workforce, and together, we have advanced research and innovation and supported economic growth for our states and for this nation. Those outcomes are best achieved when colleges can rely on clear and consistent rules, not uncertainty. We will continue to monitor this process closely and advocate for policy that allow California's community colleges to compete successfully for federal resources and to put those resources to work for our students, for our employers, and for our communities. All right, so now let me move to celebrating America's 250. And I just love the enthusiasm of the president of our board when we were discussing this initiative, and for her thoughtfulness in how we can go big with this celebration. Take a year to do this. And I also love this picture, which was taken in 2023 in July when I was starting my tenure. And it was my blog post. The link is, if you're not following my blog, feel free to do that, because I start with every day is a good day to be a community college champion, and that's Happy 250 America. So I'm going to skip over my remarks and just pick up on a thread that Hildy talked about, the time capsule. In fact, we are commissioning the Council of Chief Librarians to facilitate it and lead it with the Chancellor's office. Honestly, I cannot think of a better group than a group of librarians. I mean, can you? They're the keepers of our collective memories. They're both the technical, have the technical expertise to think about archiving in those matters, and also, their creativity and their imagination to take on this body of work. So I think President Aguinaldo mentioned 2067. I don't think I'm going to be here in 2067. I think many of our dual enrollment students will, and that brings my heart just great joy. And President Aguinaldo, on the other hand, I'm fully expecting you to come back to the Board of Governors for the celebration and make sure that we open the time capsule on schedule. So let us give it up for this amazing project. I want to thank several individuals who I see sitting here for your work and your thoughtfulness in moving this project along. And publicly, I want to call out Paige and the comms team. Just absolutely fantastic. So as usual, let me wrap up my remarks with a set of pictures for you. Here's a fun picture, and I know Hildy's going to get embarrassed. But I mean, it was just amazing to read this piece where the LA Times was recognizing, our up-and-coming stars in the state of California, and our very own president of the Board of Governors is right there. Moving to the next slide. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, this was right after the May board meeting. Lake Tahoe did a grand opening for their public safety facility. You can see board member Haynes with a really nice hat. And some of our executive, I see Vice Chancellor Cordova, our executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson, the team from Workforce. Moving to the next slide. Let's see, what is that one? Oh, that's the this housing project that is with Riverside City College and the Community College District with UC Riverside as a model. I know Chris's team, Ronnie Slimp, is so proud of this work that we're trying to take the show on the road. Yeah, had actually 3 board members show up. See if you can pick out Harry LeGrand, Pam Haynes, and Jesse Melgar, and the rest of our team. Moving to the next slide. Oh, this is the Veterans Summit. It's a huge celebration. You can see our Deputy Chancellor there, beautiful green. And our team, I see Gina Brown, and I see Heather and Mia Keeley. Again, these are faces that support our work, and you don't get to see very much, but just incredible individuals in the Chancellor's office. Moving to the next slide. Oh, this was a fun podcast. And actually, Ajitha snapped this picture. I was at a Google event, and she sent this edgy text to Hildy and to me about being the only woman with a group of guys. There's a Future You podcast, and the segments represented by UC San Diego and San Diego State on the future of AI. And I can tell you, board members, you were so future-looking with putting a flag in the sand with the work. And we're going to continue to lean into this and make sure our students are so well equipped. Moving to the next slide. This was a JFF conference I talked about. Tony brought his entire team to DC. Dawn Daves Rougeau presented in a breakout session. So did Tony with College Futures and our labor agency. So we were well represented in California, really becoming. I see Tim Aldinger here up front. Tim was also there. I didn't get to see you, but I know you were there in full force at the Workforce Summit. Our foundation, great partners with the Chancellor's Office, and deeply grateful for the partnership. Here you see me with Anthropic and with AWS and JFF actually facilitating it. By the way, Anthropic was the star of the event. There were several federal political voices there from the Department of Labor, several senators, all of them wanted to talk to the gentleman from Anthropic. Moving to the next slide, let's see, what do I have here for you? Is that the last one, so we can take down the slide? So with that, it's July, folks. We're ready for the 4th year to really do way more for our students, our communities, and our planet. And that concludes my remarks.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Chancellor Christian radiates with energy and excitement, and I hope we carry that spirit through the rest of the meeting and certainly throughout our strategic planning. Vice President Perry also asked me if I was going to donate my gavel to this time capsule, and I refused. So everyone stay comforted. The gavel is still with me. Okay, let's move to the consent calendar. Item 3.1 is our May 19, 2026 board meeting minutes. Are there any board comments on this issue? All right, hearing none, are there any public comments on this issue?
The public comment period on the consent calendar is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item, but we'll now check with the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? I see none. One hand just got raised, just in case. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Lastly, Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. I'll hand it over to my colleague Gary for the virtual remarks.
Okay, we have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board. Let's try that again. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. I think students' rights have to be on the agenda, and we need a.
Omar, is this related to the meeting minutes or is this a more general public comment that can come later?
It's to the agenda. Why aren't students' rights on the agenda? That's all I have to say.
Well, we're on the board meeting minutes
Oh,
agenda
meeting.
item.
Sorry. Oh.
No apology necessary. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Liaison Castro. May I entertain a motion, please? Thank you, Member Villavicencio.
Second.
Thank you, Member Epstein. Christina, may I have the roll, please?
Hildegard Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Adrian Brown,
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Harry Legrand,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio,
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. We are taking a few items out of order to accommodate some speaker schedules. So the next item we're going to is item number 6.1 for the United Domestic Workers Demonstration Project Update. And for that, I will pass it to Vice Chancellor Cordova.
Good morning. Good morning. This working? Okay, yeah. Good morning, President, Vice President, Chancellor, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to provide an update on our demonstration project. We call it the UDW demonstration project. On this, we've got a short little slide I'm going to read because, as you guys know, I get so passionate about some of the work, I could go on. And they said I only got a few minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and get started and then allow our opportunity to highlight from our speakers. So, but with me, I'm Tony Cordova, Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development. With me, I've got the President and CEO of UDW, along with President and CEO, Superintendent of Santa Ana Community College from the Rancho Santiago College District. California community colleges have long been a gateway to the opportunity for millions of Californians. As we continue in advancing the Vision 2030, we also have an opportunity to think differently about how we connect working adults to education and career pathways. Today's workforce is made up of about 6.8 million students, adult learners that are caregiver responsibilities and family commitments while seeking opportunities to advance their education and improve their economic mobility. As a system, we have an opportunity to better align our pathways and the realities of their lives. This is the purpose of the UDW demonstration project. This demonstration challenges us to think beyond the traditional approaches by asking a simple question: what happens when we intentionally build pathways around learners instead of expecting learners to navigate our system? The results is a partnership that brings together labor, community colleges, and community partners to reduce the barriers, strengthen access, and create more connected pathways for the working adults. Today, we'd like to share what we've learned through that demonstration project and why those lessons have significantly beyond the participating colleges. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to my friend Doug Moore and let him talk a little bit about the UDW itself.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning. And for the record, I'm Doug Moore, the Executive Director of UDW. And the demonstration project began with the simple idea: if we want different outcomes for adult learners, we need to create a different experience. For many working adults, education is not a single decision. It's a journey that requires navigating multiple systems while balancing work, family, and for us, caregiving responsibilities. Too often, those systems operate independently, leaving learners to connect the dots on their own. The demonstration was designed to test a simple approach. Rather than expecting adult learners to navigate disconnected systems, we brought together trusted partners with a shared commitment to learner success. At the center are UDW members, working adults to build new skills, advance their careers, and create greater economic opportunity for themselves and their families. Through the UDW Resource Center, members receive trusted outreach, guidance, and support that helps bridge the gap between interest and enrollment. Our community college partners build on that foundation by providing educational pathways, navigation, and workforce-connected opportunities that help learners move toward their goals. Together, these partnerships create a more connected pathway from first interest to education, career advancement, and ultimately, economic mobility. The partnership model is what this demonstration was designed to test. And one of the strongest examples of this work can be seen through our partnership with Santa Ana College. I'd like to invite Dr. Neri to share this model and what this model looks like in practice.
Thank you, Doug. Good morning, Board President, Board of Governors, Chancellor, and guest. My name is Dr. Annabelle Neri, and I am the very, very proud president of Santa Ana College. And we were a very proud partner and early adopter of the UDW demonstration project. What we have done in partnership with the UDW and the Resource Center and the Chancellor's Office, and the vision set forth by all of you, is that we created a customized experience for the members of UDW. This collaboration was done with flexibility and dedication, and it was customized for the members themselves. When we looked at the majors, we made no assumptions. We promoted every wide range of pathways. And we found out that the members of UDW had various interests. The primary pathways included healthcare, ESL, and then later culinary arts, accounting, legal studies, and then we found out that there was an interest from the employees for physical and mental well-being, and an interest and an opportunity for them to meet each other. So when we think of our California community colleges, it's not normal to think of an experience outside of the classroom, but that is what the members asked for. So we created personal development courses and actually meet and greet fun activities that included themes like leadership, digital literacy, attitudes for success, and mental and physical health. Then, because of the mental and physical health, we added an active adult component. With the active adult component, it was the creation of the welcoming environment for the caregivers, a creative and social outlet, and open the doors for what to come next, including additional experiences for upskilling, reskilling, or any potential promotional opportunities. We also customized their educational pathways and these fun experiences for them to meet, for them to relate, by creating these experiences and courses in Vietnamese and Spanish along with English. We also simplified the registration. Instead of doing a cumbersome bureaucratic process, all they had to say is they were interested, and we did the rest of the work. Members could access their information in their language, and we also offered flexible pathways for those who could not come to in person. We did online course offerings. We also shared facilities so that if they couldn't come to Santa Ana College, we would come to them. And what was interesting, we realized, considering the digital center and the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's goal of being AI literate, what came to the top was AI literacy for the members. In fact, we created a cafecito with AI, where we teach them AI literary skills and span the courses and customize it there was a vast age difference. So with the AI literacy, we did different levels of courses for all members. So this is the first time where we did a comprehensive, not just wraparound services, but customized curriculum delivered to them their way and how they can access it and how they can complete it. So once again, we are grateful that we were an early partner and adopter, and we, every semester, are serving hundreds of members and look forward to growing those numbers. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Nuri. Good morning, Linda Bermudez, Dean of Workforce. What you just heard is exactly why this demonstration matters. The relationships, partnerships, institutional changes you've seen are the foundation that have allowed this work to grow. Next slide, please. This chart reflects that growth. Since the demonstration launched in 2024, total enrollment has grown to 1,488. Next slide, please. One more, please. And one more. Perfect. Thank you. Enrollment has grown to 1,488 across our 20 participating colleges. That reflects a growth of 866% since December 2024. These are total enrollments, not individual learners. Many participants enroll in multiple courses, programs, and sometimes several colleges. To date, the project has served 1,150 unique learners. But these numbers represent more than just enrollment. Over the last 3 years, we've invested in institutional capacity, learner outreach models, expanded college partnerships, and developed a strong foundation for long-term success. Because of this strong foundation in place, this demonstration project is now entering a next phase. Beginning in December 2026, our focus expands beyond access and enrollment to persistence, completion, wage outcomes, and long-term sustainability. We are also increasing our enrollment target to 3,000 annually, while strengthening the supports that help learners persist and succeed. The opportunity ahead is not simply about enrollment. It is to ensure that more adult learners complete meaningful credentials, advance their careers, and experience lasting economic mobility. Next slide, please. As we look ahead, our responsibility is to build on what this demonstration project has shown. The work will continue, and our focus will become much more intentional. We will continue learning, measuring the long-term educational, workforce, and economic mobility outcomes that matter the most for adult learners, with formative data, wage data scoped for December 2027. We will continue building, strengthening partnerships across college, employers, labor organizations, and community partners, because no single institution can do this work by themselves. Building also means meeting adult learners where they are and challenging our system to redesign practices that increase student access and success. We will continue scaling, translating what we've learned into practices that can strengthen adult learner access across the California community college system. That is the value of this demonstration project. It's more than testing an idea. It is to generate knowledge, strengthen partnerships, and provide practical lessons that can inform future practices across our system. I want to thank UDW, the UDW Resource Center, WestEd, our participating colleges, and all the champions who contributed to this work. Most importantly, I want to thank the adult learners whose experiences continue to shape and improve this demonstration. We appreciate the opportunity to share this work with you today and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Chancellor Christian.
So just a quick comment. This is a remarkable project, and I wanted to recognize Doug Moore, I know you have a flight to catch going to New Orleans, and you prioritized, being here with the Board of Governors, and the remarkable work that Doug Moore has been able to do with the Governor of California, who has just signed into the final budget to continue. So we're going into phase 2 of this project, and without Doug's influence, leadership, and commitment to the ongoing education, this would not have happened. So let's give it up for Doug Moore.
Thank you.
And I also want to recognize President Yeri. Rancho Santiago has been a tremendous district and partner in this work, particularly Santa Ana College. So let's give it up to President Annabelle Yeri. Thank you.
What an incredible presentation. At this time, I'll take board comments. Pam.
Thank you. Can you hear me? It's on. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm sorry. All right. So I really appreciate this demonstration, and because I think there's a lot of lessons that we can translate and transfer to our general adult ed population, and that's the benefit of it. So how do you perceive sort of getting the word out? Again, there's 116 colleges, and we need more. That's the reason why I know I'm so eager. I know that the demonstrations are to push out what we're learning, and I just want to make certain that the train stays on the tracks and that it moves as fast as it can without breaking eggs. And I know sometimes we break eggs, but I'm just very excited, and I want to thank you for being a wonderful partner in this work, because it will teach us how to do this, and then how to make certain that no one is left behind, because that's what this is all about, that no one in the economic spaces that we are now in is left behind. So again, thanks.
That's an excellent, if I may, just to elevate some of the work that we've done. We've intentionally embedded in this project the development of a toolkit that can be replicated across the system, and that was practitioner-led, not led by our office. Actually, the 20 colleges came together in a group in that development along with WestEd, and we are now working with Dr. Martinez to place that into our learning center, and it'll have several modules that our whole system will be able to go through. So we are trying to create the most accessible points for this information, and we're excited about what we'll continue to learn in phase 2.
Member Brown.
I just wanted to say great work. And I was particularly interested in the physical and mental well-being aspect of this work, considering that these folks are often in caretaking type of roles, and that caretaking increases when our physical and mental well-being hasn't been taken care of from in the past, right? And so being able to see that folks who are, we're basically, as we age, right, we're either going towards health or illness. Those are our options, right? And I just wanted to highlight that our young students, our freshmen, are saying the same things. And as we move into, they want to know about AI, but they also want their physical and their mental well-being to be taken care of. So I think this is really exciting work. I'm glad that you all developed this curriculum, and I hope that we system-wide can learn more from this project that you've implemented, and that we can think about that more. I'm thinking about the opening statements about the years coming, 2035 and 2067. We can really build out and learn from this to make sure that what we offer is holistic. It's not going to be enough just to give people piecemeal, traditional education anymore. We have to think about the whole person. So I just want to commend you for this excellent work, and thank you for your presentation.
Wonderful. Liaison Castro, any public comments?
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Yes, we do have a comment from Stephanie Golpin. Would you please come forward to the mic?
Good morning, Stephanie Goldman on behalf of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. We support the spirit of the United Domestic Workers Demonstration Project and its focus on creating intentional pathways that help adult learners build skills, earn credentials, and achieve that economic mobility. We especially appreciate the emphasis on strong student supports, workforce partnerships, and recognizing the unique needs of our working adults. And that's something we talk a lot about at FAC. As this work moves forward, we do encourage continued engagement with our faculty whose experience, expertise in curriculum, instruction, and student success is essential to ensuring these pathways are both high quality and sustainable.
Thank you.
We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? None there as well. We have no virtual remarks requested, so that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you very much, Liaison Castro. Let's move to item 4.1, which is an action item. It's the approval of contracts and grants. I will pass that one to General Counsel Deschler and Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson.
Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Before you this morning is item 4.1, contracts and grants. We've prepared summaries as well as detailed descriptions of the 6 items up for discussion this morning. And to the extent that there are any programmatic questions, we're prepared to take those at this time.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll entertain questions from Board Member Epstein.
I didn't even raise my hand.
I've done this long enough,
But,
Tom. Any questions?
Yeah, you're omniscient about this. Yeah, I have just on the Mesa one. I mean, I'm going to make the comment I make almost at every meeting, which is that the goals for the proposed term are not specific. It's things like continued improvement and development. It's not something that you can measure. And I really think that we should try and be setting goals on things like this that are measurable. The other is, I know we've been told this before, but all the districts get the same amount, and some are much larger than others. And I know there's a reason for that, but I forgot why. Trying to keep everybody busy today.
Yeah. That's currently, good morning, not even afternoon yet. So a couple of things duly noted on some of the ways in which we can do better measurements. We do pull our data on Mesa to kind of give our reports out at the end of the year. We're also in expansion mode. So you can see in this a lot of the funding that happens. I think we're at 102 colleges or something. So we have a few colleges left to cross the finish line when we're given funding for Mesa for every college. I just got in this morning and was talking with the CIO board about this as well. It's like, how can we make sure that we have Mesa at every campus? And there's kind of this minimum threshold of funding that the colleges get at $280,000 so that they can have personnel for the program and also some materials. We have some colleges that struggle to offer calculus-based sequences every semester. And so one of the partnerships that we're working on as well is how can we do better course sharing and program sharing across colleges, especially with the California Virtual Campus. And so we're going to be going one-on-one to try to work with colleges so that we can ensure that some of those STEM pathways are available for students. And the incentive is we're going to work as hard as we can to ensure that the Mesa programs are on those campuses for students. And it can be used for recruitment funding as well as support funding as well. So when we're talking about like what's the threshold and how we do some of the allocation formula, I think part of it is what does it look like if we can get to all colleges first, and then to start thinking about the measurements around funding, and also doing some advocation work around what we can fund in Mesa that really is having great promising practices once we get to full scale across the colleges.
Thanks. It's a great idea to use the California Virtual Campus to try
Yeah.
to make sure they offer all the courses. I hope that
Yeah.
is a priority.
Yeah, I think it's part of the Rural College Transfer Collaborative that we've started. So many of the ADTs that we've discussed implementing over the course of the year are programs that are specifically in STEM. So they'll share courses across campuses on small rural colleges in the north, and that's our entryway in to try to get some of those MESA programs there as well. So really good pieces. I think you'll hear more about that over the course of the year.
Great, thanks. I had one other thing too. On the climate fellows, I noticed that one was to a individual and the rest were to districts. How does that work?
So it does go through their district. I think we have the one that is specifically identified right now, but all of the funding does flow to the district for those individuals. It may be that the specific agreements with the other districts are roughly in place, but may not be completely final in terms of every I and T being dotted.
So is the one that the money goes directly to the individual, is that a different kind of contract, or are they all the same?
It's the same type of contract, absolutely, and same approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Brown, then Member Williams.
I wanted to make a comment on the visiting executives. Terrence Willett I wanted to commend both Terrence Willett and Dr. Abdi Malik Boole. Terrence Willett has a way of being able to share data with large audiences and somehow also be a comedian at the same time and get people really engaged with the nerdiest of topics. Dr. Abdi Malik Boole also has brought us into the modern age and really helps us be in touch with our youth and also internationally building partnerships. And both of them are just so instrumental to the success of our system. So I wanted to commend them both for their excellent work and also thank Cabrillo District, San Diego District, and the students that they would have been serving directly for letting us borrow such immense talent to help us move forward. And this is money extremely well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. Member Williams, then Member Villavicencio.
I concur with Member Brown. I haven't heard any of their jokes yet, so I'm waiting for that. And so my question, what I'm trying to get at is to see if there's, broader policy questions that we can be looking at from a dual enrollment standpoint. And I'm just asking about our research capacity. Is there a way through this new term that we can really look at the dual enrollment models like CCAP, early college, high school programs, middle college, any of the cohort models where the professors are going to the high schools? And what I'm trying to determine is like which model really gets the best outcomes for our students. EdTrust put out a survey, or not a survey, they put out some data to show what the enrollment looks like among African American students, Latino students, and Native American students. And we see some disparities in terms of their proportion of enrollment population to those students that are actually getting the early college credits. And so the question is, so that we can figure out which one of the models get the best outcomes, can we also look at where the enrollment is, and then, are the students enrolling at the rates that they should? Like specifically, are African American students, based on their population, enrolling or getting access to the early college classes like we think they should? And which model is best for them? Is it the early high school program? Is it middle college? Which program will work best for these students? And so that we can keep on our equity message. And so just if that can be included in this term of the studies that you'll be looking at. Thank you.
So a couple of things on that as well. We have brought in a visiting assistant vice chancellor that's working on college access and career pathways. And yes, right here, Kylie Campbell, who has been in this space for quite a long time in terms of both helping colleges with professional development and learning around this, but is also going to help us lead one of our demonstration projects or initiatives that's in some of the language of the $10 million of funding that we've been allocated for our system to work with particular districts on building early college work modeled after the great success that we've had with McFarland, as well as looking at kind of data-informed regulatory and statute-based work that we need to do some changes to improve access for students. So that's been a lot of our conversation over the last month, is kind of preparing what does it look like for this year of policy work. And a lot of this has been also engaged in terms of how do we support particular populations of students. So exactly what you said is part of what we're doing, is refining and understanding our data for each one of these programs, whether it's middle college or it's an early college. Part of it also is the definitional work that we need to do on what constitutes early college, what constitutes middle college, and some of our work around dual enrollment. And one last thing I would say on this too is we've looked at the incredible amount of work that it takes for colleges to piece some of these agreements together as we're trying to move more students into dual enrollment, the reporting requirements that we have, the kind of large sets of time that it takes for each college to put through agreements with our K-12 partners. We want to simplify that as well. So everything will be evidence-based. Almost all of our work has equity as our North Star in it, ensuring that we're sharing models that really are effective across districts. And I think later on this year, we can probably provide an update. I don't want to speak for the chancellor on the early college initiative and our work with several districts. I think it will be 4 over the course of the next few years, and we'll be setting up the infrastructure for that project.
Thank you. If I could add a little bit quickly to that. So the budget did include $10 million one time for this initiative. And really what we're focused on is wall-to-wall dual enrollment. And what do we mean by that? That's the 12 units for every high school student. And we want that opportunity and to be available for all high school students. And part of what we're doing in this initiative is creating a playbook to tell all those districts that may not be participating or that may be under participating, here are the steps you can take that we would recommend you take from practitioners in districts that are doing this today to expand your program, to offer a program to all students. So our goal remains unchanged. It's every student in the state, and we agree with you. The data is absolutely showing that there are equity gaps today. So our goal is to close those equity gaps and get to every student, 12 units, all transferable. That is the goal. If a student wants to take even more, that would be amazing. But the goal has to be those 12 units. It's not just time to degree, it saves money, it increases college going rates. There's been a lot of success here.
Yeah, thank you for that. I serve on the chancellor's, and chancellor, I can't never remember the committee. It's the panel with the it's all the black people. Yeah, I'm on the committee. Eloy put me in the committee, and I've been on there since then. Yeah. And so we have a lot of conversations about marketing, and we're missing like the data piece. And so sometimes you start to feel like, it's not the best use of my time because we start getting into Black Student Success Week, and it's just like people think, we keep just telling people. And so we need data to really show where the students at, where are the districts that actually have the greatest opportunities to increase, because you only got a limited number of slots for these, the cohort models where the professors are coming to the students. And so the data really, I think, will help inform the marketing that committee is doing. And so if we can help them with some real solid information, then we can, I think, do better at targeting where we're putting some of our messaging.
I also, just one other comment on that as well, part of our refinement work this year in data is refining some of the MIS data elements to ensure that we're also tracking really well in terms of dual enrollment progress for students.
Thank you.
Vice Chancellor Todd mentioned almost all of our programs have equity as its North Star, and I knew from that moment Member Haynes was going to have a question. So, however,
I didn't
there
even
is
hear him say that.
there is a queue, so I'll take Member Villavicencio first, then Member Haynes.
Thank you, President. Just as a Board Member Brown stole my thunder as well with Terrence Willett and Dr. Abdulmalik Bowles' contract. Both individuals do amazing work on behalf of our system and our students, and we're so very grateful to have both of them here in the Chancellor's office. Terrence obviously with data, and Dr. Bull with equity, especially, again, those international partnerships that was mentioned by Board Member Brown. I wanted to just highlight again, and I'm happy and so grateful to see the grants for our climate fellows. Ever since the start of my tenure here on the board, I've seen the amazing work that Dr. Grandy has done to advance our climate initiative, and just to see it moving forward and prioritized by the board is wonderful to see. And having spoken to a few of them myself, they are amazing individuals who are deeply committed to the work. And just to see from a faculty perspective that there is, again, funding to help these fellows, but to focus on curriculum development and professional development is so deeply important. And to Chancellor Christian's comments this morning on how we should move beyond 2030 to 2035, I would definitely encourage the fellows to start thinking globally, which, again, climate action is. This is an issue that cannot be solved at the state level, can't be solved at the national level. It takes a global village to solve this transnational issue. And so moving forward and building partnerships, not just domestically, but internationally, as we take the lead in moving forward with this work, I'm excited to see that happen. So really am wanted to give, again, my thanks in prioritizing this, and I wish the Climate Fellows a wonderful year and success for the continuing work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Haynes.
Thank you. Am I that transparent? So I just want to add my thank you for this particular presentation. And you heard me say this before, data is queen. And it's really, yeah, I see that smile over there because, John, you know I feel that way. But we need it sooner rather than later. It needs to be embedded when we do these projects. And I realize that requires headcount to do it. It requires time to do it. And I realize that there are times when I appear, rightly so, impatient. But we cannot, again, leave anyone behind. And while we say that, and I know that we believe that, it's only in the data that we can actually do things about whether or not we are doing it, whether or not we are not doing it on campuses, and the issue will then be, well, then why not? And so, and that requires strategy, it requires thinking, it requires collaboration with the 116 colleges, and finding out what are the challenges on those colleges that they're not doing it. And there may be some legitimate reasons why that is the case, but to help them remove those barriers. Because at the end of the day, it's the communities and the students that we are serving that are not benefiting from that workplace, from the school experience. And so I just want to add that piece of it, because I see that as an imperative. Oh, and by the way, congratulations, Dr. Bull.
I'll also respond with that too, is Dr. Bull is also helping us ensure that we're doing data disaggregation across all of our programs, really providing a leadership role in that, along with Vice Chancellor Brown looking and examining and making sure that we have timely data and also discussions around what's happening. So we really welcome his presence, along with the partnership of Terrence Willett and John Hetz in providing that up front for our program. So we have done a little bit of organizational structure work, too, to ensure that we have that support now.
All right, let's take public comments, please.
The public comment on item 4.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no public remarks in Sacramento, so we'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none.
No.
Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? None there, thank you. We have no virtual remarks requested at this time, so that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. At this time, I'll take a motion.
Approval.
Thank you.
Motion.
Second.
I think that was Member Legrand.
No, that was me, De La Fuente.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Member De La Fuente. Liaison Castro, I'll take the vote, please.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. We will move now to item 4.2. So Vice Chancellor Todd, you'll stay in the hot seat. This is the proposed regulatory action for distance education. Please take it away.
Also have Fermin joining us as well. If we have a PowerPoint, I think, as well. So this is our second reading for distance education regulation changes. We can go to the next slide when we get a chance. This went through a fairly robust process, went through our California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee for comments, also came from our distance education Education Technology Advisory Committee as well, where some of this originated. And so these are primarily updates that also align with federal regulations. We received no comments from the field on this second reading, and so have not had a lot of feedback, generally because it's moving us forward towards more modernization and alignment of our definitions. A lot of this as well so we can keep some definitions in the PACA. We just, by the way, rolled out our 9th edition of the Program Course and Approval Handbook, which is available on our website. This last week at Curriculum Institute, and talked a little bit about the modality definitions that are aligned there. We've also, in 55204, aligned federal regulations with some non-instructional activities, and then in 55210, removed what was a very old rule around 51% for course sessions being DE to define as DE. So with that, those are our proposals, and we incorporated all the comments that we received for the first reading.
Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor Todd, any comments from the board? Right, seeing none, Liaison Castro, any comments from the public?
The comment period on item 4.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comment requests for Sacramento, so we'll move on to the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, but I have a board comment.
Member Brown, let's take your board comment, please.
So I just wanted to say that I was of the generation that took the very first online classes available at my community college. And it's very interesting to see how these regulations have changed and adjusted over time. And I'm very happy to see that this modernization is actually sort of taking us back to where we started. At that time, you could put into the class schedule a specific day and time of an in-person orientation. You could put in a specific day and time of a final if that's what that particular instructor wanted to do, for example. And this is a very hot topic across the entire state, especially when it comes to fraud prevention. And updating and modernizing this language is going to give districts, colleges, and individual instructors the flexibility that they need to level set and to be able to offer more quality distance education instruction. So I just wanted to thank you for your work on this item.
Wonderful, thank you.
We have no virtual remarks requested at this time, so that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Liaison Castro. At this time, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Thank you, Member De La Fuente and Member Williams. Christina, may I have the roll, please?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. Let's go to item 4.3, and I don't know where Vice Chancellor Todd went because he's still up. Come back, sir. Disciplines list revisions is yours.
Good try, though.
Gosh, I thought. Oh, is that what it was? I thought from across the room, I thought I was getting a good job instead of you're still up there. So thank you.
You're doing a great job, Vice Chancellor Todd.
So I think we have a PowerPoint as well for this as well. We'll get that. So this is our discipline list revisions. We do this annually in partnership with the Academic Senate, who goes through a thorough vettings process across the year with their leaders across the state. And so it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Parker Parnell, our ASCCC president, to talk through what happened this year. We did have one modification from last year that we brought back that you'll see, just to clarify that we have the appropriate language and it's inside of our minimum qualifications guidebook.
Well, there you have it. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and board members. Pleasure to be before you today on behalf of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. Again, I'm Dr. LaTanya Parker Parnell, and today, next slide, please. I'll be presenting the most recently approved disciplines list recommendations for counseling mental health, as well as uncrewed aircraft systems technology and modification to last year's brewery fermentation and distillery sciences. And you can skip the next slide and to the next one, please. So for our disciplines list review, it is important to note that the minimum qualifications for faculty and administrators in California community colleges is commonly referred to as the disciplines list, established statewide minimum qualification, and it supports consistent hiring qualifications for faculty, as well as ensures faculty expertise and preparation. And it also provides guidance regarding equivalency and is reviewed through a formal consultation process as identified by Vice Chancellor Todd just a moment ago. Next slide, please. Just want to note that this discipline list has gone through a consultation process with oral and written presentations and proposals at our plenary sessions for the Academic Center for California Community Colleges, and it is consistent with the disciplines list revision handbook as well. This also comes to our board for approval to determine that the process was followed. Next slide, please. There were 2 resolutions passed this spring to support the 2 recent disciplines I'm bringing before you today. One was Resolution 112.02, the one on counseling mental health. Proposed actions included, next slide, please, the following language. So for counseling and mental health, a master's in counseling, social work, marriage and family therapy, or clinical or counseling psychology, and a current valid license issued by the California Board of Psychology or the California Board of Behavior Sciences, or the minimum qualifications as set by the California Board of Psychology or California Board of Behavior Sciences or licensed psychologists, clinical social workers, professional clinical counselors, or marriage and family therapists, or the equivalent. There are some proposed notes on the next slide. I will not read them verbatim. Just note that the proposals include supported notes within the package that is submitted to the Academic Center for California Community Colleges. Next slide, please. The importance of this discipline, as well as the resolution approved by the Academic Center for California Community Colleges, it supports the increased support for mental health needs for our students within California community colleges. Again, it clarifies faculty minimum qualifications, as well as aligns with professional licensure standards, and expands pathways for qualified professionals and strengthens student mental health services. Next slide, please. Similarly, Resolution 112.02, approved by the Academic Senate Spring 2026, does the same in providing proposed discipline language for you all today, which is included on the next slide. Language includes a bachelor's degree or higher in any field and 2 years of professional experience in uncrewed or autonomous systems, uncrewed aircraft systems, unmanned aircraft systems, unmanned aerial systems, or drone technology, and a remote pilot, Part 107, certificate from the Federal Aviation Administration, or an associate's degree in any field, and 6 years of professional experience in uncrewed and autonomous systems, uncrewed aircraft systems, unmanned aircraft systems, unmanned aerial systems, or drone technology, and a remote pilot Part 107, certificate from the Federal Aviation Administration. The importance of this resolution supports emerging workforce and industry needs, expands career education opportunities, aligns faculty qualifications with industry certification standards, supports innovation in technology and aviation programs, and addresses growing demand in drone and autonomous systems industries. The revised language proposed from Resolution 112.03 from our Spring 2025, we bring it before you today to bring forth the adopted language versus some of the proposed old language that was proposed during the spring. And that language includes for brewing, fermentation, and distillery sciences, any bachelor's degree or higher, and 2 years of professional experience, or any associate's degree, and 6 years of professional experience. Why this addition matters, it supports emerging workforce and industry needs for craft brewers, fermentation experts, and distillers. It expands career education opportunities for students and introduces industry practices such as quality control, fermentation technology, and regulatory compliance. So thank you for listening, and we look forward to the next steps in this process for our proposed disciplines and modified language for your review and considerations. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. I'll take any board comments. Member Brown, and then Member Haynes.
I wanted to thank the ASCCC for their work on this, and particularly for both the two items that bring us into workforce and industry needs. A drone just flew over me as I was walking into the building here. And California is already known for award-winning beer. And oftentimes people who get into these industries just happen to have a lot of extra time and money to be able to learn how to do that work. And bringing this into our system in a systematic way will expand those opportunities to students of all backgrounds who want to get into that industry. But I really wanted to highlight in particular separating out the counseling mental health discipline and how important that's going to be. As it was already brought up in an earlier item of the demonstration project, the importance of mental health needs of our students, our adult learners, and our younger students. It made me think about that California established a California Surgeon General in 2019, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris. And her first priority that she set for California was to look at the crisis that we have of adverse childhood experiences. What does that mean? That means things that happen to people in their childhood end up impacting them moving forward through life. And we're talking about trauma. And this was in 2019, and we all know all of the interesting things that happened in 2020. And these are things that our students are still dealing with. So I think it's going to be really important that this particular discipline is established so that we can also start to see within our system, who do we have that is already licensed and has the capacity to help us build not only more individual direct service to students, but to think about all of the professional development that will be needed as we think about Vision 2035 or whatever it is we're going to call it. By that time, the students that were born in 2019 will be entering our dual enrollment classes. Are we going to be equipped to help them, those who've had these adverse childhood experiences, and to help them navigate their emotional world? That's going to be critical to our students' success. I recently heard a story of an individual student who was valedictorian, but those inner demons from their childhood surfaced when they went to college, and they ended up going down the path to substance abuse and incarceration. And we don't want to see that for any of our students. So it's critically important that this is established so that we can start tracking the data and seeing what's going on with the mental health of our students and providing them with the supports they need. So thank you very much for this excellent work that's going to lay the groundwork for where we're headed in the future as a system.
Thank you, Member Haynes.
So thank you, and I just want to add my support of what just my colleague, Board Member Brown has just said. It's really this has wide-ranging implications, and in particular for our students, especially around the mental health issue. For a number of years, they have made that their top priority when it comes to legislative advocacy. They understand what's happening on our campuses, and so anything that we can do to help eliminate the stresses that they have to deal with on a daily basis is an important thing. I guess I have a couple of questions relative to an experience that I had with someone coming to me saying, you know, I have all of these qualifications, and I applied to a number of our community colleges, and that they had different equivalencies, and so and it was never enough, and so I'm hoping that these and it appears that these equivalencies are different in that they're more expansive. So can you speak to that? And then also, what is is there a challenge? Is there or an opportunity in terms of there has been a lag time relative to being able to get into a field in terms of making changes by the academic senate. Is there less of a lag time now? Is it still kind of the same? We're sort of running after the ball relative to equivalencies. Can you speak to that?
The latter, just a general comment. I admire your consistency around your questioning. I recall your questioning similar last year in terms of the timing. It hasn't changed with our processes, unfortunately. To speak to your initial question around equivalency, that is an opportunity for our faculty, but it is a local decision in terms of how they process and their equivalencies established locally. We can do a better job or improve in terms of what we provide in terms of resources to our faculty within the field, in particular the academic senate presidents, and to influence the process with recommendations. But it is a local decision, so I could see and can't speak to, but I've heard similar testimonies around the equivalency process and faculty who try to utilize that process for hire.
Okay, so
That's, the equivalency is different from minimum qualifications. This is established that.
Okay, I still have a lot to learn then. that means that you can have the equivalencies, but the college or the faculty can choose which ones they're accepting in an applicant or not.
Well, I can weigh in. So one would be what we're approving here oftentimes are the minimum qualifications. And oftentimes,
So these are recommended.
yeah, no, these
No,
are
these
what,
aren't recommendations. These would
are
be the
what
set standards
faculty-
around the qualifications that faculty need to have.
And then there is something that you'll often see that says, or the equivalent. And so a question might be, can Bob Dylan teach music at a California community college? And that would be up to, for
We
a
would say
local
yes,
academic.
but,
A local
but
academic,
it sounds like it doesn't, it ain't
It
necessarily
doesn't,
so.
it's not immediate, but it's locally determined on what the process is for saying, what's the equivalent to these minimum qualifications that have been set? And those are locally determined by academic senates, I think.
I just want to add a general comment. You usually will see the equivalency for the majority of faculty who are seeking to enter the career and technical educational field based on their lengthy background experience, usually in the CTE arena.
And one of the things so we are both going to the EEO advisory group tomorrow to talk about a process also that helps us get more faculty into our system in CTE. A number of years ago, there was a toolkit that was established for CTE. And I've often gotten calls from a variety of colleges. We have all of these experienced electricians, or we have all of these experienced automotive folks that would love to be able to teach at our colleges, but they don't meet the minimum qualifications. How can we work on this? So part of what's established in that toolkit, we're going to recirculate across our system. It's interesting that it was developed and then COVID hit, and there was not a lot of attention, I think, given or a lot of examples done across colleges on how to expand that. And Vice Chancellor Cordova has also been very, very vocal in terms of how we expand this. A couple of opportunities there. One is sharing the toolkit, which is usually a mentorship or kind of an internship for faculty that can teach while they're finishing the minimum qualifications, right? A lot of the CTE fields are 2-year degrees plus 6 years of experience. So there might be an easy door to get them into this, but also our credit for prior learning regulations, the work we did last year was really important in this. And we're waiting for the Secretary of State to kind of finalize that. But we took away one important, crucial piece for helping CPL get us towards minimum qualification for faculty is that it now can count towards residency, which means a community college could award CPL, and that potential faculty member, they get to 30 units, they could be inside of one of these internship opportunities and already ready to teach. And then they could finish out their degree there as well while teaching. And we're really opening doors here to help faculty members that are needed in fields like that. And so part of our efforts in CPL, and I know we'll talk about other things related to credit for prior learning later, part of it right now is very much focused on how do we open doors for ensuring that we have faculty to teach at our community colleges in alignment with what the Academic Senate has done around minimum qualifications.
So I just have a final observation and comment, and it's this. Our systems will be required to change. In many cases, we have been transfer focused, and workforce has played a secondary role to that with what really is parallel courses that have been farther apart. That is no longer the case. Workforce is the up-and-coming issues that we have to deal with. It's about a job. It's about a career. It's about a pathway. And so to the extent that that narrows, there has to be bridges over both, because we will not be successful, neither as a state or as a nation, if we do not recognize that the world, you've just said it, the world is changing. And you will have to come back into an educational, some kind of setting all of the time and it's going to have to be a piece of the work span and the lifespan that our residents and our citizens are engaged in, because it's no longer you're going to be there for 20 years. That's not a promise. There is no gold watch at the end of this. There really is success at the end of this, but it's a very different pathway. And so that's the reason why I sort of ask the questions the way I do, because if equivalency, or if you get recalcitrant folks who do not understand what the world is going to show us and require us to be agile in, then we're not going to be, it's not even we, our students and our residents are not going to be successful. Anyway.
Chancellor Christian.
So I wanted to lend my voice to the equivalency issue that Board Member Haynes has repeatedly brought up. And we in the Chancellor's office are going to prioritize and lean into this conversation of equivalency, which is locally defined, but utilizing our positions to see how we can guide, highlight, and advance it, accelerate it this coming year. I'm really pleased with both Vice Chancellor James Todd and our Faculty Senate President, Dr. Parker Parnell, in understanding, recognizing, and leaning into what it means for CIOs, Vice Presidents of Academic Affairs, to rise and meet the moment. What it looks like for our faculty across the 116 colleges through the leadership of the Academic Senate to rise and meet the moment. From the Chancellor's office, OGC has heard me talk about equivalency both through the work of that Fermin has been doing on regulatory changes, as well as our new addition to OGC, our attorney Kristen Lindgren Buzzone. I always get not get your last part of your name. And also our general counsel, Jerry Deschler. We are gearing up in OGC to tackle regulatory changes. And you can count on my voice, Board Member Haynes, going into this next year, that you've been consistent, you have been persistent, you have been urgent in talking about this being a barrier for us to open our doors with quality at the center, without compromising quality, but with having a much clearer way of approaching this issue by raising the visibility of this issue, because we have an incredible system of a federation of community colleges with local control, and leaning into it with our voices to bring an issue to the moment and see what we can do through, if it's not a regulatory change, could it be a guidance that comes out of our centralized offices and through the voice of our faculty, because our faculty are at the core of this work and looking for that leadership. So I just wanted to underscore that I am so grateful that you are on the Board of Governors and you're raising, some really important issue, particularly the issue of equivalency. I've got it. I'm going to lean into it alongside you and alongside the great leadership that's present today through Vice Chancellor Todd and our President, Parker Parnell. Thank you.
Beautiful. Member LeGrand, then Member Williams.
Yes, I just wanted to echo what Member Haynes said, and also what Chancellor Christian said. I think many times local districts get so focused on the local issues that I really do think it's incumbent upon us to bring these more global issues forward, because we're kind of, as a policy setting body, we're kind of looking at the bigger picture where they sometimes don't have the luxury of doing that. And so I just want to add my voice of support to continuing down this path of access and making things more available to folks, and looking forward to being able to sample some of that beer and distillery from our courses that come out of this in the long term. So let's keep moving forward. This is great momentum. Thank you.
Thank you, Member LeGrand. Member Williams.
So it sounds like it's three of us that's interested in a tour with beer and some therapy. So I just wanted to say, I feel like it would be helpful to have a, I'm thinking about see the system, like a visual, like when we deal with these complex issues, like if there's an infographic that kind of can show us like how some of these decisions get made. Cause I know we got a lot of new board members and there's, policy that the Board of Governors set in terms of minimum qualifications, but then there's things that happen at the campus level that we don't see. And if you have ever tried to get through a hiring committee, that process is the most, I don't even know how to explain it, but just for new board members and just even for us that have been here for a while, like a visual to be able to explain some of these things for our visual learners. And then I wanted to go back to comments that Member Brown and Member Hayes made earlier about the mental health services. If we're going to expect campuses to do more, and I don't know what their current capacity is around medical billing, but are we doing anything or considering building our CBO's capacity to understand other funding streams to be able to accommodate the perceived additional services that they're going to have to offer? Do they know about these other state funding sources or private sources to be able to build? I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm just wondering if we are expecting them to do more mental health services, where are the revenue streams going to come from to be able to do that?
Yeah, we do have some projects in the work and where we're collaborating with districts and especially working with county mental health services and also finding best ways to incorporate public funding and billing mechanisms for students. So that is something that I think we can provide more updates with as well. I really also appreciate the idea of an infographic as well. We have our new minimum qualifications handbook coming out, and I think kind of distilling things down to this is what the process looks like locally as well as at the state level, we can do that as well. Really great comments. Thank you.
All right, let's take public comment. Liaison Castro?
The public comment period.
Just kidding, hold on.
Oh, yes.
I forgot one. Member Villavicencio.
Thank you, President. Okay, we talked about beer, we talked about mental health. I'll talk about the drones. First off, I want to thank the ASCCC for the amazing work that they've done, and really, at least for this issue for me, with uncrewed aircraft systems. This is very important given the advancement in drone technology, particularly what we've seen with the Ukrainian-Russian war, and seeing that our system is in a way in the forefront, helping our students get this important education to learn how this technology works that's integrated in many facets, right? From climate action, because we know that drone technology is connected with GIS work and planning terrain and mapping out terrain, from national security issues. All of this is important, especially when we're looking at automated systems, not necessarily self-driving systems, but I foresee flying cars in the future as well, since we're thinking about the future here. And to see that our faculty are preparing again for this type of new innovative technologies that's are coming, and I echo what Board Member Haynes is saying. We live at a time where we are, even when I started teaching, we know we're preparing our students for jobs that do not exist yet. And so when our students come to us and we prepare them, again, not just with information, but how to become adaptable, how to adapt to, again, these new changes that we are seeing, and to see that we are in the forefront of that, really gives me hope. So I'm grateful again for the absolute wonderful work that our faculty is engaging in this work, and wanted to highlight again the leadership of President Parker Purnell and our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Liaison Castro.
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. We have received written comments on this item, which are available at the meeting entrance table. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
We do have a public comment from Abby Bird. If you would please approach the podium. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, and colleagues. I'm Abby Bird. I'm a licensed mental health counselor at Miracosta College and president of the California Community College Mental Health and Wellness Association, or MIWA. I'd like to begin with students. This May, I watched our graduates cross the commencement stage. Some carried babies in their arms, and others wore stoles honoring their cultures, their military service, and the communities that helped them persevere. For some, I had the privilege of knowing exactly what it took to reach that moment. Others, I could only imagine. Our campuses are more than places of learning. They are sites of community healing. Access to mental health is foundational to persistence, retention, and completion. On behalf of MIWA, thank you for considering the creation of the new discipline of counselor mental health. I also want to recognize the board for its vision in dedicating categorical funding for student mental health. You fundamentally changed our system. For the first time, all 116 colleges can build sustainable student mental health services consistent with Vision 2030, equity and support, or Vision 2035. Your funding created the opportunity. Today's action provides structure to deliver it equitably. MIWA looks forward to continuing our partnership with the Chancellor's Office to help shape student mental health policy by defining the distinct role of mental health counselors. As you continue investing in students, I respectfully ask that you consider including mental health categorical funding in future cost of living adjustments.
30 seconds.
Protecting that investment will preserve the clinical capacity you've built and ensure students continue to receive the care that they deserve. Thank you for your leadership, partnership, and continued commitment to California's community college students. Every student deserves this opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a student who would like to comment, but I don't know if she has arrived yet. Davina Marlborough? I don't believe she's here.
Thank you. We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. We have no virtual remarks requested at this time, so that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. At this time, I'll take a motion.
So moved. This is Harry.
Second.
Awesome job by our remote team. Thank you very much, Member LeGrand and Member De La Fuente. Christina, may I have the vote, please?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Resounding aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. Let's move on to item 4.4, which is an action item. It's the Foundation Board appointments for Greg Backley and Kirk Tramble. We are not welcoming anyone from the podium because she's sitting right next to me. I will pass the microphone to Vice President Perry.
I am happy to take this item that is recommending approval of 2 new board members for the Foundation for Community Colleges. Their names are, as you saw from there, Greg Backley and Kirk Tramble. Both of them bring immense experience serving their community. Both have connections to the community colleges. In Greg's case, it's Pasadena City College that he says built the foundation for his future learning. and for his career. He's president of the Auto Club Enterprise, very involved in his community, the United Way. He brings a wonderful new perspective and a real public spirit. He's very public spiritedly minded, and he will be a real asset to the foundation board. And we're also very lucky to be able to bring forth Kurt Tramble. His connection to the colleges is he's on the faculty of the College of San Mateo. He is a leader in the AI field, having presented at numerous functions and serving many of the technology leaders in the nation with his advice and leadership. He is very involved in STEM pathways, and again, they bring a very interesting two different skill sets to the foundation board, and I think they will be tremendous assets. So that was, I guess, an introduction and a recommendation for these two very accomplished gentlemen to join the foundation board.
Thank you very much, Vice President Perry. Any board comments?
Board Member LeGrand, I would just wanted to echo the excitement of adding both Dick and Kirk to the foundation board. They were able to attend last month's meeting and are already beginning to contribute in ways that will be very helpful to us. Both are very excited about joining and looking forward to having their continued participation.
Thank you very much, Member LeGrand. Okay, at this time, we'll take public comments.
The public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no public comments in Sacramento, so we'll check the teleconference locations now. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
I appreciate you all confirming. We do have a virtual hand raised, so I'll hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I'd like to address the new appointees, Greg Backley and Kurt Trample. Every position with the California Community Colleges, including the foundation, all members should acknowledge students' rights. There are several vendors that the California Community Colleges or the foundation has contracts with, and their operations violate students' rights. We've seen things as bad as Proctorio that discriminated against neurodivergent students at scale by what? This was literally a technology that surveilled students' eyeballs while they were in classes. But recently we've had the Instructure Canvas breach where an extortion gang got their ransom from the company by threatening to release and harm students with their personal information. The Instructure breach was communicated late. They knew almost a week before. I have to look back over your contract, but I think this is a violation. This is also another violation. But we know the CCPA section has been violated because I have done right to know requests that have been denied. It looks like they also had some proper insecurity reading about the cross-site scripting exploit that was used. They're not transparent about their government requests for information as well. They don't say how many students are affected. They have violated the foundation's contracts and nothing is done.
30 seconds.
To students, the foundation has become a way to impose technology that removes our rights. Foundation contracts should have liability for leadership and companies that impose these on students and risk our students' rights and safety. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. At this time, I'll take a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Member LeGrand and Member Villavicencio. Christina, if we could have the roll, please.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Liaison Castro. Let's keep moving. We are now going to a first reading, item 5.1, proposed regulatory action for the California Post-Secondary Education Commission references removal. And for that, I welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson.
So this first reading and these regulations are designed to be technical in nature to remove references to the California Post-Secondary Education Commission, which has been defunct and was defunded and removed from law during the Great Recession. So the intent is merely to be technical and remove those references that still exist in our regulations. There will be a handful spots in the regulations where we still reference CPEC, in particular around grandfathered educational centers, because that was a point in time in which CPEC made that determination. So what we would be removing on the technical basis is the references that are no longer applicable because the agency hasn't been around in almost 15 years now, and it's not expected to come back.
Thank you very much. Item 5.1 is a first reading and a public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations to remove outdated references to the California Post-Secondary Education Commission. At this time, I'll take any board comment. Okay. Hearing none. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to the removal of outdated references to the California Post-Secondary Education Commission is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
President Aguinaldo, we have no public comment requests in Sacramento. We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. We have no virtual remarks requested at this time, so that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Liaison Castro. Are there any additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Right, we are moving along. Item 6.5. Shared advocacy requests and policy updates. EVC Ferguson, you're still on the hot seat, as is Vice Chancellor O'Brien and Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez.
Sure. I'll start with just a quick update on the 2728 shared advocacy process that is underway with our through our consultative process now. We do expect a meeting in early August to discuss proposals that may be considered for the upcoming budget cycle. It will be a bit of a different budget cycle than what we've experienced for the past several years, and that is because there will be a transition in governorship and administration between now and when the next governor's budget is presented in January. But with that, we'll be sure to submit a robust request on behalf of our system and develop that in consultation with our partners. The primary budget presentation will be in another item today, but I will now turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez to walk us through state advocacy updates.
Thank you, Chris. I will be quick. Good morning, board members, Chancellor Christian. In your items, you do have an overview, a very brief overview of most of the legislation we're tracking. The legislature, so we're in end of July, the legislature has completed their second House Policy Committee hearings and is currently in summer recess. When they return in 2 weeks, the focus will shift to appropriations committees and suspense file process, where the fiscal implications of those bills are weighed before the committees and will determine whether or not they advance for a final floor vote. And so the next couple of weeks are going to be really consequential because we're tracking close to 80 Tier 1 bills that we think have a direct impact to our colleges, and many of them do have some fiscal implications. And so those include bills that we're in support of and bills that we are actively monitoring and may have some concerns. We're pleased to share that one of our 3 sponsored bills, AB 1920, has already been signed by the governor. We're very, very proud of that. And I want to thank our incredible team that's been behind this effort, including Justin Solnick, who's been carrying 2 of our sponsored bills. So AB 1920 by Assembly Member Mark Gonzalez ensures that students who earn a certificate while making progress towards earning an associate degree will remain eligible for AB 19, which is the state's Promise program. We also continue to advance our 2 remaining sponsored measures, AB 1829 that expands, actually modernizes the CalWORKS program, and SB 308 that is more around technical change around legislative reports. So beyond our sponsored legislation, we continue to work with authors, committees, and other system partners on the many, many bills that we're tracking, and continue to advance the system's policy priorities. That I'll hand it over to Vice Chancellor O'Brien.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Chancellor Christian, just a brief federal update, if I may. I won't repeat any of Chancellor Christian's updates from her remarks earlier, but wanted to just note one issue that we are tracking and engaging on very closely with our partners in Washington, D.C., particularly our congressional delegation, is a piece of legislation that is making its way through Congress called the No Aid for Ghost Students Act. So this is an attempt to provide a federal solution to the issue of fraudulent financial aid actors throughout the state. It is not just a California issue, spoiler alert. It is an issue in a number of other states across the country that we have heard about. And you may recall that last year, not long after the Trump administration took office, the Department of Education began instituting some new identity verification procedures within the federal financial aid application, aka the FAFSA. Those are embedded within that now. This legislation is largely an attempt to codify those practices into law, so it would not necessarily change significantly what the department is currently doing. One area where we have engaged and analyzed the language very closely, and I want to give a public thanks to Dr. Jory Hadsel, who has assisted us greatly in this, is in looking at the identity verification tools mandated by the law and trying to ensure that colleges have the tools and the flexibility necessary to use actual proven identity verification measures rather than being held to sort of a narrow set of standards as the bill would define. And so just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Washington, D.C. in advance of the conference that you heard about earlier, met with both of our U.S. senators' offices, Senator Padilla and Senator Schiff, relayed some of this feedback, was very happy to share the good news, you know, that some of the board members who recently went through their Senate rules confirmation process know about the successes that we've had so far in reducing application, enrollment, and financial aid fraud, thanks in large part to the actions that this board has taken. As a personal note, I think that that is a testament to the great work of this board and the leadership of this agency and this system. And we were pleased to see that during the House of Representatives floor debate on this bill, even a couple of Republican members from the California congressional delegation publicly called out the community colleges and credited this system for the work that we have done to combat fraud. So we're starting to sort of see that sort of tide turn and that shift turn, but wanted to just share with you that we're engaging on that very closely and that we're now at the point, you know, thanks to the hard work that we've done, the tools that we've implemented, the support we've given to our colleges, where we are in a position to actually reach out to our federal partners and effectively say, help us help you, right? We have experience. We are national leaders in cracking down on financial aid fraud because we care, not a partisan issue, we care just as much as anybody else about getting that number down to zero. And so that message is starting to resonate in Washington and thought the board would like to hear that.
Yeah, if I could add one piece to that, it's not just in Washington. I've been at several conferences now, and other state systems are now looking to us saying, what did you do? How did you do it? Who are you working with? What are those vendors? What are those steps? So it's become that true national leadership position for our our institutions. So no, we'll continue the work to help other states, to show them how we did it, what we did, how we minimized impacts to students, maximized the fact that we serve authentic students and that they can enroll in our courses. And it does not matter, what type of state it is. We've had states such as, Texas the other day was talking with me saying, what did you do and how can we do it? So it's a universal issue that we're resolving. And effectively, they view us as the national leader.
Okay. Member Epstein.
Thanks. I want to congratulate all the folks in the Chancellor's office who have worked on resolving that fraud issue. That's great news to hear that it's being recognized around the country. I have a question about the state legislation. Just, I didn't read the whole bill list, but just if there's like half a dozen other bills that you think are most consequential, could you just give a quick rundown on those?
Yes, amongst some of the most important bills that we're tracking, not including our sponsored legislation, include a package of baccalaureate degree and intersegmental policy bills. So we're in support of AB 2301 by Assemblymember Soria that would create a pilot program allowing up to 10 colleges to offer a baccalaureate degree in nursing. AB 664 by Assemblymember Alvarez would provide an opportunity for Southwestern College to get additional board approvals and baccalaureate degrees in their college. And that same member, Assemblymember Alvarez, is author in AB 2694 that really gets at the core of many of the discourse statewide around baccalaureate degree approvals and duplication. And so he's been working very hard at addressing some of the concerns that other segment partners have around areas of similar areas of programs that offer other segments and getting at the core of duplication concerns. We're working very collaboratively with our other segment partners and addressing some of those concerns and providing some technical assistance to Assemblymember Alvarez. That's the package of bills that we're tracking. We're also tracking that is of consequence, so we're 100% behind AB 2236 by Assemblymember Bart Berman. That is follow-up legislation to Common Course numbering implementation. That major Common Course numbering reform in 2021 looked at how each campus was looking at aligning course numbers across districts. That's very technical, labor-intensive work by faculty review, and so now that we're 5 years in, this additional legislation would provide more seamless integration and implementation of Common Course numbering across the state. So we're really hoping that right now it's in appropriations. All of these bills that I mentioned to you are in appropriations. We're hoping that they make past the suspense file ringer and onto the governor's desk. Trying to think of additional legislation.
SB 960?
SB 960, how could I forget? Additional baccalaureate degree legislation, very similar to Assemblymember Alvarez's 2694. SB 960 by Assemblymember Cabaldon looks at duplication. Both of those bills, 2694 and SB 960, look at duplication but creating some additional exceptions. They really get at some of the arguments around, well, it has to be a case-by-case scenario with if a college that is applying for a very particular program in San Diego, how is it that a four-year university 8 hours away can express concern around duplication where there's no regional competition, there's clearly a local labor market demand for that school in San Diego or LA. So Senator Cabaldon's bill looks at making exceptions for a local community college to offer a degree if the local CSU has shown to be impacted for 3 years in a row, where Assemblymember Alvarez's bill is looking at local, regional, and workforce demand.
Thanks. I thought the baccalaureate bills were all going to be consolidated into one. Is that not likely to happen now?
We've gotten, let's see, Chris can add some additional context. The signal we've gotten from state leaders, including really the chairs of the different committees, is that they really hope all of our partners can come together and reach a compromise and get one comprehensive bill that gets to the governor's desk, and that's what we're actively working on right now.
Yeah, I would second that. I think the piece that we can never truly control, though, is what the legislature, the senators, or the assembly members opt to do with the bills that are in print, whether it's one consolidated bill bills that represent particular components of the approach. And a lot of that is always driven by the fact that they're limited in the number of overall bills that they can introduce in any year. So they want to make sure they're maximizing the opportunities for bills to move forward that have a high degree of likelihood to be enacted into law.
Sorry, thanks. And one last question for David. On that federal law about the denying financial aid due to fraud, I mean, how is that scary to us? Is it, what's it look like?
No, I would say it's largely codifying existing practices that the Department of Education has been doing for a year now. To just sort of summarize the kind of political aspect of it, which we did not engage in, of course, the bill largely passed along partisan lines in the House, so nearly all Republicans supported it and most Democrats opposed it. And there were some claims by some of the Democratic members of the House that empowering the Department of Education to sort of to do this in statute could give them, does this give them more power to go after, blue states, right, or institutions that they perceive as adversaries? We did not, that didn't necessarily factor into our perspective there. I think we would continue to just monitor how that relationship with the department works. I mean, truth be told, speaking of the department, there isn't much of one at the moment. Yeah, I mean, that was some of the concern, but I would say that we didn't necessarily look at from that perspective. We are, I think, confident in the work that we have been doing, right, on this issue and being good stewards of taxpayer money in that regard.
Yeah, if it's helpful for an example, one of the points of feedback that we provided was they spoke to identity verification being used through Zoom or Teams or other options, and we did mention to them that we have seen through our own systems in terms of how you do identity verification, it can't purely be that because AI allows for that to be replicated or altered as well. So we're trying to make sure that we're addressing the true issue, which is we need authentic students in our courses, and we're focused on serving on our authentic students. So we're trying to inform them of what we did so that they can inform that national approach.
Member Williams.
I know the state leadership is about to change in terms of the governor, and I'm just thinking about his letter, just kind of telling us to really partner and work with them. Where I struggle at is I don't, and I'm talking about the baccalaureate program, I don't have insight into the university, like their decision-making processes. Like, who are the people? Like, is the no happening in rooms like this? Is it like a campus committee? Like, do the regents weigh in on these approvals about the baccalaureate program? Because we keep saying we're going to go back to the legislator, but we've never, I just don't know who is saying no. Like, where does that happen? At what level?
Yeah, usually in some respects, they have a very similar structure to our governance structure, which is they do have the trustees that oversee their central chancellor's office and their institutions. I think where we differ a bit is we have districts that also oversee our colleges, whereas they directly oversee each one of their universities. But in terms of decision-making and approaches, the chancellor's office is certainly hearing from their board in terms of what direction they'd like to go, or what their concerns may be, or the benefits may be. They're also hearing in that chancellor's office from their local campuses with any concerns or feedback that they may have. So in that respect, it's somewhat similar to our structure. The difference being that the chancellor's office in this case is certainly taking all of that direction and moving that forward. And it's not always as public as our process, but that has more to do with we have the individual districts that are also weighing in public meetings, whereas they don't have that particular component.
So the chancellor of the UC and the CSU, they're the decider in what you're saying. At the end of the day, they're the ones that can say, we're going to support these objections, or we're going to support, or not support. That's the decider.
Yeah, I would say that that's largely correct. I would note it is the president of the University of California. The reason I say largely is they're still doing that under the guidance of their internal system policies that are approved by the regents and the trustees. So they have a structure to work within, but that structure also affords, here are the types of items that we delegate, or the type of approach that we've delegated to our system office in representing our system. We have a very similar approach. We have, guiding principles around you must take a contract of this size before your board, but a contract under that amount is delegated. So it's a bit tricky, but it is, to your point, similar to our system. At the end of the day, it's the chancellor making the final recommendations. It's the chancellor of the California Community Colleges. It's the chancellor of the California State University, and it's the president of the University of California that are making those decisions on behalf of their segment based on the guidance from their respective governance boards and the feedback that they've received from their campuses. It maintains, we all have that same, I'm going to think this is the key, we all have that same structure
It doesn't
of
tell me
consultation.
yeah,
But the buck stops with them.
If I can add, Board Member Williams, statute clearly identifies the role that our chancellor plays and the Board of Governors in the approval process. It does not, because these are submitted to, with local board approval, applications are submitted to this chancellor's office for review, and that process is very clear. In current law, most of it is really very clear about the process and ultimate approval authority within the individuals right before us. That process looks very different, what Chris had mentioned, but not actually outlined in law. For us, our process is outlined in law.
So is that what we need to change? Do we need to get their process outlined in law? I mean, we've been changing other stuff. We can work with our legislators.
Well, we look forward to coming back to you at the next board meeting and share news about any which of those 4 bills and where they land. And then we pivot or we take next steps based on where those bills land. We're hoping that they're signed, but I think that step number 1 is to look at addressing the concerns before us now through those 4 bills, and then we'll see what comes afterwards.
Yeah, the only reason why I bring it up, because when I hear legislation, it doesn't sound like we're working in partnership, because it sounds like the institutions aren't working together on it. When I hear we're going to go back and go for a bill, so I'm like, well, is this a staff issue or the policy maker? Like, where is the issue at with this thing? It's not clear. I don't know who the people to go to and say, hey, can you cut it out so that we can do? That's not clear. It's not clear. Yeah, it's not clear.
Yeah, maybe it would be helpful to have a little bit more of a primer for Member Williams. It's an important subject, and I really appreciate your understanding there. Let's, for the sake of, well, you're third now, so let's take Member Brown, Member LeGrand, then Member Villavicencio, please.
So I noticed that the CSU system is looking into some structural changes like reduced unit formats and things like that. And I'm wondering if there have been any conversations now that we've moved into the baccalaureate realm about us offering minors. And I'm asking because I see what the CSU is pushing towards is trying to give their students more credit, especially students who maybe stop out, giving them credit for what they've done. And in our system, we presently have very strict rules that our sort of low unit programs are aligned with CTE goals. But in the baccalaureate realm, students earn minors, not just majors. So I'm wondering if there's been any conversation about that, if you've heard anything from assembly members, from the Senate, or even just amongst the chancellor's office on that topic, and what kinds of regulatory changes would be needed, policy changes, if that is something that is desired. I noticed for my entering freshmen particularly they're navigating higher education as first generation students. It's very confusing for them that when they look on something like assist.org, it's only showing information about the majors, and it's not showing them how they can also start working towards earning minors that they're going to then earn after they transfer. So I'm trying to understand if we're now offering baccalaureate degrees, Should we not also offer those opportunities for students to have those minors also appearing on their resumes when they graduate as well? So this is not necessarily something you need to answer at this moment if you don't have that information, but I just wanted to put it out there as something to look into and maybe in a future presentation. Thank you.
I'll pick up on your last part, Board Member Brown. Many of the detailed questions about minors and others, and making eye contact with Vice Chancellor James Todd, and maybe we can pick up that part of the conversation. I will comment quickly on the 3-year, less than 120 credit bachelor's degree program. Our college campuses are very actively flagging this issue and have been for a while with the Chancellor's office. And in fact, the Accreditation Commission, ACCJC, had also specifically been wondering if we could get into that discussion. So we are looking at a potential demonstration project to respond to it. We've done a sort of a national assessment to see where the less than 120 credits, so typically it's between 90 to 100 credits is where the 3-year bachelor's degree, and I'm saying that to differentiate between an accelerated bachelor's degree in 3 years, which would have the total number of credits, which is 120 credits, but offered in 3 years as opposed to 4 years, differentiating that from the 90 to 100 credit bachelor's degree program, which is where we're trying to balance the general education requirement, because as we're getting into the world of fast-moving technology and technical skills and the issues of having a much more global understanding of the implications for workers in a world that is quickly being redefined, that general education becomes an important component. Where does that 90 credit, what gets eliminated and what gets retained is where the debate and the discussion is residing. And our Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs will certainly, our partner in this conversation will need to be the Academic Senate of the California Community Colleges, so that our faculty are really informing where we go next with this. A lot of it is related to career technical programs, as you so well called out, where there is a sense of urgency to move quickly in this terrain. I wouldn't be surprised if our innovative faculty are already thinking about what this looks like and what a framework could be. But we need to get used to the idea that we might come up with a potential framework, but which will evolve as we iterate into this particular space. So thank you for that question.
Great. Thank you, Chancellor Christian. Member LeGrand.
Basically, this was maybe in response to Member Williams' question about processes. University of California, has an academic senate too, from a system-wide perspective, and so a lot of these issues funnel through that. But you also have to remember that the UC has a different statute than CSU, so they're almost independent from the state legislature. They can suggest, but they can't really direct. I know working for CSU, we would often get executive orders from the chancellor's office that would direct the campus down a certain path. But I never experienced that in my time at the University of California system, because those chancellors also have a lot of autonomy in making the decision. But it's not as simple as one entity that's kind of giving the feedback or giving the direction. It's really them taking all of the information and all of the criticism and concerns that have been sent and then trying to make sense out of that and moving it forward. There's probably less resistance from UC on some of these baccalaureate issues because they're so different than what CSU provides. And it's hard to tell. We may look more like competition for CSU because of enrollment issues that we don't see with the UC system. So I think maybe, as was suggested, a primer for you on maybe how those other two systems work might be helpful for you to understand it, because it's very different than how the community colleges actually operate.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Member LeGrand. Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, I think this question is for Vice Chancellor O'Brien. I was wondering if you could tell me if you know a little bit about where the courts are. We all know MSI funding got entangled in the courts and it was challenged by HAKU, and now we have a lot of these fundings that's being redirected towards race-neutral programs like the Strengthening Institutions Program and the SIP. Not that you're a constitutional attorney and knowing where this is going, but I was wondering how does this possibly could affect future grant funding, given what is happening with this new unified guidelines that the Chancellor spoke about, and how, in a way, are we navigating that process regarding, again, to MSI funding, or, and again, this race-neutral program funding in the future will be rolled out, and know if you could, I know hopefully that makes sense, but if you could educate me about that.
Yes, certainly. I don't have an update on sort of that litigation that you talked about. The last update that we got was several months ago when the court, as you know, allowed HAKU to step in as what's called an intervener, as an affected party, right, so they could join that. Because initially, you could speculate, if you're a cynical person, that part of the plan was basically for for the programs to be challenged and the Trump administration to decline to take up the challenge, right? Which is a method of basically sort of shutting down a program, right? Is to say, oh no, you're right, your lawsuit is right, I won't defend my own program, right? And so the HAKU intervention was an attempt to sort of get around that. In terms of the regulations, it becomes, it's increasingly becoming clear that this administration is interested in moving towards a framework where even so much as an acknowledgement of race or equity gaps that might be based on race would be seen as a violation of federal civil rights law. That seems to be their interpretation. Among other things, one of the things that is also included in the OMB rule, the proposed OMB rule around grant funding that the Chancellor discussed, is a prohibition on the use of what's called disparate impact theory, right? The theory that if an action has a disparate impact based on, the race of those who are affected by it, that it may count as racially discriminatory. The administration wants to step away from that theory and say that a program, an action, whatever, can only be considered racist, quote unquote, if it directly reference, a literacy test for voters in 1955 Alabama didn't say certain races of people cannot vote. It said we're going to apply this literacy test to everybody and just craft it in a way that we know is going to, affect certain people. But under the Trump administration's overarching framework, even what appears to be the slightest acknowledgement of race or disparate impact on the basis of race is something that they seem to be looking to shut down. I will say, from a political standpoint, there does continue to appear to be bipartisan support in Congress for the suite of MSI programs. They continue to sort of quietly reject the president's budget proposals to abolish those. I think the majority in both houses is probably more open to the argument that, we're just going to move those into programs like Strengthening Institutions, right? But we'll allow them to stay there. The minority party, the Democrats, are understandably skeptical of that approach. But, we continue to work with that, and we have had conversations with our legal team sitting to your right about what guidance we can provide, to colleges and how to continue to, provide that guidance in a way that acknowledges both federal rules and state law, right? Because we have state laws that do, mandate colleges consider things like equity impacts. We have state designations like Black Serving Institutions, potentially soon, the UNAPESI and HSI designations as well. So we're going to have to navigate that in conjunction with our partners and in partnership with our legal office. But that does appear to be the sort of philosophical direction the administration is moving in.
I really appreciate the context and really appreciate how this evolves and what our role is in the future. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much, Board. Liaison Castro, do we have any public comments?
The public comment period on item 6.5 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no public comments in Sacramento. We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public who would like to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. The No Aid for Ghost Students Act was talked about, and there was mention of verification tools. Students need to know different vendors that are being used. We need privacy auditors and reports of how it will affect our rights. Leadership that uses these tools needs to take on some sort of liability. Gathering more data if these tools gather more data, it makes them a target, like we've seen with Canvas, right now Oracle, PeopleSoft, arming students. This could expose students to more harm, and fraud could become easier with these tools. Of course, I'm against the fraud that is happening, but we shouldn't risk students' safety. A big reason we're facing this fraud is because of breaches and the identity theft that comes from it. We've seen like background check data brokers be breached, like NPD. We've seen like the stuff that we use as students. Even in the past, we've seen stuff like Equifax has a partnership with National Student Clearinghouse be breached. Student digital rights have to be protected. The Board of Governors has been failing at this. If our rights aren't protected, the fraud problem will grow and it will harm more and more students. And we're training people to get defrauded right now because we're forcing so many contracts on them that is just corporate extraction. When student data gets breached and harmed again because of these systems, we should have a way of removing leadership that did not recognize our rights.
30 seconds.
That's it. Thanks.
There are no other hands raised.
This concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. All right, team, we've reached the end of our pre-lunch agenda. We will now adjourn for lunch and come back at 12:30. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Welcome back, everyone, from a delicious and rejuvenating lunch. We hope you got something sustaining to eat. We are now headed into one of the most important parts of our meeting, which is item 6.4. It's a 2026 California Community Colleges budget. Chancellor Christian, is there anything you want to say to introduce this piece?
Well, I wasn't planning on saying anything, but since you invited me, President Aguinaldo, well, I think you said it all. This is a super exciting piece. It's an outstanding budget. There have been a lot of items in the final budget that we were not anticipating, but we're just deeply grateful to the administration and the legislature. And mostly I'm happy to see my colleagues from across the state who have flown in to celebrate this moment in time. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Deputy Chancellor, Dr. Tominang.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, and Board of Governors. Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor, and I am very pleased to present item 6.4, the 2026 California Community Colleges budget. Through Vision 2030, we continue to drive system-wide transformation through people, systems, resources, and policy. Today, through this presentation, we celebrate the people throughout our system who have researched, designed, built, and advocated for the budget and policies necessary to achieve our mission, spanning priorities from enrollment growth and data infrastructure to student equity, access, and support. Behind every dollar and policy in our 2026-27 cycle of accomplishments are the people doing the work. To bring that work to life, we have invited a group of leaders from across the state to share how Vision 2030 budget and policy priority efforts are reaching the students they serve. Each speaker represents a different part of our ecosystem and a different community, but they share a common purpose, ensuring that every Californian no matter their background, their circumstances, or the path that brought them here, has what they need to learn, grow, and succeed in the California community colleges. Please join us in welcoming them as they speak on the following topics: the student-centered funding formula and its impact on our district and colleges, the cost of living adjustment and enrollment growth, showing how sustained investment ensures colleges can meet rising student demand, the Common Cloud Data Platform, sharing how system-wide investments in data infrastructure are transforming how colleges understand and serve their students, credit for prior learning and the Student Success Completion Grant, highlighting how strategic innovation can help students reach the finish line faster, dual enrollment expansion success, which is providing greater opportunity for high school students across the state, undocumented students and dream centers, sharing how our system continues to close the gap between student potential and the systems meant to support it, and finally, our LGBTQ initiatives and financial aid, sharing how these investments are helping students learn, thrive, and be fully themselves on our campuses. In closing, I do want to recognize the leadership of Chancellor Christian, Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson in orchestrating this historic budget for the California community colleges. I also extend my gratitude to the government relations team, Vice Chancellor O'Brien, Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez, and our Chancellor's Office leaders who provided compelling testimony during the hearings. Their advocacy, leadership, and commitment were instrumental in advancing our shared priorities. I also want to offer my appreciation to Vice Chancellor Gina Brown and Visiting Executive Amy Smith from the Foundation and our executive team for their invaluable support and partnership in the preparation and presentation of this work. So now to Chris Ferguson for his opening comments.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't start by saying this is a historic budget for our California community colleges. It really provides the type of resources needed to see that we can accomplish and achieve the goals of Vision 2030, serve all students well, increase the college going rates through dual enrollment, and really just make a difference for so many Californians throughout the state. The budget does reflect a balanced structure over this year and next fiscal year, which gives us a lot of certainty that it will hold from one year to the next. The budget includes substantial deposits into the K-14 Rainy Day Fund and the state's budget stabilization account, enabling us to move forward with confidence that our resources will be there and that we have the resources to weather hiccups that may come in the economy. It gives us resilience in terms of all of the state deferrals are repaid. There's spending on one-time programs out of our ongoing buckets of funding. So it gives us a lot of resilience, a lot of ability to focus on the work at hand and to be successful. I know our system is ready to rise to the occasion, to rise to serve all students, irrespective of where they're at in this state, and I know that will happen. The budget, in terms of technical structures, it does include a formula for repaying a $3.96 billion settle-up obligation, which means we have additional resiliency in the future. It means those resources would become available in future years, and that formula ensures a timely payoff for how that would happen. It also reflects, and this is why I say it's very historic in nature for our system, an ongoing split of community college and K-12 education resources within the Proposition 98 guarantee of 88.9 and 11.1%. And you're probably saying, well, 88.9, how different is that from where we've been in prior years? And that's that 11.1%. That's about 0.17% higher. It's an awfully small number until you look at the larger context. That is $217.7 million in ongoing resources. And if the guarantee goes up in future years, that's also a slightly higher percentage of the guarantee in future, or available resources, not percentage of the available resources in future years. So it really is notable for our system. We are seeing sustained enrollment growth in many of our districts, not all, but many. So this will allow us to serve those students and continue serving our communities. And then lastly, would just absolutely reiterate our thanks to the representatives in the Senate and the Assembly and the administration for this strong budget outcome for our California community college system. You know, a special thanks to Governor Newsom, budget chairs, Senator Laird, and Assemblymember Gabriel for their work in supporting our system and our students. As Chancellor Christian would say, though, this means that now is our time. Now is our time to take these resources and deploy them to see the outcomes that we intend for our students. And when we achieve them, we can then go back to the legislature and say, not only did we accomplish what you expected of us, can you invest a little bit more as well? So with that, I will turn over to Greg.
Good afternoon, Board President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, members of the Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian. My name is Greg Smith. I have the honor and privilege of serving as Chancellor for the San Diego Community College District, our 4 colleges and about 90,000 students a year in the city of San Diego. And briefly, let me say thank you for your leadership. This is a very complex system that you govern. I went to Cerro Coso Community College in the Kern Community College District about 30 years ago as a student. I came into our system as an employee at Shasta College and now working in San Diego. I have very much seen the different needs of our communities, and you're tasked to try to represent all of us with all of the diverse interests and needs that we have. And so I appreciate the complexity of that and your willingness to step in and lead there. Behind every student success story is a college with the resources to support that student and their needs. Our collective efforts in this budget have strengthened those resources at the source. The student-centered funding formula serves as the primary methodology for allocating core operational funding to our 72 districts. It's central to supporting the operations that we carry out every single day, our instructors in the classroom, and all the support that goes around having students being able to show up ready to learn in those classrooms. The formula is designed to recognize the students we serve, the support that they need for equitable access, and particularly the needs of our under-resourced and historically underserved communities that we need to step up to the plate and serve adequately today. And it rewards student success outcomes, ensuring that we are aligning our work with students succeeding and moving into living wage careers. The SCIF distributes discretionary funding through 3 components. The base allocation, which is primarily the number of students we are serving, converted to full-time equivalent students. The supplemental allocation, which provides additional resources based on the number of students that qualify for the Pell Grant, the California College Promise Grant, and AB 540 students, our Dreamers. The student success allocation rewards districts for achieving key student outcomes when they earn associate's degrees, when they successfully transfer to a 4-year institution, when they complete transfer level math and English in that first year, which we know is critical to persistence and success, when they complete career education coursework and obtain a regional living wage. In addition, the SCIF includes a hold harmless protection. This ensures that districts those districts receive a minimal funding entitlement as they look to rebuild growth and strengthen their student success outcomes and move on to the formula for funding. The 26-27 budget made significant investments to strengthen the SCIF and improve the long-term fiscal health of the California community colleges. Specifically, the budget provides approximately $140 million ongoing to fund 25-26 SCIF entitlements, ensuring that the districts that are earning revenue on the formula fully receive those resources. The budget also includes ongoing support for enrollment growth, which is a particular current concern for our district. I'll hopefully have a chance to mention this again later, but over the last 4 years, we've gone from 34,000 full-time equivalent students showing up to over 40,000 this year, ensuring that we continue to receive the revenues to support serving those students. It adopts policy changes that more accurately recognize when enrollment growth occurs and provides $408 million to repay prior year apportionment funding. That's critical for cash on hand as we look at how are we going to make payroll. having deferrals of those revenues can create complications for districts if they don't have the resources to withstand delays in receiving payments from the state. As a district chancellor, I've experienced firsthand how stable and predictable funding under this formula translates directly into offering more course sections, more support services, and to have more students crossing that stage as we just did back in May during graduation. Fully funding the SCIF, eliminating apportionment deferrals improves our cash flow and financial planning, and allows us to make investments in instructional programs and support services that students need to achieve their educational and workforce goals. Stable funding allows us to better address ongoing operational needs and then be able to make strategic investments into our future. What do we need to be doing today so that we're ready for the needs of our students 5 years from now? The budget further strengthens California's fiscal position by depositing approximately $9.2 billion into the Public School System Stabilization Account, otherwise known as the Prop 98 Rainy Day Fund. We need to be prepared for future economic downturns and not cut off access to students when that moment comes. Combined with the repayment of apportionment deferrals, full funding of the SCIF, these investments position community college districts for long-term stability while providing a stronger foundation for advancing the California Community College's Vision 2030 goals through our work locally. Together, these actions ensure colleges can continue expanding student access, improving educational outcomes, and meeting the evolving workforce and economic needs of California. Stable funding is how promises become progress. This budget backs the formula so our colleges can back our students. Thank you.
Down. Hello, Board of Governors. My name is Sue Chan, and I am a trustee from Ohlone College and the immediate past president of the California Community College Trustee Board, as well as the immediate past chair of the Board of Directors. More students are walking through our doors than ever before, and operational concerns remain the same. Will there be enough funding to support their success when they walk through those doors? The California community colleges have remained steadfast in advocating for investments that strengthen the student-centered funding formula to support enrollment growth, provide targeted cost of living adjustments, and ensure that districts receive the funding to serve those students who are enrolling. These investments are essential to maintaining the high-quality instruction, expanding student support services, and advancing the California Community College Vision 2030 goals. When funding does not keep up with enrollment growth, the impacts are immediate and significant. Students encounter longer wait lists, courses reach capacity before the student can enroll, and colleges are forced to delay or reduce critical student support systems and services. At a time when more Californians are turning to community colleges to gain new skills, earn credentials, and improve the economic mobility that they are seeking, it's these timely investments in enrollment and operating support are essential to meeting students' demand and workforce needs. The 2026-27 budget makes substantial investments that strengthen district capacity to serve students and sustain long-term success. Specifically, the budget allocates $452 million to support a 4.31 COLA for the SCIF. This adjustment includes a statutory 2.87% COLA and an additional 1.44% to assist districts with implementing California new paid parental leave requirements. $151.3 million to support a 2.5% enrollment growth, with funding phased in through a 1% growth beginning in 2025-26 and an additional 1.5% beginning in 26-27. $47.7 million to implement important SCIF policy revisions that allow districts to be funded based on the greater of their current full-time equivalent students or their 3-year rolling average, ensuring funding more accurately reflects actual enrollment growth. $30.1 million to provide a 5.74% COLA for the Student Equity and Achievement Program, strengthening the college's ability to close equity gaps and to improve student outcomes. $31 million to provide a 2.87% COLA for several categorical programs such as adult education, extended opportunity programs and services, EOPS, the disabled student programs, CalWORKS, the mandate block grants, and the campus child care tax bailout program. These investments did not occur by chance. They reflect the system's collaborative advocacy and the state's continued commitment to the California community college system. By supporting enrollment growth, modernizing SCIF, and providing meaningful COLAs across care and categorical programs, the 26 and 27 budget strengthens districts' financial stability while expanding opportunities for our students. This isn't just about budget line items. It's a seat in a classroom that wouldn't have existed otherwise, a support system that remains open where a student doesn't have to wait for another semester to start building the life that they came to us for. This is what our efforts have delivered. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors and Chancellor Christian. I am Whitney Yamamura, and it is my great honor and great privilege to be the Chancellor of the Coast Community College District in Orange County, consisting of Orange Coast College, Golden West College, and Coastline College. Picture this, a student taking classes across the state, going to different locations because of jobs, because following a loved one, for a variety of reasons in modern society where they don't stay where they are, that they've moved around the state. They walk into a counselor's office. They have questions about their path forward, whether the courses from their other colleges will transfer, what they need to do to more efficiently get to their goal, whether it's to get a career after finishing at the 2-year system or to transfer on to our sister institutions. What support is available to them to cross the finish line? It is advanced data systems that at its heart serves these students, and that's what we're designing to do so that we can answer these questions faster, more securely, and with confidence. I'm proud today to speak on behalf of the team building the system's modern digitalized infrastructure, the Common Cloud Data Platform, CCDP. And I have here Vice Chancellor Rupa Saran, who leads that project. We are laying the foundation for real-time system-wide data lake that's amazing in its own right because every district has their own initiative in terms of their common ERP system. And so this integrates all of those systems into one reporting system. As amazing as that is, and it is truly amazing, what we want to build on top of that will truly transform how we serve our students and the institution that is the California Community College System. With this funding, we are aggressively moving towards developing and deploying several areas in critical work. First, we are rolling out an enhanced MIS and 320 reporting functionality. By achieving deep district-level integration, we will radically streamline our compliance reporting and improve our ability to track longitudinal students' success across the state and potentially get rid of some old legacy software and save some budget money. I'm sure Vice Chancellor Ferguson would like to hear that. Second, we are deploying system-wide real-time enrollment management dashboards for the State Chancellor's Office and all participating districts. This is a vital step to deepening our understanding of how students are accessing programs and services, and it allows us to actively identify and address cross-district needs for our students in real time, and to take advantage of opportunities that individual colleges cannot see on their own. Again, currently we have Data Mart, but that is almost a semester later in terms of data, and that's right now the best that we can do, not with the Common Cloud Data Platform. Third, we are expanding our technological capabilities to directly impact student experience and institutional effectiveness. This includes deploying Canvas outflows, at some point creating a program mappers of state degrees and career-oriented tools, and an AI-driven workflow automation, all of which align directly with the vision for 2030. To ensure these tools operate seamlessly and securely, the initiative also funds a comprehensive data quality assurance, data governance protocols, and lifecycle evaluations necessary to maintain the healthy data ecosystem and the integrity of the software. This momentum is exactly what this budget reflects and rewards. 2 years ago, because of the State Chancellor's Office, we had $10 million for a proof of concept involving 6 districts. Because of the effectiveness and efficiency of that program, we were able, with that additional $10 million, to add 7 more districts. Last year, again, through the State Chancellor's Office, we had an appropriation for $12 million. We had an additional 12 districts sign up. The last 3 months since the governor signed the budget, the last 3 weeks, 3 weeks since the governor signed the budget, we have interest from over 16 districts wanting to participate. That's over half right then and there, and we're not even a month in to this third budget year for CDP. So with this $36 million and of one-time funds, plus that we will use to implement and finish out developing the digital network for the community college system, implemented through 2930, fiscal year 2930. We also have an ongoing $5 million to support and maintain the data integrity and keep up with the software starting this fiscal year. So again, we're very appreciative of what that means for our system and the infrastructure that it's going to provide. Together, these investments allow us to execute a strategic phased rollout. We will achieve full infrastructure support for all districts and continue to onboard until we finish onboarding all 72 districts. Over the subsequent years, we will engage in pilot programs, again, to do some program mapping, to look at transcripts across the state and other tools that support our students, because they don't know where district boundaries are. All they know is that there's a community college in their neighborhood and they want to achieve their educational goals. We should make it seamless as possible for them, and this will help us do that. This platform, again, supports California Vision 2030 and our equity-focused outcomes by promoting a greater understanding of how our students float and travel across districts and give us a high-quality data we need to make actionable decisions in real time. So therefore, it's not just an IT project, it's a field-driven statewide movement to build a scalable infrastructure for the future, and we celebrate and affirm the progress that and the commitment we all share to help our students across the state achieve their educational goals. I also, if you permit me, and I was told I was permitted, to thank the Board of Governors for all their support for the bachelor's programs for the community college system. The Board of Governors should be aware that there are major workforce development needs in the state of California that are unmet by the CSUs. As an example, at Coastline College, several CSUs protested that to our proposals for our bachelor's degrees were duplicates when they were 2 different bachelor's degrees, one in cybersecurity AI and a separate bachelor's proposal in data breach operations. But they shouldn't be able to claim that their bachelor's degree is a duplicate of 2 different degrees that we offer or propose to offer at Coastline. in that same process, they claim that they would want to integrate and work with us on an ongoing basis. We welcome that. We have been working with them to try to articulate our lower division courses into their bachelor's programs. They have yet to do that. So it's difficult to say that they're actually duplicating our degrees when they don't articulate our lower division courses. Even if they did, it's no different than our psych degrees. We have associates in psych degrees across all 116 colleges in the state. And there are bachelors, and they transfer directly. So you could take an intro to psych at any of our colleges. We're all accredited, and that will count towards the psych degree at the CSU system. So again, I thank the board for its support, and I much appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors and Chancellor Christian. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Christopher Nellam. I serve as the Executive Director at EdTrust West. We are in our 25th anniversary year, and I'm proud to represent one of the state's leading education advocacy organizations. We're committed to using research and data and people power to advance change in the state. And we work across transitional kindergarten, K through 12, and higher education because we know intimately that students don't just experience these systems separately. They experience them across a continuum. And so I'm here today to talk a little bit about dual enrollment. EdTrust West is one of the organizations, as I think you know, who've been committed to advancing research and policies related to dual enrollment. We believe that early college and dual enrollment opportunities are essential for dismantling what we know to be economic and racial barriers in our higher education system. And we know from the research that dual enrollment is one of the strongest strategies we have to expand college access and ultimately success in our state. Our goal, which I believe we share with the system, is to ensure that all high school students who want to can participate in high-quality dual enrollment opportunities. We know that early college opportunities are important for high school students because they help build confidence, they help to shorten time to degree, and create clearer, more streamlined pathways into college. When implemented at scale and equitably, the research also tells us that dual enrollment can help to close our state's longstanding equity gaps. California, much to your credit, has made meaningful progress in the last few years. Under Chancellor Christian's leadership, dual enrollment became a central priority and one of the key pillars in Vision 2030. The shift from what we saw from a long time were isolated pilots to more systemic transformation is evident in not only the numbers, which we have seen move from roughly 175,000 students to now more than 340,000 students in just 3 years. Yes. This reflects, as I mentioned, intentional leadership, strong partnerships that you all have helped forge, and a shared commitment and vision to student success. However, we should not and cannot stop there because access remains uneven across the state. Data from many stakeholders across the state and researchers at UC Davis and otherwise has shown that we have persistent equity gaps in terms of access across regions, student groups, and school systems, particularly for students in rural and low-income communities who often lack access to these college-level courses. You'll remember I just said we're at 340,000 students now, and with about 1.8 million high school students in the state, we are still far from reaching that ultimate goal and dual enrollment's full potential. We have some recent wins to celebrate as well. Recent wins from the governor and the legislature we believe will help build on this success. More importantly, though, they indicate that our state and your leadership are serious about expanding dual enrollment and early college opportunities. Our team, Melissa Bardo, Cabria, Peyton, and others on our team have been really excited to partner with you all this year and the Dual Enrollment Coalition of California to lead an effort to secure $100 million for dual enrollment expansion in this year's state budget, alongside many other policy changes that we have been working on over recent years that will strengthen partnerships between school districts and community college districts. We're also excited that the Chancellor's Office will lead on a $10 million investment to establish an early college demonstration initiative which will provide coordination and technical assistance across the state. Looking ahead, we think it's important to know that the work is not simply about growing the programs, although that's important. It's about building equitable, sustainable systems so that every student, especially those who are furthest from opportunity, have the opportunity to access high-quality dual enrollment opportunities. To do that, we have to do a couple things. We must design programs that support the full range of academic, advising, scheduling, and the student services needed so that dual enrollment opportunities expand access and success and not limit them in ways that will reinforce inequities. One of the ways that our team at EdTrust West is excited to engage across the state is we are launching a community of practice. So we're pulling together LEAs, local education agencies, and community colleges in regions to think about how they can partner better together. And it's these sorts of partnerships that we think will be important to reach our shared goal. And then lastly, the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's Office will continue to play its important role coordinating at the state level to drive consistent policies, help us streamline implementation, and then to reinforce the real need to collaborate across K-12 and higher education. Finally, I just have a few thank yous and folks to recognize. As was stated earlier, these wins don't happen on accident. They happen when organizations partner with all of you at the Chancellor's Office. So our team at EdTrust West and of course the Career Ladders Project team will continue to be open and willing partners to all of you, and we have worked really hard in the last years to provide guidance around dual enrollment. And then lastly, there are several folks to thank at the Chancellor's Office, but of course we are grateful to Chancellor Christian for her leadership in making dual enrollment a vision that we're all executing on now. Also, Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Vice Chancellor O'Brien and their teams have been instrumental partners in getting key budget and legislative wins across the finish line. Vice Chancellor Todd has been instrumental in bringing together college leaders, K-12 partners, faculty, and state stakeholders around a shared commitment to student success. We know that his deep understanding and background have helped us keep it focused on academic quality as part of the dual enrollment conversation as well. And then finally, we are thrilled and excited that Kylie Campbell's recent appointment as Assistant Vice Chancellor of College and Career Pathways. Kylie has served on our advisory board for the last 3 years, and so we have benefited greatly from her vision and technical assistance to our team. And then finally, as we know, I think Kylie will be important to help us think about how we do this work at scale, which will require a rare combination of vision, operational expertise, and relationship building. In closing, again, this progress we've seen over the last 3 years, we would characterize as extraordinary. Many other states are trying to do what we are doing here in California, and so we thank you for your leadership. I think it's our time now to build on this momentum and to move from stories. I feel like that's a thing around here. Okay. Great. And so, yeah, we need to build on these stories of success and move from models of excellence and make sure that truly every young person can have the access to participate in dual enrollment. So thank you for your time and your partnership.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be before you all again, so thank you for the opportunity. As I stated earlier, my name is Annabelle Neri, and I am the very, very proud president of Santa Ana College of the Rancho Santiago Community College District. Before I begin with my section, I was really pleased that Rowena and Chancellor Christian asked me to read the section because many people may or may not know, but I am the daughter of formerly undocumented parents. My mom got deported at least 4 times when I was a child. And to see the work that you all have done and the Chancellor has done to put resources behind undocumented students, so someone like me could be the first in her family to get a high school diploma, first in her family to get my first degree at Los Angeles Pierce College, a California community college, be lucky enough to transfer to a Cal State University, and then due to mentors and the people around me, be able to earn a doctorate degree at UC Riverside. So I've been a part of all 3 systems. And my parents were both 13 and 16 when they came here undocumented. And to witness what we're witnessing today, including my mom refusing to leave her house for the fear, and now she is a naturalized citizen. The resources you put for undocumented students will change not only lives, will change the lives of families like mine exponentially. And my mom, if you ask her, she would say she's the wealthiest woman in the world, because out of all 3 children, all 3 of us have a bachelor's degree or higher. Now, California community colleges serve the largest population of undocumented students in our nation. Supporting undocumented, mixed status, and immigration impacted students is consistent with our mission to expand educational opportunity, promote student success, and to expand and strengthen California's future workforce and communities. This work advances Vision 2030 by expanding equitable access, strengthening student support, and improving outcomes for students whose educational pathways are often shaped by complex legal, financial, and social challenges. Even though I myself was born in the United States, California community colleges gave my mother continuing education as an adult learner after cleaning homes for decades. They also provided her free workforce training so she can become a certified nursing assistant. And then they propelled her to finally become a licensed vocational nursing. California community colleges gave my family a high school diploma, free workforce training, English as a second language, and a credit pathway to a career and living wages. For over 2 decades, students, practitioners, community organizations, policymakers, the chancellor's office have worked together to remove barriers to opportunity, recognizing that access alone is not enough. Landmark policies, including AB 540, California DREAM Act, AB 21, AB 1645, SB 98, the SAFE Act, have expanded access to financial aid, campus protections, and most importantly, student support, wraparound services, and access to basic needs. You know, sustained advocacy and legislative investment have also enabled colleges to build institutional capacity through DREAM resource centers, undocu liaisons, and expanded free immigration legal services, giving students the trusted relationships, timely information, and sense of belonging they need to persist and achieve all their goals and their dreams. Since the 2018 Dreamers Project, Dream Resource Centers have grown from 35 to 87 statewide. And every California community college now has a designated undocu liaison, serving as a reliable point of connection to financial aid, legal services, basic needs, mental health resources, and academic planning, even as the need to strengthen staffing and services continues to grow. Because remember, we serve the largest population of undocumented students, whether they're children or adult learners. Now, across the state, colleges report that students are balancing college while responding to immigration enforcement affecting parents, spouses, siblings, and other loved ones. So can you imagine at Santa Ana College with a federal building, our students and families are still attending at the largest numbers, at record numbers, in continuing education and Santa Ana College credit, despite the continued ICE raids and deportations of their family and friends. Now, continued statewide leadership, partnerships, and campus undocu liaisons. The new Undocumented Student Support Advisory Committee, the foundation for the California community colleges, Immigrants Rising, and legal service providers ongoing professional development, technical assistant, and a strategic investment of $71 million. Now, even though it's strategic, it's only one-time funding, and the numbers continue to grow, and the need is exponential. But we have received $71 million one-time funding for fiscal year 26-27. It will strengthen institutional capacity and expand opportunity for immigration-impacted students. Belonging is not something our students should have to earn. They are here. We are here. Our families and friends are here, contributing and building to the future of this state. We maintain our commitment to meet them with dignity, to lift them up towards everything they came here to become. And maybe one day, those undocumented students, our undocumented students, our families and friends will be here as a CEO, a chancellor, a president, a board president, saying how the decisions and the investments you made have changed their lives personally and their families' lives exponentially. Thank you to the Chancellor and the Board of Governors for your support.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian. If you've never had the pleasure of following Annabelle Neary, it is not for the faint of heart. I'm Eric Bishop, the president of Riverside City College in the Riverside Community College District, and it's an honor to be here today. Every student comes to our campuses with an identity, a history, a hope for who they're becoming. And every student also brings with them the learning, the service, the work, and the life they live before they ever walk through our doors. At California Community Colleges, we believe who a student is and what they've already learned, that they belong here and that they deserve our investment. This year's state budget affirms that. First, belonging. California has long shown that student success and belonging go hand in hand. This year's budget builds on that truth. And on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank Governor Newsom, the legislature, and the California LGBTQ+ Legislative Caucus for their continued leadership in this area. Since 2023, an initial $30 million investment has helped our colleges move from isolated efforts to a real statewide infrastructure of support. Today, more than 90 campuses have dedicated LGBTQ+ personnel. Our Pride Centers have grown from 50 in 2023 to 77 today, with 13 more in development. More than 100 colleges now hold lavender graduation ceremonies, and over 150 educators have received LGBTQ+ student support training. This new funding builds on that momentum, expanding centers, mental health, and basic needs services, and staff training so that every student can see themselves reflected in their campus community. Second, the learning students already carry with them. For too many students, life experience and college credit have lived in separate worlds. California is home to 1.8 million veterans, the largest veteran population in the nation, and to millions of working adults whose skills were earned outside of the classroom. At the Riverside Community College District, we have helped carry credit for prior learning from an idea to a statewide movement. Riverside City College now posts a 91% transcription rate, meaning a veteran service can convert into 5 units towards degree almost immediately. Moreno Valley College has served more than 1,500 CPL students and earned Veteran Star recognition. And Norco College is turning industry certifications and apprenticeships into real college credit. Together, the 3 colleges in my district have helped over 3,000 students save nearly $34 million. Statewide, CPL has now served more than 48,000 students, generating an estimated $322 million in savings and a projected $1.3 billion in economic impact over 20 years. The 2026-27 budget adds $2 million ongoing and $35 million one-time funds to further CPL as a system-wide initiative. The new budget also sustains the Student Success Completion Grant, giving Cal Grant students up to $8,000 a year when they enroll in 15 or more units, covering what a fee waiver can't, including rent, food, books, transportation. Together, these investments reflect our commitment to supporting the whole student. Sorry. What every student carries onto campus, we carry with them. Let us continue to welcome, support, and empower our students, honoring who they are and all they've already learned, so every student can move forward with dignity, safety, and success. Thank you very much.
Let's give all of our speakers another round of applause. Thank you so much.
And if I could just hop in very quickly, so irrespective of what the budget investments are, whether it's for growth, whether it's for dual enrollment, support of Calbright, our staff throughout the department were critical in helping make that happen and working with our partners throughout the system to make that happen. So just want to absolutely highlight and thank all of the staff at the Chancellor's office for helping make this happen.
Thank you for that, Chris. What you've heard today isn't just a list of line items. It's a portrait of Vision 2030 and a system built deliberately and continuously around the people it serves. Different speakers, different stakeholders, different populations of students being served. But one thread runs through every accomplishment and commitment shared today. When we invest in the infrastructure and opportunity, students don't just want a wonder or hope. They enroll, they finish, they transfer, they graduate, they come back and lift the next person behind them. That is what Vision 2030 and this budget and our policies make possible. Not paperwork, not people, just people. That concludes our presentation. We have also invited back and to the presentation table Chancellor Greg Smith to join us to respond to questions and comments from our board. Thank you.
What an incredible presentation. It is not that often that we are brought to tears by a conversation, especially one about the budget. But I think that all the presentations have shown that it's so much more than that. This is affecting real students, real lives, and the reality that is California. Thank you so much to all of the presenters. That was absolutely beautiful. At this time, I'll take comments from the board. Member Haynes.
Oh, I guess this one is mine. Sorry. Not sorry. This has been a wonderful presentation, and it's reminiscent of the work that we have been doing over a number of years relative to really focusing in on what is it that our students need, what is it that our communities need. And I'm thinking back with the Iraq War, and we knew that the troops were going to be coming back home. And there were those who asked the question, are we going to be ready for them? Because they are coming, and they're going to be coming to us. And we have had a tradition of really trying to foresee what was it that our students would need, what is it that our communities need. So this isn't new, but we've accelerated it. We are on it almost before it gets to us, and that's a really, really good sign that we have connected to what is happening on the ground and then responding to it. I'm pleased about the credit for prior learning, in particular, and so my question is really going to go to that one. The question I have is whether how do I put this? Is everybody on board? Are all of our colleges, do they recognize how important that is? And I mean, one of the presenters said, it was Riverside. 91% of they have a 91% transcription rate. Can we get everybody there? And what is it that we need to do to get everybody there? And I mean that we collectively to understand how important it is for the students to be recognized that they have skills coming in, that they are not empty vessels. I have used that term over the years on daises. They don't come as empty vessels. And so we really do have to institutionalize that. And so can you speak to why that one is a success, and is it promising for all of the other 115 colleges in the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. It holds promise for all 115 colleges, additional colleges throughout the system. Recent efforts include our Veteran Sprint to get all of the colleges to upload service members' JSTs, their joint transcripts, so that we can begin the work of translating those transcripts into the credit for those students. So we had tremendous success with our Veteran Sprint over the last year. Did we get every last student's transcript uploaded? No, but we were able to identify the handful that were not and work with those districts to help and those colleges to help get those uploaded. From our perspective, these investments will provide for staffing support in some districts to allow them to continue. We are working on what a permanent funding structure would look like to support these efforts across all of our 116 colleges. And what I would say, and this is probably the most critical piece, is what all the research has told us is that if we issue credit for prior learning and a student starts further down their academic journey, they're more likely to complete. They're more likely to make it to the end. Yeah. They're more likely to end up in a much better positive economic position for their family. So this is a net win across the board for our system. But as we're building this out, we're also looking at other opportunities and working with our colleges to say, it's not just military. That is a start. There are other opportunities where we can implement credit for prior learning. There are tremendous opportunities to use technology to help with some of the related workload and help with the translations between this is what we know you've learned on the job with this is the credit that would apply within that particular coursework. So we are maximizing that technology, and we're also thinking through how that tech can help in other areas on our campuses as well. So are we where we need to be today? No. But we have a plan for how we're going to get there, and we have the resources to get people there, and we have the Mapping Articulated Pathways project at Riverside. We have dashboards created so that you can see where the credits are being issued, the number of students across campuses. So, from the data perspective, we've thought about that on the front end to say, how can we make sure that we know where the successes are and where the challenges might be? And when we see a success, we're going there to say, okay, well, what did they do? And when we see a challenge, we then say, okay, well, what can we take from the successes and help those other colleges rise to the occasion? So it's going to be system-wide. We're committed to it. We're committed to resourcing it. And, the ultimate incentive from, my perspective is we're resourcing you to do this, and we're creating structures to resource it so that it is sustainable over the long term.
So let me just say this. I served as a trustee for more than 25 years, and I have to admit that as a trustee, I actually thought that our colleges, when they got a vet in, that they sat down and actually helped to do that transcription. The reality is that most didn't. And so there's a couple of things as we move forward. Who would be our one? Communication is absolutely critical, and how far down it pushes within the institutions is important. What I would say as a trustee, that don't leave them behind relative to how one communicates. They can be powerful partners if they have this kind of information, because they are the ones who have been elected and who are sitting at the dais. And so to the extent that we are educating them about what is possible on their campuses, it will be a win relative to that. So thank you so much for the work that you've done.
Yeah, absolutely committed to it. Our system office is providing that type of information to districts through CPL to say, here are the opportunities for the students we're identifying. So whether that's military, whether that's our apprenticeship programs, our adult education programs, we're building that out to try and make it very useful and easy to understand. Here's the student that you need to work with. Here's the translation. And, certainly we'll commit to working with the trustees to make sure that they're aware of our efforts and how they can also help us be successful statewide.
Member LeGrand, did you have your hand up?
I did have my hand up, and I just wanted to congratulate everyone for the hard work on getting this budget past the finish line and working with the legislator. This took a village to actually get to this point, and I think it's really indicative of the hard work of all the districts and the people in the chancellor's office. I mean, as a board of governor, we're kind of on the easy part of it. We get the accolades for it, but really the people out in the communities are the one doing the work and making it a reality. I will say that, though, now the hard work really begins, because now we do have the funding. I mean, I wanted to do a happy dance back in May, and I really held off on it until the final budget got past the finish line, and I think it actually exceeded my expectations for sure. But I think now the real work is, I think, as Chris has said, happens because now we have the resources, and we still need more. There's more work to be done, but this is really a great start. And I just want to challenge everyone to take advantage of the opportunity that's been given to us. And so that when we go back for additional ask in the future, they can say that, well, look, we took the money that you gave us back in 2026, and this is really what we accomplished. And so the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And so I really just challenge us to really keep moving forward and making things happen, making this a reality for our students and the people of California. So again, thank you all for your work on this.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could ask Chancellor Smith to weigh in on what this means from a local perspective, with one of the largest non-credit, not-for-credit programs in the state, a large military presence in your district, what does this type of approach mean for you?
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Ferguson. And as you were answering that question, I was reminded why I was very happy when I heard the news you had left Department of Finance to join us, while simultaneously being really concerned about who was going to come in behind you and would they understand community colleges the way that you did. So this budget speaks to the work I think you did across multiple departments and divisions and across the state. Briefly on the credit for prior learning, at the local level, the way that this happens is really important. I have yet to meet a faculty member who isn't fully supportive of credit for prior learning. But that is the work of our faculty, to assess the student learning outcomes within individual courses and what an individual has gained through real world experience, through military experience, and to be able to articulate that. We need to be able to adequately fund that, and when we give faculty release time to do that work, that becomes a non-instructional cost. We have to work within the 50% law and these parameters. There's also a very real concern of the more credit for prior learning that we do, the fewer people that are in classes. And for our adjunct faculty members, that can be the difference between having a job and not having a job. So we need to look structurally, locally at how we implement and do this very carefully, intentionally, and smartly so that we don't have any negative consequences to it. That's the kind of conversation we have to navigate locally. At what capacity can we do it? We know it's the right thing, but do all of the different policies and regulations and rules and local decision-making align to make it the right thing and to benefit everybody involved in the process? But we've had a lot of growth within our district in credit for prior learning. A ton of work has been done to be able to scale from where we are now. And I absolutely foresee a future where many more of our students are coming in with credits being awarded before they get started, shortening that process. To the question that Vice Chancellor Ferguson prompted, the investments in this budget address so many of the challenges that we've had over the last 4 years. I mentioned in my opening comments our enrollment growth. In previous budgets, we have not had full funding for that growth. And so going back to 23-24, we had 6.8 million in unfunded FTS growth that year. The next year, we had about 3.5 million. And in this current year, we're still looking at about $3 million, even with the increased investment. And so we can take on the costs of providing those classes in the short term, but if that remains a long-term gap, eventually we're running a deficit. And I hate to be in the situation of having long wait lists and not being able to open up another section to serve those students. Often those are courses that are only offered in the fall, and then there's a subsequent course you need to take in the spring. So a delay is not one semester. A delay can become a year. That's a lot of life that can happen, that can disrupt someone's persistence and retention. So that growth funding is essential. The Student-Centered Block Grant. Last year, as that concept was being discussed, and we received letters from the Department of Education saying that your Hispanic Serving Institution STEM grants, your Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islander Serving Institution grants are being ended effective immediately. That was $2.2 million over 2 years of grant programs that our district lost. Because I knew that that conversation about the block grant was happening and the likelihood was high, I came out moments after receiving that letter with an email across our district saying, we're not stopping any of this, and we will backfill every one of those dollars. One way or another, I will figure this out. Knowing that we have those kinds of investments and the flexibility to do that is critical, because we had students coming in the next day asking, can I be here tomorrow? We had faculty asking, do I have a job tomorrow? Am I about to be laid off? So these are very real issues for people and their families. So the investments we see across this budget help relieve so much of that tension. To Dr. Neary's presentation, our undocumented students, we have one of the largest English as a second language programs at our College of Continuing Education. About 10,000 recent immigrants, asylum seekers, and refugees coming into San Diego, many of them with advanced degrees who need English language skills to go to work and support their family. When the immigration enforcement talks started, they immediately started talking about not coming to class. And our faculty pivoted to high flex, meaning a student can come into the classroom Tuesday at 11 a.m., or they can log on synchronously Tuesday at 11 a.m., or they can watch the recording Saturday night when it works for them. But they could make a real decision day to day based on what was happening in their life and their community. And that has ensured that so many of those students continue to be able to attend ESL and citizenship classes. And so having the funding for our undocumented student service centers and our liaisons is essential for what's happening in the classroom. And then we were able to use that funding to augment the free legal services that we've been able to provide through agreements with organizations like Jewish for Family Services. We're providing 1 hour of paid legal counseling for any student who's facing any type of immigration challenge. And so we've been able to take those investments and turn them into support that keep people in the classroom and able to continue to make progress towards getting a job, supporting their family. As was said in the presentations, these are essential members of our community. This is not also work. This is not, it's nice when we can afford it. This is critical to our economy and our community. So thank you for the opportunity to share some of those specifics.
Thank you. Member Villavicencio.
Thank you, President. My comment is really one of gratitude to all. It takes, as Board Member Legrand mentioned, it takes a community, it takes a village. And to Chancellor Christian's blog, it's a great day to be a community college advocate. My role on the Board of Governors is a little bit different because I made a decision 20 years ago to work in our system as a faculty member. And in those 20 years, I've had the privilege of teaching thousands of our amazing students. And I continue to help serve them. And I'm just so very humbled and grateful to be in this position. to be given an opportunity to serve on this board with wonderful student-centered board members and a wonderful chancellor who puts our students first. And when I think of the work that I do, I think of the most vulnerable. And Dr. Nara's testimony, and all of the speakers were amazing. Her testimony deeply touched me because our most vulnerable students are the ones I deeply worry about, are the students who, as Chancellor Smith mentioned, even though we give them opportunities to learn online, when I've had students come to my office and said that they had to drop my class because they are undocumented and they don't feel safe coming into my in-person classes, and to tell me that they will no longer see me, at least in person, it is personal. And these are the challenges our students face today. And I'm so grateful, really, for and not just all of the people who serve our system. There's wonderful people up and down, from our hardworking classified personnel to our faculty to our administrators. But I really want to thank again the members of the state legislature and the governor who really helped move forward again this very favorable budget. To Member Legrand's to Member Legrand's words, now is the time that we need to show, because the people of the state of California has now put our trust in us. And it is now, and I think we're doing a good job, but we could always do a better job of serving them. And as we remain student-centered, as we remain focused on, I think, serving our most vulnerable students, I think our moral compass will always point in the right direction. So thank you for your hard work, for your dedication. I am so deeply proud to be part of this wonderful system, the California Community Colleges.
Thank you, Member Villavicencio. Member Epstein.
Thanks. First, I just want to thank all the people that took time out of their day to come here and make this presentation to us. It really does bring alive what this budget means. I mean, I've been here for a lot of budget presentations. This is the first one that really kind of explained what it means on the ground. It was a really great idea to do this, and I appreciate you all taking the time. I agree with Member Legrand and our president who talked about now we need to show and what we can do with this money and help build a case for Vision 2035, if you will. And so I think that's a really important thing, is to really, I'm glad we're developing the resources to, keep records system-wide that can show the progress that we've made. I just have one random question too. I mean, we've made as part of our vision the protecting the environment and sustainability part of our mission here, and haven't heard anything about that. Just wondering if there's anything in this budget that would directly be applicable to that.
So we weren't successful in seeking out funding for microgrids directly through the budget for Prop 4, but we are investigating, and we have been pushing our partners to say and to ask, are we eligible to participate in other programs that may allow for it? But more broadly, while the budget doesn't have those investments, a couple work streams that I know are in progress today. We've approved $2 million to go to West LA College to help build out the curriculum and the climate curriculum and the integration of climate. And I'm also well aware that we are expeditiously working on adjustments within Fusion to collect additional data points specific from campuses specific to climate. So we continue that work. We continue the integration with or without a direct investment, and we'll continue to advocate for additional direct investment in this area. It remains critical to everything that we do in so many areas, whether that's workforce development, whether that's understanding of climate resilience, and whether that's physical infrastructure or that more broad economic, societal need of understanding and approach to climate resilience. So we will continue that effort. The budget doesn't have a specific investment, But nonetheless, we continue to invest as a system in these efforts, and will continue to collect the data, to move forward in collecting that data, to make that case, and to make the case that it's dual use. So when we invest in microgrids, we're also investing in community resilience and community safety, because our campuses can operate in the event of an emergency. Or let's say there's a high power utilization day. We can, if you have a microgrid, you can use the energy in your stored batteries to put into the grid to help ensure that, the HVAC systems in businesses and in homes continue to operate. So we will remain steadfast in our goal and steadfast in our advocacy with or without the investments this year.
The deferred maintenance funding is a really important piece of this. Community college historians will tell you about the policy changes and why so many of our colleges are celebrating their 60th anniversary during this decade. And many of us still have a lot of 1960s infrastructure. So that deferred maintenance funding often goes to replacing old and inefficient HVAC systems, roofing, insulation that has that effect, even though it's not called out as the purpose of the funding. So I would just highlight that's a critical thing that we're always advocating for, because it goes right to the heart of this.
Vice President Perry.
Sorry if this is a bit redundant, but I do want to thank the Chancellor for creating this format that really brought a budget to life in a way that we haven't seen. It translated it from numbers to humans, and you've all made me think that education is a human privilege and a human endeavor. And you all infused the work we do today with such humanity. You just reminded us of the central force and the reason that we do this education is to bring people up, raise them up, and educate them so that they can live their best lives. So I just love how much this afternoon you infused the afternoon with this and reminded us all, I think, of our central purpose to being here. It's not to discuss the student-centered funding formula, but it is to discuss the students and who are the reasons we create the structures and remove the strictures and give the opportunities to. So thank you all for a wonderful afternoon.
If I could add one more for Member Epstein. We also have private philanthropy and private partnerships that are working on this. One that comes to mind is our partnership in the port. I believe it's either San Pedro or Los Angeles with Alta Sea. Or Long Beach. So we are certainly working on those approaches as well, and would be remiss if I didn't highlight our partnerships with our private philanthropy and private partners.
Member Hamadeh.
Thank you. So this is my second board meeting, but I've been in the community. I've started as a student for 20 plus years. And first of all, I just wanted to highlight how many folks started in the community college system here and then decided to come back or continue because I think we all recognize, the value and the impact that community colleges have. Starting as a student, I remember when we didn't have these supports, there was no such thing as an UndocuCenter, and there was no such thing as a Pride Center, no such thing as basic needs or anything like that. And to see how far we've come as a system to provide those supports for our students, and to let them know that, you're not just a person in a chair, you're not just a number on some spreadsheet about enrollment. You are someone who has value, you are someone who we are investing in. And you're someone who we want to be here, is inspiring and, reminds me of why, I'm 20 years still doing the same work I've been doing. So just thank you for everybody for all the work you've done. I know everyone around the dais has said that, but I don't think it can be said enough because this is the kind of work that matters. So thank you.
Okay, my turn. I remember when Chancellor Christian came to us in 2023, we were talking about 2030. In 2025, we needed a refresh of that strategic plan. So that's 2 years in. We're already doing a new edition. And then here in 2026, we're talking about 2035. And I think it's because what we expect to accomplish in a regular timeline in 2035 is going to be accomplished in much sooner time than that. So when we're looking at an incredible budget, and thank you to Governor Newsom for the confidence he has in the system, in us, in our students to meet the dynamic needs of the moment, we're going to need to pivot and adjust. And when we, do what Member LeGrand says and get to work, we're going to really need to bite off and chew an elephant. What is that analogy? Eat an elephant one bite at a time when the goalpost is moving. So I guess it's a question for Chancellor Christian as well as all of our speakers. How are you approaching the thought of doing all this at a time when the goalpost is moving? What do you want the Board of Governors to be privy to in terms of your approach and understanding of how you're going to solve the problems in this moment? What should we know?
Well, for my colleagues who came from across the state, and in my chancellor's report, I was coining beyond 2030 toward 2035, and that's what you're hearing from board members being referred to, that's the work the chancellor's office is starting to think about. And of course, our board president poses a complex question like she often does in our phone calls. I think for me, the single word from board members, from our faculty leaders, from our classified leaders, our administrators, students, is the word engaged. I have this deep belief that as long as we stay engaged, as long as we lean into the conversations, all of what seems impossible and crazy, the path will start emerging. So whether it's the craziness of, in my opening remarks, I talked about the evolution from predictive AI to generative AI to agentic AI to physical AI as just an example of the speed at which things are moving, to the understanding of one incident in one part of the globe has an economic shift, a seismic economic shift at another part of the globe, really is calling for more of a focus on humanity as we continue to focus on technical skills. So it's a technical skills plus conversation. We are launching, dear colleagues, this discussion, which we will bring back to the board in 12 months. That's in July of 2027. We've got a lot of things happening then. We've got a time capsule, by the way, that's going to be, is it vaulted? I mean, how do you vault digital materials? But our librarians will figure out, what the archiving techniques are going to be. So I'll conclude my response, and then I think our board president challenged all of us to respond to it. It's the word engaged. If we just stay engaged, good things will happen because we are good people engaging to create a good future for everyone.
I love this question. Thank you so much. So I experienced this both locally within our district and as a participant in policy conversation. I think about what my predecessor, Chancellor Constance Carroll, said about the thing about higher education in California is no one's actually in charge and anything can happen. So on any given day, I can go meet with Assemblymember David Alvarez and say a thing that could spark an idea, and pretty soon a committee is debating it. So there's a lot of different forces pushing the way that we evolve, and that word evolution, I think, is essential here. So very specifically, we need to engage our faculty in how teaching and learning must evolve given artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of conversation locally, particularly in disciplines that have relied heavily on reading and writing as a way of learning and demonstrating the learning and assessing those outcomes. If a large language model can produce a high quality, accurate essay, then what does the human need to do in that loop? And how does that change? And how do they engage them in that learning? As the workforce evolves and we understand What do our employers want and need 3 years from now and 5 years from now, so that we're not educating our students into a dead end where they then have to come back to reskill because we didn't anticipate what the labor market was doing and how it was evolving. How does education policy intersect with all of this? While this is a very favorable budget for our system, we are still a fraction of what the per student funding for the K-12 system, the CSU, and the UCs are. And that continues to be a challenge for us meeting our mission as the higher education system in America that is laser focused on those who don't have another pathway. And we can't continue to have for-profit predatory colleges come in and saddle people with huge amounts of debt because we weren't there to serve their needs, and they were. How does the higher education master plan and all the conversations around a document that says the top 13% of students will get to go to a UC because the rest of you aren't worthy? And I know it doesn't say that second part of it, but that is effectively what it's telling us, right? There's something at a fundamental level in the policy that we need to come back and address now, so that in 2035, we aren't running into the same challenges in who gets access and who gets education systems that were designed to meet their needs, which has been a theme throughout this conversation. Down to very specific levels. Right now, our California College Promise Grant, that enrollment fee waiver, is tied to federal poverty guidelines. So if you're a single individual with no dependents, which is the majority of our students, and you make more than $23,000 a year, you earn too much. Now, minimum wage in the state of California is over $16 an hour. So if you work about 28 hours a week, you don't qualify for the enrollment fee waiver. You add living in a high cost of living area like San Diego, where a one-bedroom apartment median price is $2,200. We have so few people that are receiving that critical financial support because we've tied ourselves to a number that might make sense in rural Idaho, but certainly doesn't make sense in most of California. So how does the policy continue to evolve to be responsive to the present and what we know is coming in the next 3 to 5 years is how I experience that, both locally, these very hyper-focused decisions we have to make. Last thing I'll say on this, one of the things I love about our system, but also lament, is we are incredibly good at taking an inadequate amount of resources and delivering real outcomes, to the point it becomes easy to well, you can get it done, so we don't need to give you more. So locally, I tell people, when you come with budget requests, dream big. What would it look like if you had everything you needed to launch this bachelor's degree program on day one, the way that USC does when they get a $50 million private donation to build a new program? What would that look like? Let's start to imagine what it is to be fully resourced and from a position of abundance, and then task me to go do my job and advocate to bring those resources back home.
No, I do agree with Chancellor Smith in that you start with that vision of where do we, in the most optimal of scenarios, where do we want to be and how can we try to get there? And then we make compromises along the way to say, given what we do have in front of us, how do we make it happen? But I think, Vision 2030 and, after Vision 2030, I think of it in two ways. What is the here and now for how do we focus on making real impacts for our students and our campus communities today, knowing that we're not optimal in all areas, and I say this to the legislature, we're not perfect in all our areas. I'm not here to say that we're outstanding and we're meeting every single student's need and every staff member's need today. We're not. But we're making progress on it. And we need to continue making progress on it. And Vision 2030 establishes those shorter-term focused goals on how can we make progress in today's world, knowing the push and pull of policy, knowing the push and pull of what our students and our staff, our communities are facing. And then I think of, our longer-term vision as in a world, and I view this as the leadership conversation system-wide, in a world of uncertainty, and this is the era that we're in today with federal policy, with fiscal policy, world geopolitical events. How do we operate in a world in which we may not know what stability looks like from one day to the next? How do we lead knowing that we're going to have to make critical decisions, such as the one Chancellor Smith had to make when losing federal grants? So what do we have to do and what infrastructure do we need in place to be able to navigate those changes when they come rapidly, to navigate artificial intelligence when it moves so rapidly. We've gone from years in the past where you could create a 3-year IT plan. Today, I would argue, good luck if you have a 3-day IT plan. And so we need to have that structure around what does leadership look like and what does it mean in our system around how we get there and how we accomplish long term. And then just lastly, this budget more than anything provides that predictability and stability to begin those conversations. I know that there's a system-wide appetite for what do we do into the future? How do we restore confidence and restore stability and restore a focus on our students, our campuses, our community, higher education writ large. And I see that longer term vision as we have an opportunity to not only focus our system on success, but to shape national policy around the value of higher education and what we can deliver, not just for our students and our staff, but our community writ large, our civic engagement writ large. And we're up to the task as a system. We will get there.
Thank you.
All right. I want to just chime
Yeah,
in
please.
really quick, going back to your initial question about what can we ask of the Board of Governors? So our speakers talked about the importance of collaboration, partnerships, leadership, continuing to drive the work. And then Chancellor Smith gave us some very local examples of leadership on the ground, but also underscoring the importance of working with our partners internally and also externally. And I see that the Board of Governors is doing all of that already. So it's just continue what you're doing, student-centered, equity-focused. Chancellor Christian kind of began her remarks with engagement. And this Board of Governors is engaged. Even as we're celebrating achievements, you're still asking the hard questions. Can we do more around increasing investments for climate resiliency, climate action work? Can we do more about getting lifetime data to support our students who are experiencing equity gaps, like our African American Black students? So I think we just need to continue to do what we're doing, partnering, pressing forward, and then really continuing to dream big and keep visioning, whether it's Vision 2030, Vision 2035, Vision 2067. We just need to keep doing what we're doing because we are honed in, focused on our students. We have our system, the talent in our system from our faculty, from our students, from our administrators, classified professionals. They know what the impact is of the work that we do because we see concrete examples all the time of our students succeeding and lifting up their families and their communities.
Thank you very, very much for that answer. All right, Liaison Castro, let's take public comment, please.
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Yes, we do have a public comment from Stephanie Goldman. She's here. Can you please approach the podium? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Goldman on behalf of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. We want to express our sincere appreciation to the Chancellor's Office, especially Imran, as well as Chris, who is always so accommodating when we go deep, deep, deep into the weeds of the budget. So we really do appreciate the time that they spend with us. One investment in the budget that I just want to highlight for all of you that was a huge win for faculty across the state is, of course, the paid maternity leave. This is advantageous not only to women who choose to have children, but it's also advantageous long-term to their retirement because not having paid maternity leave has been such a long-term burden on women and what happens when they go to retire. So it's incredible that it finally, after so many years of work on that, was in the state budget. At the same time, we remain concerned that the student-centered funding formula continues to leave many colleges without stable, predictable funding, and they need that to effectively serve their students. I'm sorry, Chris, that you have to hear this from me all the time. Looking ahead, we do encourage the state to fully fund paid office hours for our part-time faculty. They do make up the majority of our faculty throughout the state. They are there, they are in the classroom, and they want to really mentor and encourage our students. And in order to do that, they actually do need that paid part-time office hours. We look forward to continuing our partnership with you all, with the Chancellor's Office, and looking forward to another good year next year.
Thank you. We'll now check with the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. I will now hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of the mic and can address the board.
Hello. Vendors at our state and district level are exposing data to federal agencies, and I know there was concerns over safety talked about as students.
Omar, could I ask you, apologies for interrupting, is this on the budget?
Yes, I'm talking about the budget. I was reading over the budget and reading about how it funded 2030, forgetting what it's called, 2030 programs. There's no alternatives to these. It talks about in Project 2030, equity and access. We need funding in the budget for, I mean, it's open source and free software. We just need to be able to use this over the corporate software that extracts and steals our data. I was working with a student the other day, and they literally couldn't turn in their homework because the letters that they type in weren't corporately licensed. That's how ridiculous it is for students right now. The budget needs to fund alternatives to corporate extraction of student data and denial of student rights. On the Common Cloud platform, we need review by students. We also need auditors to give us reports on how our rights are going to be affected by this, what data is collected, Leadership also needs to take liability for the data collected in these programs. And I never seen leadership ask about how student rights will be affected by any of these programs that happen. Data gathering doesn't reflect, or data gathering should, the data gathering that you have, you guys aren't ever talking about rights. So I think there's a problem there. The rights that we have should be restored. We need legally binding agreements with students to remove damages and be able to sue, or to remove leadership and sue for damages when our data is exposed from these programs. Leadership should not be in education if they're making decisions and using the budget to fund corporations that are stealing our data and harming students.
There are no other hands raised.
This concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we're going to make some time for photos with our guest speakers, and we are going to take a 5-minute break. So see you in a few minutes. Excellent. Welcome back, everyone. We are now at item 6.2, the Annual Student Senate Report. I will pass that over to our Deputy Chancellor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon again, Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor. I'm very pleased to be presenting item 6.2, our Annual Student Senate Report. And I am joined by our SSCCC new president, Davina Malbrough, and also our most immediate past president, Jerry Reyes. And just on a personal note, before I hand it over to them, I've just been very inspired and continue to be inspired about the level of engagement from our system-wide student senate. And since we just completed a celebration of partnership, collaboration, and advocacy, we have to also thank so much all of the hard work that our students have done in the efforts and the achievements that we've been able to accomplish in this last year. All right, handing it over.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you all hear me? All right, so my notes originally said good morning, but I switched over to good afternoon. So good afternoon, Chair, members of the Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian, and guests. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jerry Reyes. I was a student at Reedley College, but I now graduated from there, and now I attend Fresno State. And shout out community colleges. I also had the opportunity to serve as the president for the Student Center for California Community Colleges this past year, and I am here today to share some of the highlights from this past term. Next slide, please. As you all know, the Student Center for California Community Colleges is the official voice for the 2 million students across the state of California, and I'm sure that number will continue to grow in the years to come. We represent students across all 10 regions in the state and work to ensure that their voices are included in decisions that impact higher education. Our mission is simple, is to enrich the collegiate experience for all California community college students by pursuing policies that will improve student access and success while engaging and empowering local student leaders, as well as honoring equity and diversity. So with that in mind, I'd like to highlight some of what we accomplished this past year. If we can move on to the next slide. So 2025-26 at a glance, we held over 145 college visits. We conducted over 200 outreach activities at different campuses across the state. And we've also delivered trainings for our student leaders as well. We also held our inaugural Federal Advocacy Academy in Washington, D.C., where we saw more than 300 participants, as well as seeing more than 500 students also participate in our local advocacy day here in Sacramento. And of course, we were able to retain over 80% of our regional student leaders, which shows that we had consistent engagement across the state. Next slide. This year, meeting students where they're at was an important part of the work that we do. And so rather than waiting for them to come to us at our events or our meetings, we decided to go to them. And so we launched a statewide listening tour, and we created a DEIA community engagement plan to guide this work. We met directly with students from different affinity groups, such as Umoja, the veterans, and as well as the undocumented student centers, to better understand their experiences, which helped us shape our advocacy efforts moving forward. And in being intentional about our efforts, we also recognize that we can't do this work alone. We also do seek the partnerships and collaborations of other organizations. So if we can move on to the next slide. We strengthened our collaboration efforts with the Academic Senate, the Faculty Senate, and of course the Chancellor's Office, with all of you in here, as well as other organizations. We stood alongside organizations such as Umoja, Puente, and Amen that support historically underserved students, and also participated in a collaborative event such as the Solidarity Series. And these partnerships helped us amplify student voices and strengthen the work that we do together. Next slide, please. Of course, leadership development continues to be one of the core practices that we have at the SSCCC. We offer different trainings across the state, whether it was in person, virtual, or hybrid. And in these trainings, students were able to gain practical skills in advocacy, shared governance, communication, and parliamentary procedure. We also represented California students statewide and nationally through different conferences, presentations, and workshops. Moving to the next slide. Like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to our regional affairs, we did complete 145 visits to colleges. We were engaged with more than 50% of California community colleges, And when we travel to different colleges for our board meetings on that Friday beforehand, we have our trainings at a campus, and that's for us to connect and collaborate with them. We have trainings that are both for board of director members, but also for the student leaders who join us. Something that is feasible for them to understand. So it's always nice to see the students show up, whether they're from the campus or from the regions. This also helped us build relationships and retain more than 80% of our regional student leaders. And of course, if you've seen that picture, some of those students in there are now serving on the board of directors or will continue to in future years. So I'm proud of that. Moving on to the next slide. This year marked an exciting milestone with our inaugural Federal Advocacy Academy in DC. We had about 300 students or 300 participants in attendance. We also held legislative visits and met directly with members of Congress and their staff, where students were able to advocate for priorities that they chose themselves, which included protecting Pell Grants, expanding financial aid access, and preserving SNAP funding. And then, of course, next slide, please. And of course, at the statewide level, the work still continues, even as we're speaking. We continued advocating for policies that directly impact students. This year, we were able to sponsor legislation that focused on financial aid, basic needs, and student protections. We also had a great turnout when it came to our Advocacy Day here in Sacramento. We saw more than 500 participants meeting with our legislators, as well as participating in the March at the Capitol. And we also relaunched the legislative newsletter that'll keep our students, as well as other individuals who follow us through our listserv, updated on what's going on around the state. And we also introduced the fellow programs to help prepare future student policy leaders. Next slide. And this year, we exceeded several goals that were in our strategic plan. I remember at the very beginning of the term, we wanted to be forward-facing, external-facing, and we did so with that. We also increased our student engagement. We achieved full regional officer recruitment and saw growth in attendance across our different events. Financially speaking, the SSCC remained in a strong and stable position through diversified revenue and responsible stewardship, and we also received a clean, independent audit. I'll save my thoughts for the end, but I did want to turn this over to our president of the Student Center for California Community Colleges, Davina Malbrough.
Thank you for that, still President Reyes. Oh my gosh. I'm blessed to be here today. Before I go into looking forward, I would like to say thank you to everybody who voted on the mental health. It's important to me. I didn't get a chance to make a comment, but it's very important to me. I go to Merritt College in Peralta District. We do have free mental health services, which I utilize there. I actually go once a week to go see my mental health person. Obviously, as a student leader, those are things that we need to support us in our goals moving forward. So thank you for that. Looking forward for SSCC, we are super excited to keep moving forward with the federal advocacy. This year, we already majority have it planned out. So we have federal advocacy coming for 2026, 2027, in February 2027. So looking very excited for that for the students. And then I actually had the pleasure last year of being a part of the DEIA committee. So looking forward to this year having more DEIA tours for California community colleges and engraving that with the DEIA committee so we can do more work in that matter. Also, growing the fellows and the internships, this is something that we voted on at our board, and this is something that we wanted for students to have and be more engaged with the legislative process. So we passed the fellows program, and we're going to see it grow more within this next year. And just keeping the momentum going. We're building a lot of things, we're having a lot of changes, but we also love the fact that we have the support of California Community College Chancellor's Office and all of our other, all of our other partners. And we just want to keep the momentum going as Student Senate for California Community Colleges. Sorry, I'm nervous, you guys. But yes, we definitely want to keep the momentum going for California community colleges, and I'm very much so privileged to be here, and I'm excited to see the work that we do for students in it. Thank you.
All right, if we could go to, well, we had questions, Q&A. But before that, I just wanted to say that it's been an honor to serve in this position. It's a position that's very unique, and not a lot of students are able to be in this position. I don't take any of this for granted. I've grown a lot, both as a person and as a student. And so, I wouldn't be here had it not been for those who came before me. The work that we do with the SCCC is very important. It's not dependent on one person. It takes a village to move the organization forward. And I know it is student-led, but it's also staff-supported. So I did want to give a recognition to Dr. Adams and her incredible staff for, always pushing us forward. And, whenever we feel doubt, whenever we feel that, nervous or anxious about certain things, they always push us forward. 3 years ago, when I was first joining the SCCC, I was a very quiet individual. I still think I'm a very quiet individual, but I've had to come out of my comfort zone. And so, I just want to say that I'm very thankful for this organization and for all of you for continuing to support the SCCC. And I'm excited for what the future holds for you all. So, thank you.
Jerry, thank you very much for your service. And Davina, you'll get used to us in no time, and you won't be nervous at all. At this time, I'll take any board comments. Member Epstein.
Thanks. First of all, I have 3 questions, and I was incredibly impressed that you did 145 campus visits. It's 3 a week, including vacations. And how did you do that?
Well, luckily, we're spread across the state. Whenever, we call them student body associations, whenever they reach out to us, we offer them trainings at their campuses. And so, we tend to go with them. Or if we're already there for a board of directors meeting, we'll go, or maybe they invite us to an event. We tend to spread ourselves out. We're pretty flexible in that sense. Like I said, it could also be virtual. Hybrid, but I know it's a lot of work, but somehow, some way we did it, and so I just don't doubt the student senate.
Yes. The other amazing stat you put up there was 300 people went to DC for the federal lobbying. How did you manage that?
Our students, they want to get more involved. They're motivated, and of course, our staff also pushes it out there, making sure that their advisors are willing to come over there. It's hard enough to get students to show up to our conferences here at the state level just because, you have travel, you have to take days off. And so for them to travel across the country, well, that's a huge commitment. And so there's a lot of moving pieces to get all that. And so
DC in February is not a vacation either.
No, it's not. It's not.
The last question I had was about the fellows and intern program. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
So the fellows program, that's more on the legislative side of things. It's pretty new to me, so I'm probably not the best person to give you that information. But essentially what it is that we're going to have students that are interested in going into the legislative side of things, work alongside with our legislative affairs directors that we have that serve on the board of directors, similar to like Capital Fellows. That's kind of the program that we're building. And then our internship program, each region, so we have regions 1 through 10, they cover different areas across the state. For example, I'm from region 5, that's the whole Central Valley area. We have interns that are there to support our regional leadership team.
Are the fellows paid, or do they get any kind of stipend at all?
I believe so. I believe they will receive a stipend. Right.
Anyhow, when we enacted the fee to help support the student senate, I think this is kind of this would have exceeded our dreams, what you guys have accomplished. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Member Haynes, then Member Villavicencio.
So I just want to congratulate you. You have done so much in the last few years, and to be visible in a lot of different places is really important. It's important for, especially I'll speak from my experience in the legislature, important for our representatives to see you in those rooms, being active and coming with an agenda, as you should be coming with an agenda and sharing that. And the more they see that, the more we are able to work collaboratively and in partnership. So, and I know that this Board of Governors and that the Chancellor's Office has always been insistent that whenever we go there, when we can, that we have a student there, because you guys are really powerful. You might not know how powerful, but you really are powerful. We don't have you in the room, they don't believe us. Okay, so having you in the room is really an important aspect. That you went to DC 300 strong is absolutely phenomenal. How you did it, I do not know, but if you can continue to do that, please do. And you talked about the internship program, and when I was working in the legislature, they actually have an internship program, and it is paid. It is a difficult program because it's limited. There's a Senate one, there's an Assembly one, and then there's a state agency one. But to the extent that you can figure out how, and I actually think there should, and those are stipend. And so make sure you, as you build this, that there's a stipend relative to it, because you are deserving of every penny, because we're going to work your butts off. Anyway, so congratulations. This was, I've seen and been here for every one of your presentations, and this one was by far the best, because y'all are moving down the road. Y'all are on the pathway, and it's really important because you are the most important voices in the room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know how to follow Board Member Haynes' comments, because she pretty much said it all. But when President Reyes says he's a quiet, shy person, he's not. Why? How do I know this? There's a picture of him on the PowerPoint slide where his arm is up. He's in front of the Capitol there. I was there. I was there that day during the March and March and had the privilege of hearing him speak. And he is a powerful, dynamic speaker. So you have grown so much, sir. Thank you. And I had the privilege of also being there with my students, advocating during the March and March event. And it's, as Board Member Haynes mentioned, your presence is integral to the work that we do, because we would not be here doing this work without you. You are the reason why we do this work. And to see that you are present in the halls of power, not just here in Sacramento, but in Washington, D.C., says much, and I really wish that, again, the momentum continues under your leadership here. I'd love to see I'd love seeing the partnerships grow and reaching out to you, Moja and Amanda. I'd like to also encourage maybe partnering off as well with the Anapi Student Achievement Program. That's a program that is intersegmental within the California community colleges and the California state universities, and perhaps even encouraging you to do some more partnership with our intersegmental students and bridging those pathways as well here in the future would be powerful, because when students work in solidarity, as we all do, our policymakers listen and listen intently to us. And so want to also mention, again, I think, I'm sure you're working on it too, but continue the great job of creating that pipeline for our student leaders. I know I try to encourage my students to follow in your footsteps. And so continue to do the wonderful outreach that you are doing, because we need you. We need more of you to be here, to be present, which you are doing, but we're always could always do better, right? But to elevate your voices is so, again, as mentioned before, integral to the work. Congratulations on what you've done, for the legacy that you have left, and we look forward again to working with the new cadre of students coming in under your leadership. Thank you.
Member Brown.
Thank you for such an informative and impressive presentation and for the work that you all have done. We're always impressed by you all. You not only because you bring such an authentic voice into each space, but you come so well prepared with data. My question for you all is thinking about all the listening that you did last year and the priorities that are going to continue forward and maybe the listening that is to come. How can we better support you? In what areas do you need our support?
That's a good question.
Do you want to answer?
In my opinion, it would just be to show up. A lot of times we all say we want to be supportive, but sometimes we fall short of showing up. So I would say just showing up, responding to those emails, showing up in places or areas where you say you would, especially with students. Everyone tells us that we are the voice and we are the power and important, and sometimes it don't feel that way all the time. So my personal opinion would be always to follow up with students, especially students that want to be engaged or that are student leaders, because you can have moments where you're in doubt or not feel like you're in the right spots because of the responses that you get back from people. So that's my suggestion. Jerry?
I would just say, I think one of the most important parts is meeting students where they're at. And I do want to, say that I appreciate Chancellor Christian for showing up to our federal advocacy event. I think when students see that, when they see other members of the Board of Governors show up, I think it sends a very powerful message, letting them know that, hey, those in power do care about us. So continue to show up, meet students where they're at.
Member Williams.
So I echo everything that was already said. As a local trustee, I've seen the students at Region I be way more organized this term, speaking up, showing up. And in my district, our student trustees they're just solid. I was a student trustee 2005, 2006, and so I'm a testament to you never know where you'll end up. So stay connected and build relationships with the folks that are in this room. When you move on, doesn't mean that you can't reach out and still stay engaged. Figure out how to be somebody's consultant. Please add me to the invitation list. Students, anytime I go to CCLC, they always welcome me in their reception, so I super appreciate that. But yeah, add me to your invite list. And the biggest thing that I can say is just stay connected, because this was just, experience. And again, you never know where you'll end up, and the relationships that you've built matter.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Liaison Castro, any public comment?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no public comments in Sacramento. We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
I do not.
Thank you. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
Thank you. We had a hand raised and then it just went down. I think it's
We
back
still
up.
have a hand raised, yeah.
All right, go ahead, Gary.
Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties. It's cool to see our student representation there. But I just wanted to say, when you were asked what you could do, I would like to see advocacy for students. We just had students' data given over to criminals or breached to criminals, and we should be protecting students. That's all. Thanks.
There are no other hands raised.
This concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our speakers. Our Our next topic is item 6.3, Vision 2030, Advancing Credit for Prior Learning. We welcome back Vice Chancellor Todd and Senior Advisor Lee.
It is not morning. Good afternoon. So today and this is really hard to follow the last two presentations. I just want to put that out there for when we're thinking about ordering. Hard to follow those two. Those were great. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, and Chancellor Christian, and board members. Really great to be here to talk to you a little bit about credit for prior learning. And today we're really pleased to focus a little bit on this important Vision 2030 strategy that's really increasing educational attainment, strengthening economic mobility, and recognizing the knowledge and skills that students have already acquired. So the premise of this is that our students really come to us with valuable learning that's gained through military service, through industry certifications, apprenticeships, public safety training, employment, and other life experiences. And so CPL, as we all have been talking about over the last few years, really allows faculty to evaluate that learning against college course outcomes and, when appropriate, award academic credit. So through this initiative that we have, California is really moving towards proactive work that identifies eligible students and connects them to opportunities. And we're starting to move away from isolated local processes to shared statewide credit recommendations developed by disciplined faculty and adopted by colleges across the system. With over 100 colleges now actively engaged, CPL is moving beyond a promising practice and becoming part of our statewide educational infrastructure. And we're going to have a lot of data today that Sam has prepared with his team to show how we're moving fast. So we'll cover significant state investments to support ongoing support for statewide infrastructure, technical assistance, student engagement and partnerships, and local implementation and innovation that the funding we have been afforded has provided. And it's really helping colleges reach more students, accelerate degree and certificate completion, and make CPL more visible, consistent, and portable across California. I also want to recognize that this work is not done without the leadership and the voice of the Academic Senate. We continue to work with Dr. Parker Parnell and Carrie Roberson and their entire executive board and team because we want to ensure that their voice is formally represented and that they're collegially consulted in the process, and they've been terrific partners throughout our work so far. And so now, with that recognition of all the work happening in the system, we get to hear from Sam Lee, our esteemed colleague and senior advisor to the Chancellor for credit for prior learning.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. Again, I'm Sam Lee, Senior Advisor to the Chancellor for Credit for Prior Learning. For the next 15 minutes or so, I'll update you on where the initiative stands and demonstrate a newly released student CPL portal and share a brief student story and hand it off to my colleagues who just joined me at the table here. So let's go to the next slide. So there we go. California's CPL initiative is student first, college supported, employer engaged, and we're moving from a system that is passive to one that is proactive, and one that is has been siloed to one that is shared and integrated and interoperable, from college to career, and then vice versa, from career back to college. So we have a fluid back and forth. Next slide. And here we are. Here's our status today, where we are at student-wise. I'm very proud of the team who has just eclipsed 50,400 students in the system with documented credit for prior learning. That's great. Thank you. It's a great milestone. Our goal this year was 40,000, so we're at 50,000. We still have some time to hit our 80,000 stretch goal, Chancellor. And so there's always a good stretch goal. And an astounding number of credit recommendations, over 12,000 credit recommendations have been created and deployed throughout our system. We have 102 active colleges now, so that is gaining momentum. Not all of them are at scale or are implementing on all cylinders, but we have about 15 colleges that are really doing quite well. We call them leading colleges, about 65 that are advancing colleges, and we have 13 colleges that are starting up now. We have transcribed 103,000 units, and that turns into savings of $326 million and 1.32 billion in projected over 20 years. That's an economic impact. Next slide, please. And here's what we're here to really celebrate, and we feel so encouraged that this funding has been approved and that the legislature and the governor and the Board of Governors has really invested this type of support for CPL scaling forward. We have $7 million ongoing funding that will support the CPL infrastructure, the operations, the team, the technology, the partnerships, the projects on a regular basis. That's a big deal. I was just able to hire a team of managers who were on one-year professional expert contracts for the last 6, 7, 8 years. And now they're permanent management employees and classified staff employees as part of the team. And they can lean into this work now because of this ongoing funding. And it's all to support the colleges. Also, there's $35 million in one-time funding, which will be used to allocate funding to colleges based on their CPL outcomes. These will be real-time outcomes that we track, and we have a model that I'll share with you some aspects of that model here in the next slide. Okay, this is a draft funding model. We plan to implement this over 2 years. And we plan to begin implementation this fall so that we don't lose any time. But it's based on achieving 3 priorities. One is to support access, and that's by increasing consistent statewide college access to CPL. And we have a metric for that. The metric will be counting in real time, not in lagging indicators, is the head count of students with eligible CPL based on statewide credit recommendations that the faculty have worked on and JST credit recommendations. That means that we'll be able to help scale up the system's ability to adopt the statewide credit recommendations and ensure equitable access for our students from college to college, and also support that our JSTs, our veterans, have the credit that they deserve. Priority 2 is completion. And completion, we're looking at institutionalizing college procedures and to note transcribed credit, that 91% Member Haynes that you mentioned, that 91% transcription rate. This is the way we're getting at that. We're getting at that by allocating funding to colleges based on the head count with any transcribed CPL. And we'll be able to count that in real time. And there we go. Priority 3 is capacity. This capacity, and here we're looking at building capacity among our college staff and faculty to be able to process requests from the field. And we'll show you how we're going to get those requests in just a minute. But this is, the head count here is head count with transcribed credit from either the CPL student portal or the CPL landing page that each college now has. So now we're not counting any transcribed credit. We're counting transcribed credit that comes through a system-wide portal. So this means when we use ICANN to promote CPL to students, when we use other communication methods in marketing, and we say, students, go get the credit you deserve at your college, click here, build your portfolio, and click request to the college. that requests will come through that system, flagged, it comes from that system, and now the college can respond to that student and process their credit for prior learning. And that way we know that we're developing capacity to handle this in a systemic way to support all of our colleges. We built in guardrails on this funding model. There's a minimum college per floor funding. There's a carve out for rural college support, so rural colleges will not get dinged in this. There's also a carve out for non-credit program support because we're seeing lots of CPL from non-credit programs. And there's a max allocation set. So larger colleges and colleges that really do a lot of good work, there's a max allocation per year. Next slide. I'll zip through these next ones a little bit faster. We're building this with the field, not but with the field. We're doing it in collaboration with ASCCC, as Vice Chancellor Todd mentioned. We're doing it with our employees and industry partners. We're engaging trade partners and agency partners like LWDA and the Iron Workers Union, CalJack, Department of Apprenticeship Standards, the Department of Education on advanced CT framework skills. Just a long list, a growing list of partners that are all eager to work on this challenge. We engage with the military in a new demonstration project at 29 Palms and Copper Mountain College, which is setting the stage for scaling up to serve the other 34 military bases in the state once we learn from that demonstration project. We'll tell you more about that maybe in a couple meetings down the line. We're also working with our apprenticeship partners on an apprenticeship sprint and how CPL and skills fold into the career passport. Next slide. I just wanted to give you a little update on our veteran sprint. I'm really proud. We are not 100% there, but I'm proud that we have 55 colleges now that are recognized as veteran star colleges. This means they've gone to the work of collecting 75% or more of the joint services transcripts for all enrolled veterans, documented it in the MAP platform, and begun giving credit to our veterans. That's kind of like a baseline. We want to see 115 star colleges this year, and we're on the road toward getting there. Our apprenticeship sprint is underway. One big project in that is with Santiago Canyon College to develop AI-supported tools to help our apprentices get the CPL that they deserve, to ensure that they complete their apprenticeship program on time. It's a degree progress tool. It's really cool. And that we can do outreach to regional journey workers with offers of significant credit, all supported by this tool set as part of the apprenticeship sprint. And I mentioned the military-based demonstration project as well at Copper Mountain College. Next slide. I'd like to turn it over to our amazing manager of MAP CPL counseling support for the state, Janelle Brecky. And Janelle is standing by, I hope, online. And she is going to give you a little demo of this CPL student portal.
Thank you, Dr. Lee.
There she is. All right.
Okay, I will go ahead and share my screen. Thank you. Well, I'm very excited to be here with you today to show this CPL portal, the first of its kind to be able to support the CPL efforts at a statewide level. We're really excited about being able to service our California community college students in this way, where they can create a portal which will then allow them to get in contact with the institution. So through this portal, they can upload their military transcript, any industry certifications, standardized examinations, any workplace documents or trainings, anything that they would like us to know about knowing a second language, and submit that over to the institution. Once they create this portal or this profile, let me switch screens. Once they create this profile, they can then see the opportunities available to them at the California community colleges that have created a CPL opportunity that matches with their experience. So they can come to this dashboard, and I've uploaded a CompTIA certification for this demo. With that, I can see that there are
I think it's
103
not,
matches.
Janelle,
Oh,
I think it's not sharing your other screen.
okay, let me
Yeah, reshare.
switch. Okay. You're seeing this dashboard? Okay, so once a student builds their portfolio here, I have uploaded a CompTIA certification for this demo. And then I can go over to the dashboard and see what colleges have created a CPL opportunity that matches that certification that I've uploaded. With this sample, there's 103 CPL matches found, which then I can I can scroll down and see which colleges I can inquire with. Maybe I want to send an inquiry to Santa Ana College, and a
Yeah,
student
pick
can
Santa
select
Ana
this.
because we had a Santa Ana dignitary in the room, I think.
Yes. So I can enter information if I knew that as a student, any information that would help just support the institution in getting in contact with the student, and this would upload into the MAP platform so that the institution had a way of tracking the information that's entered by the student and then working with the student through the CPL process. And so this is, I'll say, as a California Community College counselor, this is amazing because this will make it so much easier for students to find out, which colleges are going to work best for their needs. Let's say a student potentially wanted to explore their options. Maybe this is a service member that is relocating after exiting the military, and they see that they can receive 21 units of credit at Modesto Junior College. Potentially, they want to find out maybe where that is. They can also come to our View College locations, where they would be able to see, based on their matches, where in proximity those institutions would be. So very, very exciting. I'm sure we could spend all day showing you this tool, but we're really excited to be able to share this with the colleges and our communities to help support their efforts in getting in contact with potential new students. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. Next slide. So we're excited about this CPL portal because we have not really opened up, we have not empowered our students yet to seek their own credit. We've been focusing on working with the colleges. Hey, get the colleges ready, develop the procedures, the capacity, the staffing, the business processes, the technology, to be able to just know how to transcribe CPL. It's a big, high hurdle. We're getting to the place, a tipping point where in the state, the colleges are getting that. So they have the baseline pretty well in place. Now we're ready to open up the pipeline and say, students, when you come to a community college, you should expect, you're not empty vessels. You should expect credit for your prior learning of one sort or another. So they come with that expectation, and then the colleges have the capacity to respond. When they send their student portal, when they send their portfolio to the college, we want someone to answer that email. And that takes capacity, and that's what the funding will support as well. Okay, next slide. And this is what it's all about. It's fun to follow along our amazing student leaders because it's all about students receiving CPL. Someone mentioned earlier about faculty not being able to meet minimum quals and maybe using CPL as an example. Eric O, the fourth one over to the right, is a faculty member at Rio Hondo now because of his automotive certifications were applied as CPL, and he got minimum quals to teach. These stories are rolling out every day from our colleges and surfacing all of the real-world transformational effects. Next slide. And here we have a short video to illustrate the fact.
I found out about credit for prior learning by contacting the counselor with the school, and they let me know I could get those college credits based on the work experience I already had. Before I started the paramedic program here at Ben Clark, I was working with a private ambulance company, AMR Riverside, They're 911, and I've been working there as an EMT. So when I was looking into this program, I noticed they had a paramedic associate's degree that you could get. I haven't already took my EMT program at a separate private institute. I was wondering if that was something I would have to take again, having already been through it and accredited through the state. But upon emailing the counselor, that's something they could easily transfer over and give you the credits for those classes without actually having to take them through the program. I use CPL to get my EMS accreditation so I can get an AA here. People who could benefit from credit for prior learning is anyone with any previous work experience or any accreditation through the state.
It's valuable because it saves them money. They don't have to take college classes they don't need. It saves them time, and it puts them in a position where they can earn their degree faster and cheaper.
I want to be the best I can be in my field, and Ben Clark is an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at Moreno Valley College. It's great to have Dr. Bishop here to represent that as well. Here's an example at Moreno Valley College of a stackable opportunity for certifications, an associate's degree, and a baccalaureate, a new baccalaureate in emergency management services, all CPL eligible. You start with prior learning, maybe an EMT certificate, and you can come in with, let's say, 7 units for that EMT. If you have a fire academy certificate, that's 24 units. If you come in with a paramedic license, it's 38.5 units. 38.5 units at Moreno Valley College if you're a paramedic coming in to get your associates toward a bachelor's degree. Now, we haven't even explored the CPL that you can get for certifications yet at the baccalaureate level. The beauty of this is that this is all credit that stays mobile. It does not get, it's not discounted when they transfer to the CSU or the UC. There's no fear that it will not apply to their degree. They have the assurance on day one that that credit will stay and apply to that degree. And so it's very exciting. We have that opportunity for all of our baccalaureates throughout the state. Next slide. And I'm here with my fire technology, public safety folks. And I got to get my Surface Pro going again because I just have my notes on there. But no, I do have my notes. Fire technology at Miramar College is really doing an amazing job. They have created and approved 294 statewide credit recommendations. There have been colleges, more than 17 colleges have adopted 342 of those different credit recommendations. And they've reviewed 23 certifications in wildland and fire, and that's not counting EMT as well, and others. And so today I'm joined by Dr. Jacqueline Hester, who brings a distinctive, finally to the good part of this session here. You've been all looking at me, get on with it, okay? Who brings a distinctive dual perspective to California higher education, serving at the campus level as Dean of Public Safety at San Diego Miramar College, while also serving as an AI Fellow at the same time for the California Community College Chancellor's Office. In that role, she oversees more than 350 faculty and classified professionals across 8 workforce training programs, including California's first Bachelor of Science in Public Safety Management, the first one. Fire technology, EMT, lifeguard training, admin of justice, and the San Diego Regional Police Academy and the San Diego Sheriff and Detention Academies. What a portfolio that is. In March 2026, Dr. Hester was recognized by Senator Brian Jones among 20 other distinguished women as Woman of the Year, honored by the 40th State Senate District for her leadership, service, and community impact. So we'll hear from you in just a minute, Dr. Hester. And then I'm joined also by Captain Darren Hall. He serves as Fire Technology Director and Associate Professor of Science at Miramar. He is a master instructor with California State Fire Marshal's Office and has more than 30 years experience in fire service and fire education. And he recently retired as fire captain of the city of Coronado Fire Department. Darren's been leading the initiative that expands student access and success through the development of bachelor's degree programs in public safety management at Miramar, and with an emphasis in emergency management and credit for prior learning and pre-apprenticeship pathways to prepare students for career advancement. Captain Hall led our faculty work group in fire, and that was over is that 2 years?
Almost 2 years.
It's 2 years. He actually, we had breakfast together, and he actually said yes when I asked him if he would be interested, and I'm sure you rue the day. But that has led to an amazing amount of work, and I want to turn it over to them for the last part of this presentation.
It's a great day, everyone. How is everyone doing? Perfect. So thank you, Chancellor Christian and the Board of Governors, for giving us this opportunity to tell our story. A big thank you. You had a chance to hear from my Chancellor, Chancellor Smith, and a huge thank you to my President, Wes Lumberg. They told us to dream big, but also reminding us to keep students at the center. The Miramar motto is made up of 3 components. At San Diego Miramar College, we learned that credit for prior learning doesn't happen by accident. It requires a coordinated institution commitment built around 3 essential components. And the first is having dedicated student support. We know that our counselors are unsung heroes. They're short-staffed, but our campus made a commitment to specifically lend us a counselor to really support our students in our public safety area. And we really wanted to make sure that we can ensure our student success when we wrote out our bachelor's program. A big shout out to Isabella Eli. Isabella is one of those persons that you cannot do without on your team. She's intentional about our efforts with our students. She builds trust, credibility, and rapport, but she also goes the extra mile. Some of the things we put together was being intentional about CPLs, having webinars with our students, having information sessions, having students ask those questions that they may not necessarily know, but really just coming in, we really wanted to make sure that we can inform our students about CPL. She has also had like one-on-one appointments with students. And so here we really were intentional about doing hand-holding. We wanted to let our students know that we valued you, and we also wanted to see them at the finish line. And so one of the things we always talk about, and I tell my staff is, you know, we have our students, but we want to be intentional about our efforts. And so we made an investment. We hired a project analyst to do follow-up calls. And the reason why people say, well, why would you do that? We have to understand that we value our students, but we're not the only people that reach out to our students. So we do follow-up, we check in, we say, hey, where you are in the process, and we also make sure that we can connect them with resources that are on campus. So if they ever run into an obstacle, we want to make sure that we can get ahead of that and also build that community so our students know that we're there for them. The next piece is our faculty. Our dedicated faculty, they're the cornerstone of this work. Captain Hall, and we just hired a full-time faculty chief, Jefferson Messachina. And this is a heavy lift, right? And so we talk about making an investment. This is, yes, non-classroom time, but these are those night-long hours when we're texting back and forth. Like, what do you think about this? This is when they're still working during those summer hours. And one of the things during this conversation, when we were doing our rollout of our bachelor's program, we talked about the CPL. We said, how do we make sure that we give our students a competitive edge? And so they challenged me. They said, Dean, you know what? We want to talk about embedding some certs within our program to make sure that our students not only see the value when they get that degree, but when they go for that interview, they're ready. And so I know that was one of the conversations we had, Chancellor, about how do we start to embed certification so our students can see the value, but when they show up to that job on day one, they know that our students are ready and they have those skills that they need on day one to make a big impact. And the last thing, key component, is our administrators. I'm going to be honest, I move out the way because I have some amazing faculty. Again, this work would not be done without my faculty and classified team. But one of the things they challenged me is, Dean, go find the money. I was like, you know what? You are absolutely right. And so it was a lot of conversations, looking at grants, but really talking to my president and the chancellor and my VP saying, do you see the value in this? If you see the value, make the investment. We can use this as a pilot. But if it works, do we have your commitment? And they said yes. And so with this overall 3-point component, when we wrote out our bachelor's program, the first ever, we actually end up starting with 49 students for our bachelor's program. And so now we have a wait list. We're rolling out our second cohort. So again, this is not a work that's done in silo. It is a team effort. So if you really want CPLs to work, you have to make the financial investment, but also the commitment to have brilliant faculty like this to be able to execute. And so this CPL really for us is equity in action. And so I'm going to pass the mic to Captain Hall.
With that, I think I have to share. I'll share to start that when I first learned about CPL years ago, when it first became an opportunity for our students, one of the things I learned in a conference was, it's really aimed at your non-traditional students, bringing those students back to our system so they can get the higher education and the certifications that they need. And the fire and emergency service community, that is not a better opportunity for that, because so many of our students are seeking education to come back. They look to the private institutions, they look to out-of-state opportunities, they look for whatever is the most convenient way, but will recognize their industry certifications they've done somewhere else. So once our system allowed for that to happen, we maximized bringing those folks back into our system. I want to start just a quick testimonial from a student that just recently had the opportunity to use CPL because his agency changed the hiring standards for promoting to chief's officer position requiring higher education. What a concept, right? So we need to be there to support that. CPL afforded him the opportunity. So a passage he shared is that Miramar's program with CPL played a significant role in advancing his career by recognizing and knowledge and experience I had gained through my fire service career. CPL allowed me to earn my college credit that helped me to continue my education and meet the qualifications necessary to pursue advancement. This opportunity gave me the confidence and the credentials to compete in a highly competitive battalion chief position at Heartland Fire Training in El Cajon, California, where he ultimately promoted. If it wasn't for CPL, he wouldn't be able to be there today. He literally called me and asked, what do I do? The department changes standard. I only have a few months to get this done. Is there anything I can do? As a matter of fact, there's credit for prior learning. How can we do this? So his story is told over and over again across the fire and emergency service community. We have nearly 50 colleges now that are integrating the program, kind of like what Dr. Lee shared those statistics today, and we're seeing that value. So I really want, on behalf of the fire and emergency service community and first responders throughout our state, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you on the Board of Governors for seeing this opportunity, placing the system in place, putting us in the hands of the faculty to make it happen. You allowed all of us to do this and to create this. And a big thank you to the CPL team and the Mapping Articulated Pathways or MAP team that really put this into success on behalf of all of us that are working in that community. But based upon that success and that implementation, I think we ask what's next. And for what's next, we are collaborating with California's Office of Emergency Services and CSTI, which is basically the group that does all of our emergency management training for the emergency management community, which is a little different than like first responders and fire and emergency services. It's the ones that manage big incidents, kind of think of that component of it. So to help build this MOU to address those training and education needs for emergency managers and first responders that are directly facing and preparing the impacts of climate change. This is modeled after the public safety management degree that we implemented at San Diego Miramar College, and in conjunction with the MAP team and the CPL team and development of model curricula and apprenticeship where applicable, we can have a great opportunity to leverage the community college system and help address these impacts of climate change that our state is facing. So next thing is how. How is by developing emergency management pathway with a vision of lower and upper division credits that combines the larger vision using an integrated statewide pathway with emergency management education and professional certifications tied to college coursework, and leveraging leveraging the credit for prior learning, and also all combining for workforce advancement. This intention is to eliminate that unnecessary duplication. And I can tell you on behalf of the first responders, and me included, how many times we took duplicative courses because one course made sense here but didn't count over here, and they didn't connect, and it's often really wasting resources that were vital when we really could use them elsewhere. So this system addresses the fundamental challenges that have plagued our students and our professionals who have had to go really outside of California to get a bachelor's degree in emergency management. Nowhere in our system did it exist prior to Miramar College initiating the system to allow us to have a bachelor degree that focused on an emphasis in emergency management and then create those collaborative efforts elsewhere with other colleges in our system. So really until now, that has needed to be done. Collaboration that we're focused on addresses the issue of lack of crosswalks It focuses on combining college coursework and academia work that's done. And then all of these are bringing the proper competencies that are going to be required for proper equivalency and recognizing those needs in our system. By design, we're working to make sure that it's replicable so we can repeat this system across the other colleges that are interested. And in that development of the MOU and focuses on that model curricula and including credentials, industry credentials in emergency management, fire, homeland security, incident command system as well. We're in partnership and good collaboration with Moreno Valley College we just showed earlier, and also Mission College in the Bay Area, all working together to have industry standard curriculum to meet these needs. And then finally, why? I think we can look no further back to a year ago, January, when from the LA firestorms that happened in the metropolitan area. And the after action report that showed what needs were done came out with, they only had 29 qualified emergency managers that worked in that system, or enough to fill a classroom, when a metropolitan-sized agency needed about 200 approximately. The workforce need is there, and we see that system story told over and over, whether it's in a municipal area, private industry, or even earlier the conversations today about business continuity and things that our own system needs as far as like microgrids and things that were spoken earlier today, all part of addressing climate change and emergency management at some level. So in closing, combining that industry's credentials in conjunction with the pathways, this is going to equip our students and our incumbent workers with the knowledge and skills to help communities prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters that are increasingly in frequency, size, and complexity due to climate change. By developing those flexible and scalable curricula, our community colleges can strengthen the state's emergency management system and workforce while building community resilience to the ever-evolving climate change and related hazards. So thanks for letting us come out today and share our story.
And that concludes our report, so we'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you very much for that riveting presentation. I'll take any comments from the board now. Member Villavicencio.
When I was working on my master's thesis at USC, it was just after 9/11, and my project was on the Urban Security, I think, Initiative Grant, UWASI, if you remember that, and that was all about interoperability, primarily because our country was facing that homeland security threat. And I worked with a number of firefighters, and one of my professors at USC was a firefighter himself, and mentioned me, ironically at the time when you were talking about it, how he actually had to receive his his bachelor's in emergency management from out of state, and not here in California. And just connecting the dots and seeing that that is now a possibility in our state is tremendous. And applying that with, obviously, what you just mentioned with CPL, our bachelor's degree program, the climate action initiative that our board is heavily focused on, and how obviously that that degree is going to prepare our students to deal with climate change in the future. Just shows you, again, I think we're moving in the right direction. And the work, obviously, is the wonderful work that you're doing in helping prepare our future students in this field. So I just have two questions, and it may be Vice Chancellor Todd who may be able to answer this. Is there a CVC component to this with CPL, because of how obviously, as the demonstration showed, there are certain colleges that have approved certain programs. So I'm just curious if there is a possibility where students can now take multiple, the CPL transfer from college to college. Are we able to do that? Is that a possibility, or is that being worked on? And similarly, now that there's the landing page is now operational, I presume it is. Are we doing some form of I Can campaign similarly to that, where we're now targeting specific students to be able to access this website and to take advantage of this opportunity? So I don't know if there's answers to that. Thank you.
Yeah, about the CVC opportunity, we're working on implementing, showing transparently CPL opportunities on CVC courses, it opens up a whole host of opportunities for students who need a course that maybe their current home college does not offer CPL for, but another college does. And so can they go on CVC and get, and so we are thinking through those downstream effects, but it opens up lots of opportunities for students to stitch together their program needs and pick courses that have CPL appropriate for their certification. It's really exciting thought there. We will be, this is a soft launch of the portal, and we will be very strategically working with ICANN folks. We want to make sure we don't hit the system too fast, too hard. Our time is now, so we may do just that, but we'll work on that in a planned fashion. And then the last question was, I think maybe.
I think that was
that's
it.
good. Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Can I add just one piece to that too? One nice part about CPL, it allows you to, individual districts determine whether or not they can consider it for residency. And so I know our district is doing that, and so that will help with transfer students, in our case, establish residency to be eligible for the bachelor degree. So that's one workaround that we've worked in to allow that to happen. Indirectly, not with CVC, but that transfer of units from one school to the other, because we have had several students in that case.
Member Brown.
Earlier, someone mentioned that they were a counselor and excited about this, and I wanted to add that I'm also a very excited counselor. This is fantastic. And I particularly like that you included more than what our first original definition of credit for prior learning is, and that I saw those nationwide exams also listed there, because to a student, when they see those words, it's all mixed together. They don't know what we're talking about. And we don't need to have 72 districts doing this 72 ways. So this is huge, and I'm really, really appreciative of this structure. And I'm just excited. So I just wanted to express that and say thank you for this work. I do have a question, particularly about those exams, which is one I've asked in the past, and I'm not sure if any of you that are sitting there are the ones to answer it, but I'm curious about how we're going to be able to apply those exams, those nationwide exams, to our statewide degrees in ways that are more consistent. Just like we're looking to do that with these other pieces of CPL. It's not fair for a student to get 72 different answers on a nationwide certification or a statewide certification. It should be the same answer, and it should count the same no matter where the entry point is for a student. So I'm really looking forward to more alignment and thinking about those other pieces that we didn't do this way in the past and learning from this. And I'm also thinking about Chancellor Smith's comments earlier about how this may impact adjuncts. And I think there's also going to be room to start to think of this more as opportunities. Where are the areas where industry is needing us to step in and do something different with our curriculum other than just giving students the intro? Where are those gaps that just that certification isn't filling, that maybe can be some opportunities for faculty to develop some needed curriculum, and which we can only learn about through our partnerships? But also the main thing is we're going to get more students, the more student success we have, and the easier we make it for students to move through, which is going to benefit all of us. The more success stories we have, the more that they're gonna tell their friends, their relatives, their children, and we're gonna have way more students saying California Community Colleges is a place to be. And this is absolutely where we start that work. So thank you very much. And I'm not sure if that particular question can be answered by you all right now, but it's one that I want floating out there for us to consider, because those are other areas where we need some alignment. Thank you.
I'd like to leave it floating out there because we have an APIB and CLEP that have set the stage for those national exams, regularizing those across the system. And so it's a great question to have out there as we move forward and see more and more colleges using them, ensuring that there's equitable access to those.
Excellent. Okay, I have the last questions on this issue, at least from the board. So I forget now what was on the slide with all the statistics, but is there a way to capture how much time or money was saved from this?
Yeah, we can actually calculate per student, per unit, the amount of time and savings. Oh, you said time though, not just funding?
Time and funding.
Yeah. A student who receives 12 to 15 units saves on average 9 to 14 weeks of time, and that's based on a large national study. So we do know that it results in, it tends to result in a semester of time savings, and we can calculate the funding savings from that as well. And we post that on our public CPL dashboard, so we can calculate. I think right now it was $1.3 billion in economic impact, and I think $32 million in savings so far.
That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Last question. I am shocked. I am surprised. I'm elated that we have a portal like this. I'm wondering, was there an acceleration in the development of the portal because of AI or other technology? This seems like something that would have taken us a decade to put together in the past.
Well, to tell you the truth, the real acceleration was a CPL update to the Board of Governors in July. So
you are more than welcome to update us anytime if it gets that kind of acceleration. That is incredible.
So we fired up the team and definitely are leaning on Cloud Code quite a bit.
All right, what do we need an update on next meeting? This is just fantastic. Just absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your work. I'm just so incredibly impressed. Liaison Castro, do we have any public comments?
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
We do, I believe. She just came back into the room, perfect timing. Adanya Parker Purnell. You are up. Your timing is perfect.
Her time is now.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President and Board of Governor members, as well as you, Chancellor Christian. I don't know if there's anything left to be said, but on behalf of the I'm Latanya Parker Parnell, ASCCC President, and on behalf of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, we want to thank you for your continued leadership in advancing Vision 2030 and your commitment to expanding equitable opportunities for California students. The Academic Senate strongly supports the advancement of credit for prior learning as a key strategy for achieving the goals of Vision 2030, recognizing the knowledge and competency students acquire through military service, workforce experience, apprenticeships, industry credentials, and other learning experience affirms the value of their achievements and remove unnecessary barriers to educational attainment. I would skip all the accolades stated earlier pertaining to faculty and what we bring to the table, and I will say ditto. And just thank you again for the partnership with the Chancellor's Office and the learning opportunities and shorten the time to completion for students, as well as reducing educational costs and strengthening workforce pathways that support the diverse students within our community. Again, thank you for listening. And again, thank you, Chancellor's Office, for your partnership. Appreciate you.
Thank you. We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
I do not.
Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No.
All right, thank you all very much. We have no virtual remarks requested at this time, so that concludes public comment.
All right, team, we are in the home stretch. If you need that last cup of coffee or last bite of cookie, please get it. We have 6.6 AI Education Series, AI Fellows leading the shift from awareness to action. And we have Vice Chancellor Hayward and Senior Advisor Davies Rougeau.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're standing in between our presentation and adjournment, so, but I promise you're going to have a really exciting presentation here, some great information. So, good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, and Chancellor Christian, members of the board. My name is Don Dave Jougeau. I'm Senior Advisor to the Chancellor on Workforce Development, Strategic Partnerships, and Generative AI. I'd like to start my introductory remarks with something I believe deeply and have experienced personally, that technology has never been neutral in who it serves first. Every major shift, industrialization, computing, the internet, has widened the gap before anyone figured out how to close it. AI won't be different unless systems like ours decide otherwise, on purpose and right now. That's the spirit behind today's session, leading the shift from awareness to action. We've done the work of understanding what AI is, what it threatens, what it makes possible. And today is about what we're building because of that understanding and who it's built for. Our students, our faculty, our classified professionals, and our communities. Today, some of the key system leaders carrying that work forward are our AI Fellows. The AI Fellows program gives faculty, classified professionals, and administrators real-time, not a side project, but dedicated release time to lead AI innovation informed by their discipline and functional role with an eye on system-wide, state, and national impact. Their work moves in 3 lanes: priorities set by the Chancellor's Office Leadership and Digital Center, ideas the fellows themselves bring forward, and the ad hoc needs that surface as this landscape keeps shifting under us. But here's the point beneath it all. This is Vision 2030 made real. When a fellow redesigns how AI shows up in an ethnic studies classroom, a student gets to learn with it instead of being caught off guard by it. And when an administrative support professional gets trained instead of sidelined, our institutions get stronger, are more efficient, not thinner. And when CTE faculty lead this work instead of just absorbing it from above, our colleges keep their integrity in how this technology gets used preparing learners for the workforce. That's not abstract. That's 2.2 million students and growing, and tens of thousands of employees whose daily experience of AI is different because this work exists. Equity isn't a footnote to our AI strategy. It is the strategy. And because of our broader AI ecosystem, fellows, special advisors, ambassadors, change makers, our colleges are not waiting for someone else to define what's possible. Equitable AI in higher education, what equitable AI in higher education looks like. We are defining it. Other systems nationally are watching and learning from what we build. So today matters. Bringing AI fellows and a student who's leading and experiencing this innovation to present before this board, and also this work to present before this board. And also, this work will be front and center at the upcoming Future Summit, little plug, Human Skills in an Autonomous World, September 9th through 10th at Santa Clara Convention Center. So with that, I'll turn it over to our guest this afternoon, John Tarantino, Director of Planning, Assessment, and Research at Siskiyou College, to share his work as a fellow, followed by Dr. Suha Al-Jabouri, Professor and AI Department Chair, Folsom Lake College, and her student, Tamid Al-Hanan. JT, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can we press this? Or not?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is John Tarantino, but everybody knows me by JT, and I serve as the Director of Planning, Assessment, and Research at College of the Siskiyous, which is in the Great North, is what I call it, and as an AI Fellow with the Chancellor's Office. But before I ever submitted my first MIS report or helped lead a program review cycle for a community college, I spent 13 years as an electronic engineer with a company called ASML, traveling the world, including 2 years of living and working in the Netherlands, building and calibrating extreme ultraviolet lithography systems. If that name is unfamiliar to you, here's what you need to know. ASML is the only company on Earth that builds the machines capable of printing the world's most advanced computer chips. Every AI accelerator powering this moment, every GPU training the models we're all talking about, exists because of light. We at ASML fired high-powered CO2 lasers at droplets of molten tin tens of thousands of times per second to generate light with a wavelength so short, only a few nanometers wide, onto silicon wafers. So when I say AI runs on the power of light, I mean it literally. I've actually stood inside the machines that make this revolutionary technology possible. That experience shapes how I think about the future. I have watched an impossible technology move from research and development all the way to global production, and I know what it takes. Patience, precision, and people willing to push the limits, both literally and figuratively. Today, as an AI fellow, I bring that same lens to higher education as someone who helped build its foundation. So what comes next? Agentic AI, the shift from AI that answers questions to AI that takes action. These are systems that can plan, use tools, access data, remember context, and carry out multi-step work with a human in the loop. For society, I believe the impact will rival the shift from mainframes to personal computing. Agentic systems will compress work that once took teams and weeks into mere hours. That carries real risk, displacement, concentration of power, and consequential decisions made without transparency. But it also carries equal opportunity. The same capability that can automate people out can, if we choose to, can augment people up, giving a nurse, a business owner, or a farmer the capability, the analytical capability to once reserved for large corporations. In other words, it has the power to 5 or 10x your capabilities. For higher education, that choice is ever more urgent. Our institutions run on process-heavy work, compliance reporting, enrollment management, scheduling, financial aid. Agentic AI can absorb that burden and return the time to only what humans do well: mentoring, teaching, outreach, and human connection. And for small rural colleges like mine, College of the Siskiyous, this is an equity story. A college of 2,000 students can't hire a data science team. An agentic system, though, can give that college enterprise-level capacity and capabilities. The colleges with the fewest resources may actually have the most to gain, if and only if we build it deliberately with governance, transparency, and humans making the final call. Let me close with something concrete that we are building. It's still in development, and one of several projects actually in my portfolio. Remember I said something about 5x capacity. A homegrown agentic course scheduling application. Why call it agentic? Because it's more than a report or a tool. It has a knowledge base, the ability to upload local board policies, faculty collective bargaining agreements, Title V, relevant ed code. My colleague Hong Ling and I, another AI fellow, are building it to be student information system agnostic, so bring any ERP to the table. It has memory of past terms and decisions, data and tools, including machine learning libraries, so it doesn't simply just look up the rules. It makes predictions and recommends decisions within them. So 2 thoughts on why this matters. First, course scheduling is where student success is won or lost. And for some, it has historically been done on instinct as sort of an art and a science. An agentic scheduler can read live signals or close to live signals, things like registration velocity as sections fill, education plans that tell us what classes students actually intend to take, and declared majors that tell us where demand is heading. It can turn all those signals into a schedule built around student demand. Second, agentic does not mean autonomous. Every recommendation is grounded in policy and contract, and every prediction is explainable. And a human scheduler always makes the final call. That is the model I want higher education to adopt, and AI with real capability and always adhering to keeping the humans principles. So in my work in the community college system, the tools I've used have changed, but the work has always been the same, building systems that quietly make hard things possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors, Dr. Sonia and everyone. I hope you are having a great day. My name is Suha Al-Jabouri. I'm the AI Department Chair at Folsom Lake College, and also I'm serving as a Chancellor Office AI Fellow. Spend more than 20 years in teaching. This is all I know to do, and this is my passion. 10 years ago, I was first interviewed to a faculty position at a community college, and I said, you never asked me about a research. And the response was, we are not a research institute. And I believe we have a faculty and students that they deserve an opportunity to do a meaningful research. With that belief, eventually that led me to start an undergraduate research at Folsom Lake College, URAI, with the support of my district and my college administration. We, every time I knock a door, I went to a room, they say, yes, what you want, yes, what we can do, how we can support. And with that happened, we are here today to present our very first project that come out of URAI. We are introducing FATE. FATE is the AI tutor evaluated that has been developed by a group of undergraduate research students alongside with one of part-timer, Dr. Tarek Sakakini, and me. And I would like to invite the start of the presentation today, my undergraduate researcher, Tahmid, to go over what we've been built.
Hello, good morning. My name is Talmid Al-Hanan. I used to go to Folsom Lake College, and now I'm going to transfer to UC Davis as a computer engineering major. So before I explain our project, I want to briefly share what building it meant to me. So this was like my very first research experience. At URAI, I learned how to conduct rigorous experiments, organize complex data, and write a formal research paper. And with these new skills, I do plan on continuing research at UC Davis. And I do have an advantage on my resume so that I could use it for the tech industry. So onto the project, here's the situation. AI tutors are entering classrooms at a remarkable pace. In K-12 classrooms, AI use grew 84% in a single year. Students are already getting homework help from tools like ChatGPT. But here's the question nobody really has a good answer to. Is AI a good tutor, and if so, which AI is the best tutor? A good tutor doesn't just give the right answer. They notice when a student is confused, pinpoints exactly where the misunderstanding lies, and guides the student towards the right direction. Checking for that today requires human experts reviewing conversations one by one, which is far too long and too expensive. So we built a system to do it automatically. Think of Fate as a trained inspector. We took a small, efficient AI model, small enough that a school district could run it affordably, and taught it to grade tutoring conversations the way an education expert would. For those less familiar with the technology, an AI model is essentially a computer program that learns patterns from examples, similar to how a student learns from studying homework problems, rather than just memorizing the solutions. To teach it, we used a set of 200 real math tutoring conversations, each one ending with the student making a mistake or expressing confusion, followed by different tutoring responses. Every response has been graded by human education experts, so that was a gold standard. However, 200 conversations aren't much to learn from. So we did something clever. We took one of the most advanced AI systems available, in our case was Claude, and we used it to generate over 1,000 additional conversations, deliberately using examples of great, mediocre, and poor tutoring. This one step boosted the accuracy of FATE by up to 22 percentage points. So we grade every tutor response based on 4 questions, which is borrowed from an established academic benchmark. So one was, did the tutor notice the student making the mistake? Did it pinpoint where the mistake was? Did it guide the student towards it rather than just handing over the answer? And did it give the student a clear, doable next step? So our results were that on the first question, which was spotting mistakes, FATE now agrees with human experts around 96% of the time. Across all 4 dimensions, agreement ranges from 78 to 96%. Across, in short, we can now do in seconds at almost no cost what previously required a panel of experts. Then we turn FATE loose on the big AI systems like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and DeepSeek, which are acting as tutors. 2 main findings stand out. First, they're impressively good at spotting mistakes, nearly perfect. However, they all share the same weakness. They don't tell what the student to do next. The best system only scored 63% of that, and the weakest being 46%. They can diagnose the problem, but they can't coach. That's exactly the kind of insight schools need to use before adopting these kind of tools. So our next step is to package FATE as a practical tool that school districts and universities can use to test any AI tutor before putting it in front of students. As AI enters education, someone needs to check the checker, and that's the kind of role that we're building FATE to play. Thank you.
All right, is that time for questions? All right, excellent. I don't know how you're able to do this, Chancellor, but every AI education series is just so incredibly impactful, and this is no exception. So thank you very much to the presenters. Board, do you have any questions for our esteemed guests? Member Epstein.
Just curious, we had a demonstration here of Conmigo by SalCon. It's the have you guys looked at that, and how does that compare to the systems you're using to evaluate tutors?
So one of the things about this program was that we tried, like, we had little budget, so everything that I did was basically based on just completely free. So I think I looked into Conmigo, and it like required some sort of subscription, so we didn't really look into that much. But we could if we got funds, you know. It's pretty easy, like, to test the tutors.
Vice President Perry.
So at the end, you talk about having to get somebody to check the checker. At some point, does that become an almost infinite process? Because as you're building higher and higher levels of intelligence, are they going to start thinking they need to check each other? Does it sort of take on its own, I was going to say life force, but that's not really a term I want to use. But at what point, like, how does that process stop? How is it enough?
Well, I mean, this is just like one model that we use to like check any other like model. So I guess like what you're saying is like as the AI models get better, we can like constantly kind of check with this model. So I don't know, whenever you want to stop. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, and with software coding, it's quite common to use different models to check on the code output. So, and there are quite a few examples that I've read online of people kind of deploying like 1,000 sub-agents, for example, to kind of check on the validity of the work. And there is probably this point where you get diminishing returns, and it's somewhere between, you know, a number and 1,000 agents that check. But I think that keeps getting better as the frontier models improve.
And do they prove their own efficacy in the sense of, do you have someone rating the checkers, or is it do they prove their own efficacy in terms of the increased speed and the increased accuracy? So it's sort of the proof is in itself.
I think it depends on the application that you're trying to prove or disprove. So if a human can verify that whatever it is you're trying to prove is true or not, then you can validate it that way. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I will, first lesson that I teach my students when I go to an intro to AI course, never guarantee you what you are getting from AI. Always review, always check, always, use it, but check, but review it, but check it. So I think to keep the human in the loop, this is a very important point, and we need always to review and judge what it's going out of the AI. So yes, we will be checking everything.
Excellent. Member Brown.
So I was very intrigued to hear about how you started this undergraduate research at your college. How do you see this being able to expand out to our other colleges so that more students have opportunities to get experiences with undergraduate research?
Yeah. So for the UR AI or undergraduate research, it was limited to, we started last semester and it was local only for Folsom Lake College with the plan to expand it through the district, the Los Rios district, to include more colleges and more students in that process. And I will say that initiative or that program was the seed or the give me another idea that I was working with the Don and as one of my AI Follow project is to build a statewide platform that connect students, faculty, and employers throughout the 116 colleges to build real projects and faculty mentors, students, group of students. So we are giving our students a real projects, real experience to add it to their portfolio when they leave school. So yes, we are almost at the final stages of building that platform and planning to showcase on the Future Summit.
Chancellor Christian.
Yeah, actually, both Suha and there's another AI fellow, Sanjay and Don have been, it's called the Marketplace, Suha?
Yes, it's the AI Innovation Marketplace.
The AI Innovation Marketplace. And, it's a phenomenal idea. And I know the Board of Governors at our February retreat, you talked about scaling up internship opportunities. And this is a potential revolutionary project that Board Member Brown was exploring in terms of what does this statewide, framework look like. So my suspicion is we might have a resource ask coming our way pretty soon as they work through creating the structure, and it is pretty sophisticated. I mean, Suha was sharing with me the detailed parts of how the student, and you can have different sponsors who kind of come to the marketplace with a problem that they're trying to solve. And you've got students who are engaging in the marketplace to be able to pitch solutions. So it is a really a revolutionary idea that a traditionalist in some ways like me, that I'm trying to grapple with to figure out how we can really empower it to be able to reach the potential that these amazing AI fellows have that could support so many students, hundreds of students going through it. So thank you for that question, Board Member Brown.
Also want to add just some additional context to that. So part of this project also is to allow faculty and students who are developing products, curriculum design, other types of ventures to come together, develop those products, create intellectual property, to create the support systems around students who want to become entrepreneurs and take those items to market. Think about something sort of like our own Shark Tank, but to bring venture capitalist support into the system to be able to support those partnerships to take those products to market. So part of this initiative was, I have to just call out, was in part funded by our partnership with Salesforce, who provided a generous grant to us a couple of years ago to do these kinds of innovative projects and initiatives. Just so happens that Suha was also working on something like this, and Member Brown had been mentioning this as well. A lot of synergy in the space to move the work. So excited about that opportunity. But additional funding may be coming forth.
Let me continue that line of thinking. This question is for JT. You mentioned that you are from the College of the Siskiyous, and the far north colleges hold a very special place in all of our hearts. Thinking to Don's quote, technology has never been neutral in those it serves first, and knowing that we don't have lots of resources traditionally devoted to our far north colleges, could you give us some insight as to how to build this enterprise level impact that you're talking about? What kind of focus do we need in colleges like the colleges of the Siskiyous or other similarly situated colleges around the state to make sure that we are bridging those equity gaps?
Yes, it's something that I think about a lot. We're at one of the smallest schools, and something that is a roadblock for our college, which seems to be just, I guess, funding, our local IT departments and funding. And, you know, if there's a new project or initiative, you might have heard of Nectar AI. For us, we do not have the resources to implement Nectar AI, even though it is available for us to use. And so I think when it comes to new things, centralized help in any kind of way. So platforms like the CPL platform, which is a centralized system that's distributed to all the colleges available to use, are things that can reach services and additional things that can help the smaller colleges. I talk about it a lot in, you know, we work with Shasta College a lot, and they're kind of our sister college, big sister college, 100 miles south of us. But yeah, there's low adoption of AI in general. I think it's funding, really, what it boils down to. It's harder, you know, for, you know, I hear a lot of colleges say that we all have to wear a lot of hats, you know, but in a rural college, we really have to wear even more hats than the other colleges that are saying that. It's a double-edged sword, you know, like you learn a lot of stuff about everything because you almost have to. And that's good to help your learning in the whole process of how everything works. But yeah, like rural funding for rural colleges, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, you can say something. Vice President Perry.
So it strikes me that we have the incredible opportunity with fantastic AI fellows like you. We have sort of 115 laboratory. We have a tremendous, we have the nimbleness and a tremendous ability to innovate. With brains like yours, we're really ratcheting that up to a whole nother level. It seems to me that, Harry, we should talk to the foundation, I think, because this seems like the kind of innovative approach that maximizes the strengths of the colleges and the fellows that are there, that they might be able to help. And I think scaling some of this up, because it's so wonderful what you're doing, and to have your brains and to not take full advantage of those and moving this along and having it create advantages for the other colleges would be, quote an old commercial, a terrible thing to waste. So I think Harry and I can carry that forward.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Member Williams.
So thank you for the presentation. A couple things came to mind, like when you talked about community colleges not really being recognized for their research. I always wondered what it would look like for a community college to have an endowed chair for, you know, research and stuff. So now that you brought up the foundation, it would be really interesting to see, like, our wealthy former community college students, what kind of stuff they would be willing to invest in. But like when you think about sovereign AI and concepts like home compute and what happened with is it Canva or Canvas? Yeah, how are we protecting ourselves from getting locked into these big companies where, because like when we develop something, I'm assuming it's in their platform, right? Like it's not like the state has its own large language model. So like, how do we keep from, what we were all like in a frenzy when Canvas, had the hacking thing. And so how does that work when you're doing something so early like this, like to make sure that we don't get locked out of it, or that, you understand, like, the idea of sovereign AI is that, it's decentralized, and, so how do we keep ourselves from experiencing like what we saw with Canvas?
Well, I think you're bringing up two different things. You're bringing up the Canvas thing and security, cybersecurity in general, but maybe they're related, and then sovereign AI. Yeah, so for me personally, I have like a maxed out Mac Studio with the maximum amount of memory that you can buy in order to try to experiment with the most powerful open source AI models that you can run. And that was to try to utilize and experiment with OpenClaw when that came out. It turns out OpenClaw is really expensive to run. But for the California community college system, yeah, it would be nice to be able to have local hardware, on-prem systems that could run open source AI models to do things that way. And this is probably why it's related to what you're bringing up with Canvas, is that if we had that local hardware, then we wouldn't have to go outside and use outside systems, and there's better protection. Everything stays inside of the wall of colleges' IT systems.
But when you think about, because we're here sitting, as the Board of Governors, operate, the largest system in the country, we should be having that kind of conversation of, when you think about the concept, it's like, well, it's kind of weird when we're going to be dependent on somebody that's kind of outside, or a company that's outside the system.
Yeah, there are pros and cons. The cons being that you don't get access to the latest frontier models, and Fable or Mythos from Anthropic being one example of that. But then the pros would be you have full control over your data. You don't have to worry about FERPA violations. You don't have to worry about, somebody putting API keys in places that they shouldn't be putting them, and exposing data that they shouldn't be exposing. If you really have it that way, then it's a locked down system, but you have access to capability or intelligence. And so there's something else. I can't remember what it's called, but there's some network of compute that's available that's ran out of UC San Diego, I want to say, and there is some potential there. I've heard VC Craig Hayward talk about trying to partner with them to be able to access the compute power in order to kind of have our own network of local AI models. But again, you still run into the not having access to the latest availability, of technology.
Yeah, if I could also help from a system-wide perspective. So certainly with Canvas and some of the system decisions that are being made today, they are influenced by state law and state appropriations. So all three segments receive funding to support the same learning management system. And it was done so that from a student perspective, you would have a common approach. But I think what we are seeing with, AI, agentic AI, generative AI, is a greater ability, especially on the programming front, to become independent from technology companies and build on our own and control that destiny and that source code. And there are companies that are working with AI right now to create platforms for, say, an ERP system that is completely prompt-based, does all the same things a traditional system would do, but changes from traditional inputs to ask it to do the thing that you want, and it can do it. And with that comes the opportunity often to have that source code to my colleagues' comments. And when you have that, that means you control your destiny moving forward. So the technology is rapidly changing. I know there are groups like the public group California School Information Services that are using AI for programming now, and they effectively are doing it twofold, where you use the AI for programming and you ask your programmers to use traditional programming, and you can see, you know, one, it's much more rapid to get what you'd like, and two, you can actually ask the agents now to look at the security measures and ensure that it's safe, and you can see it start iterating to constantly go back through and say, this is safe, here's the latest that we're seeing, updates it again. So to my colleagues' comments, I just say, really what we're seeing is the tip of the iceberg in us controlling our data and our information systems and having much more influence over what we'd like to see long-term.
I'll just add, just to spark your memory, if you were at the Future Summit 1, we did have a main stage speaker with Chancellor Christian Beth Rudin, who presented her book, AI for the Rest of Us, and she was talking about this concept that we need to build small language models. I would advocate that we have a brain trust in our system that can do all of these things. Every time, a large number of us went to the big ASU GSV summit a few months ago, and we're all approached by various potential partners, and the standard theme was, well, we can build that because we have the expertise in our system. So how do we invest, how do we bring those folks together to think deeply about these opportunities, and then confront that tension between, do we build it or buy it? And if we build it, how do we maintain it? So that's the long-term investment that we have to put into place.
And if I may add something here, I don't think this is impossible. We can do that. We have, like, working with the students and work with those young generation that they have the talent, they have the skill with I think with the support and with the resources that we can give for our student, and invest more in the industry partnership, and kind of link our students to all those big companies that have the ideas, the skills, and teach our students. I think we can do something. We are, and Chancellor Kristen know that San Jose City College, they just started self-agentic AI course that teach students how to build their self-agent. So, and like, it's not copying, but following a model that has been built by a large company. So I think we are in that way, and we are going forward with and bringing all those opportunities to the students. I think we can do that. I have a confidence.
I believe in you.
Yes.
and as you do it, think about Mondragon University. Mm-hmm. Mondragon University is in Spain, and I think Basque, Spain, but it's a cooperative, community, billion-dollar industry that they created, but it provides students with the opportunity to have ownership as they develop it. So it's Mondragon University.
Yeah, if I may add something, one of the future ideas, I love to put future plans, so please forgive me for that. One of the future ideas for the innovation marketplace, if we can start a pre-incubator, so getting students and the group together, build their startup, and we kind of connect them to I will say, the suitable or to the correct employers, build on that internship. Students can graduate with their own companies, with their own work, and they can solve all those problems for us and build those new stuff for us.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that presentation. Oh, okay. While you're walking away, Member Villavicencio can talk, and then we have public comment, and apparently I just totally screwed this up. Okay, Villavicencio, Epstein,
well, I don't
and then
know.
public comment.
Hopefully they didn't leave, because I had a question. But, I was, I think my question was addressed at the prior end of that conversation that we were having, especially this was for JT, because now I was thinking about
You all might need to come back. It was totally
perhaps if
my
we can read
fault
just-
and dismissing
I'm
you early.
So sorry of having you come back here, but I know JT was talking about obviously about using AI to make our processes more simpler, right?
Yeah.
In terms of enrollment management and the things that colleges are doing, and I think those are wonderful. I think my initial question is how far are we away from that? And number two, I think we're having these wonderful conversations about what AI can do for us, but I'd like to bring us back also to the point of our humans approach, that as we talk about efficiencies, we know this is also going to displace certain people and the jobs that are currently in place, and that we have to at least be mindful, obviously, of those safeguards, and making sure that we're able to to obviously accommodate our workers and the future of work for our system. And number two, I was just going to chime up in terms of our research for our students. I know my students engage in research in our study abroad program. We'll talk much more about this later. I'll talk much more about this later on our board reports. But my students go to other countries and they learn about, since I teach political science, about local governance issues. A lot of our issues obviously are what's local is now global, and then they come back and they present their research findings from their best practices that they learned. In this case, it was Costa Rica, to our elected officials at home. And that opens up research opportunities for my students because that's a pathway for them to get internships. In fact, last time we had this forum, half of the students who presented were offered internships, political internships right on the spot. So there is, I think, tremendous opportunity for giving this opportunity for our students to do research, especially when it comes, as you said, to the marketplace, Dawn, giving them the opportunity to showcase, obviously, their intellect, to develop, I think, patents in the future, and seeing intellectual property to scale that up for our system. And that's just, I think, tapping at the very least, right, what our students can do, and utilizing, again, technology, and helping our students unlock that potential is tremendous. So I want to commend again the work that you're doing, and clearly you're providing our system with amazing work and amazing potential. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Epstein, did you have a question?
I suspect none of you are the right people to answer this question, but earlier today we had a speaker talk about how there's a real challenge for classes that require reading and writing, and how AI is obviously disrupting that process that has existed for centuries. And I'm not sure any of you since you're not you're faculty, can say what do you all think about that?
Well, as it were, we actually have a couple of our AI fellows who are working on exactly that issue. So Professor Rachel Tataro Duarte, who's at Porterville College, and Scotty James have built a platform that is being tested in the AI marketplace right now called Tooth, and it's designed to reevaluate how we do assessments and evaluations in writing courses. So that there will be a whole presentation on that at the Future Summit. And I will say we had 145 submissions for the Future Summit. We were able to accept 7 that are focused on just that topic, coming from different perspectives and different approaches, so that the summit will have a whole host of opportunities for folks who come to learn about that particular issue. So
I think what Dawn would like to do is have the entire board attend the Future Summit.
100%.
I mean, I started counting how many times he said Future Summit.
I mean, if it's happening, you need to be there, right? I mean, that's where the love is. So come on by.
I do want to say I went last year and thought it was terrific, so I would recommend it.
Thank you. And I will also just add that we are having a panel on humanism and AI, and there's a number of sessions that are focused on that as well. So the McKinsey Health Institute, along with Humans Plus Tech AI, ongoing summit that happens in San Francisco, the founder is going to be on that panel, main stage, to really address that issue as well. So.
For fear of screwing this up again, any other board comments? All right, hearing none, Liaison Castro.
The public
Thank you.
comment period on item 6.6 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no public comments in Sacramento. We'll now check the teleconference locations. Bainbridge Island, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none. Cambridge, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Columbus, do you have any members of the public wishing to comment?
No.
Thank you so much. I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of the mic and can address the board.
Hello. I liked Governor Williams' comments. I wasn't expecting the Mondragon to be brought up. Yeah, I think we need more solidarity and power sharing, like that cooperative. He also brought up Canvas, and it's just funny because the Spanish culture minister has said that KKR is not welcome in Spanish culture. People around the world know that there's problems with the private equity that's holding it. But to get back, he had also mentioned FERPA violations. With AI, professors right now are just throwing data into unimproved models right now for like AI detection and stuff in our writing. It's definitely FERPA violation. We don't need to use the latest private models. There are very cool, large open source models, and it'd be awesome to have the technology at our school to use large open source models trained off of data that is not stolen. We could do that. Also, the Future Summit was mentioned. I believe some of you attended. Karen Howe spoke there, and she talked about the dangers in believing corporate marketing like Canvas. That's all I want to mention. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
This concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. We are now at item 6.7, board members' reports. Member Haynes.
Okay, all right, so okay.